everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Ain's Owl Gown, The Resurrection Warlock's Rambling Life, Chapter 213 to 264, The Colossus on the Sea. Chapter 214, The Colossus on the Sea. The effects imbued in this wand, whether it be mana conservation or the enhancement of magical destructive power, are incredibly potent. This pure destructive power is more practical than any innate spell. To say nothing else, the mere ability to conserve mana is enough to earn the title of an artifact. Rowan hasn't encountered a single piece of equipment capable of mana conservation until now. Rowan estimates that this attribute was most likely triggered by the god-tier rune, Mana Source. This wand is very strong, sufficient to use until reaching the level cap, and it will provide powerful assistance in future battles against Ain's Owl Gown. However, it has not reached its limit. The limit for artifact equipment should be level 9000, and only guild weapons possess the potential to break through the 9000 level threshold. There is still room for improvement in my forging technique, which is a good thing. After finishing the forging of an artifact, I need to take a break before the next time, organize my gains, and perhaps I can forge an even higher grade artifact next time. He stroked the wand, feeling that it was in perfect harmony with his soul. When using it, he could perceive the elements more clearly. Emerging from the forging room, he discovered someone already waiting at the door. A orca, and a wooden figure with a comical expression. "Congratulations, Master, on a successful forging." "Oh, how did you know I succeeded?" Rowan said, finding it slightly amusing. "Because you look extremely happy, Master," Aorca said very honestly. The wooden figure rolled its eyes and said, "With your talent and brilliance, Master, there is no possibility of failure. Even if there were a 1 in a billion chance of failure, it would definitely be the fault of the materials, so I didn't need to look to know you had surely succeeded." Rowan was stunned. This wooden figure was a clone of the magic tree. Because the main body of the magic tree was too large to move around easily, it always used a wooden clone to act. After the other party's intelligence increased, its learning ability had also improved significantly. It had actually learned the art of bootlicking. This guy, while not great at fighting, had learned to flatter quite quickly. Seeing the smile on Rowan's face, the magic tree felt delighted inside. "Haha, the art of conversation I painstakingly studied previously didn't go to waste. Isn't it coming in handy now? Stop babbling about nonsense. You two come with me to the training grounds. It's the perfect time to test my new weapon. Master, Yumaru, Brain Unglaus, and Zeshi Zetsume are currently using the main training grounds. I will go notify them to leave." No need. Since they are all there, we can all go together. "I'd like to see how your recent training has been going," Rowan said. Yes. The subsequent training was nothing worth noting. After Rowan used Spirit Tongue, his mana consumption dropped significantly, though, of course, only when using elemental magic. He felt a deeper bond with elemental magic. With the artifact weapon forging complete, I will take a break for a while. During this time, I'll research the true clone of Yumaru and the class reset plan for Zeshi Zetsume. Both are quite similar, involving operations on the root of the soul, so the time required will likely be significant. In addition, the large-scale magic circle designed under Rowan's leadership, with the participation of numerous mags, also needs to be tested. This magic circle will be useful later on. Just as Rowan was busy with his own affairs, other matters were also progressing simultaneously. Karina's intelligence network plan, the advanced class deduction for Princess Rena and Naya, and the exploration of the maritime city by the Shadow No. 5 clone. Northern continent, Linda Sea. This was already the northernmost region of the continent. During this period, Shadow No. 5 had piloted the Explorer and searched most of the sea area. Every location, whether on the surface or underwater, had been carefully searched by her familiar rats. Unfortunately, there had been no findings so far. With less than a year left before the arrival of Ain's Owl Gown, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Could it be that the maritime city he speculated about didn't exist at all? That this guild didn't exist? Or perhaps it had existed once but was destroyed? That was true. There was no explicit evidence in the plot to prove this. It was indisputable that the 13 heroes' leader, Rigrit, was an alt account that had transmigrated from the game, but the plot didn't state whether she had brought a guild with her. There were only some legends that vaguely mentioned the existence of the maritime city. Forget it. If I fail, I fail. I'll just treat it as an attempt. Captain, is this the area we are searching today? The speaker was a girl of short stature who didn't look very old. Exposure to the wind and sun on the vast sea had made the young girl look quite a bit darker than before. Arch, the mage who was one of the 4 workers in the plot, was part of the adventurer team that went to explore the Great Tomb of Nazarick shortly after Ain's Oelgaun's arrival in the story. She possessed a natural talent for detection magic. Rowan had previously paid to hire her for assistance, and it had been some time now. During this time, Rowan would occasionally guide her when he was free, which caused the young girl's magic level to improve rapidly. Although she was far behind Princess Renna and the others, her progress was much faster than when she was at the Imperial Magic Academy. Although she kept calling him captain, in her heart, she actually viewed him as a teacher. Yes, we need to search this area this time. Following his usual routine, Rowan had his rats scout underwater, while he remained on the surface to use high-level detection magic. As a clone specialized in intelligence and reconnaissance, one couldn't speak much for Shadow No. 5's combat power, but her detection ability was absolutely top tier. Among all the clones, her detection ability was second only to the main body. Something seems a bit off ahead. Although it looks normal and the detection magic shows no abnormalities, the slight fluctuations caused during the magic scan could not escape her eyes. Was it an illusion? Or was there something special there? Arch, look in this direction and use your magic eyes to scout, Shadow No. 5 said, pointing in a direction. Okay. Arch activated her magic eyes. Her eyes emitted a blue light, and after a moment, she shook her head. Sorry, I don't see anything unusual. Rowan was non-committal. Magic rise. Perception enhancement. Highest tier detection magic. A new wave swept across. This time, the fluctuations were a bit more obvious, but the result returned was still no abnormalities. That's not right. The enhanced detection magic should be able to detect even a tier 10 magic circle. Does the maritime city have such a high-level magic circle? That's unlikely. Could it really be an illusion? But that abnormal mana fluctuation was real. There must be something there. Arch, your level is too low, and your mana capacity is insufficient, so you cannot unleash the full potential of your magic eyes. Use the magic from the ring I gave you, and then use your magic eyes to look again. #214 Chapter 214, The City on the Sea. Chapter 214, Maritime City. Chapter 215, Maritime City. Arch's magic eyes were truly miraculous. She could observe things that even detection magic could not perceive. However, her own strength was too weak to unleash the potential of her magic eyes, and she could only fully activate them by relying on items. All right. Arch took a deep breath and rubbed the ring in her hand. This ring was a gift from the captain, and it was the only present she had ever received in her life, so she cherished it dearly. Activating the ring's effect would greatly enhance the user's next scouting ability, though it only applied to vision-based detection magic. This time, the blue light in Arch's eyes shone even brighter. Within her field of vision this time, she finally saw something special. There is something. A gargantuan object that looks illusory, but I cannot see its form clearly. It has vanished. I'm sorry, I only saw a glimpse of it before it disappeared immediately, but there is definitely something there, though I cannot make out what it is. Seeing something real is enough. Next, I will have my main body conduct the reconnaissance. Main body? What is the captain talking about? Space rippled, and the next moment, a black-haired young man dressed as a mage appeared on the Explorer. His face looked somewhat weary, as if he had been staying up late for a long time, but his eyes revealed an undisguisable joy and excitement. Who is this? This was the first time Arch had seen this person, yet the captain seemed very familiar with him. Black cross patterns appeared in the eyes of the man who had suddenly appeared, as if they were gateways to an abyss. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to them. What miraculous eyes! Just staring at them felt as if her soul was about to be sucked away. Arch lowered her head, not daring to look any further. The one who teleported over was none other than Rowan's main body. Upon arrival, he immediately used his strongest reconnaissance skill, the all-seeing eyes. Under these eyes, nothing could remain hidden, even the extremely subtle detection fluctuations of the two-world mandala could not escape his gaze. Through the all-seeing eyes, a gargantuan object appeared in his vision. This was a massive steel warship. Rowan found the warship, which felt completely out of place in this fantasy world, to be quite jarring. However, this thing was definitely brought over by a player. Players had brought over plenty of jarring equipment, such as sniper rifles, cannons, and even Gundams, so it was perfectly normal for a player to build a guild in a modern style. This contraption must be the guild that Rick brought over. Although Rowan had never seen the maritime city, based on the current location, it was highly likely to be that legendary maritime city. According to speculation, Rick was an alt account created by an old player after deleting their main one. Whether or not he had a guild was a subject of much debate, but it was highly probable that he carried world items. As for the guild, even if it existed, it would be a small one, likely consisting of only a few people, and the massive warship before him proved the guild's existence. Rowan used the all-seeing eyes combined with the Great Sage's analysis skill to analyze it, while Arch looked at the suddenly appeared man with a confused expression, watching him stare fixedly in that direction, not knowing what he was looking at. After a long time, about half an hour, the man closed his eyes with a weary expression. He said to Arch, "Very well, your mission is complete. You may return to the Forgotten Island to rest, and you will be given a satisfactory reward later." "My lord, what exactly is that thing?" "Something from another world. It is of a very high level and extremely dangerous." Arch felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted to see what the thing she had been searching for so long really was, but since this lord had already said so, staying here any longer would only cause trouble for others. "I understand, but how should I return?" "Just use this teleportation ring," Rowan said with a smile, then handed her a ring. After Arch injected magic power into it, she vanished from the ship. This ring was a directional teleportation ring for the Forgotten Island. A batch had been manufactured previously, and only a few high-ranking members of the Forgotten Island possessed them. After sending Arch away, Rowan looked toward the Maritime City Guild and began to consider his next strategy. The Maritime City Guild looked rather troublesome. It was currently in a state of full defense and likely remained in a lockdown state at all times. The concealment magic covering its surface had also reached Tier 10. The defensive magic was lower level than the concealment magic, only at roughly the level of a standard Tier 9. Compared to the Sky City and the Great Tomb of Nazarick, its defensive power was far too low. Rowan could blast it open with a single spell. However, this was only the outermost layer of magical defense. As for what was inside, Rowan's all-seeing eyes could not penetrate deep enough, and he did not know if there were any guardians or similar entities present. According to the logic of guild strongholds, there were generally defensive zones. For instance, the Great Tomb of Nazarick had 10 floors of defensive zones, and one had to break through all 10 layers to reach the core. The maritime city before him, although it looked like a gargantuan object, was only large compared to ships. Compared to a guild base, its volume appeared very small. The defensive zones here were likely very small. Rick had transmigrated 200 years ago. At this point in time, the time reversal ability of the all-seeing eyes could barely reach back that far. Regardless, he needed to obtain some necessary intelligence first. Activate time reversal. Time began to flow backward. Rowan skipped over the recent time frame. Most of the time, it had been meaningless calm. As time went further back, the images became increasingly blurry and unstable, and the mental burden on Rowan grew heavier. When time reached 200 years ago, the image was already very blurry. Rowan saw a man enter and exit the warship several times. The method he used to enter and exit the warship seemed to involve a passcode, but too much time had passed. At this point, the faces were blurred into a mass, and there was absolutely no sound or gesture, making it impossible to obtain the passcode. The last time, 3 creatures came out to see him off. They chatted for a short while before separating. After watching Rick depart, those 3 creatures chatted for a few sentences before returning to the warship, and they never came out again. Were they NPCs? The number did not seem very large, though one could not rule out the existence of hidden NPCs. These 3 NPCs were, respectively, a tall mechanical humanoid, a large octopus, and a young girl who had a pair of small wings, though her features were unclear and indistinguishable. Pushing further back, there was the scene of the maritime city appearing out of thin air on the sea surface, with great momentum. There was no other useful information. Time reversal deactivated. Rowan sat at the bow of the ship, rubbing his temples with a headache. Peeking into history from 200 years ago placed a very heavy mental burden on him. He had not obtained much intelligence. At present, he could only consider a direct assault. They were hiding in the maritime city and not coming out, and with less than a year left until NOVEL-WONDERLAND's arrival, there was not much time to waste on this. However, the target this time was, after all, a guild. Even if it was a small guild, he had to go all out. Chapter 215, Raid Team. Chapter 216, Raid Team. Rowan used a message to notify the key members at Forgotten Island, telling them to hurry over with their gear. As for Rowan himself, he had to stay and keep watch. God knows if the maritime city had any means of escape or teleportation. If he left for a moment and came back to find the maritime city gone, he would have nowhere to cry. As for underwater, the rat familiars of Shadow Number 5 had already conducted a comprehensive sweep to avoid leaving any clues behind. Not long after, as lights of teleportation lit up one by one, the reinforcements appeared. Aorka, Crystal Dragon, Zeshi Zetsume, Naya, and the Chaos Clone arrived to support. Zeshi Zetsume had her divine artifacts fully equipped, and the Crystal Dragon, Ariane, had also equipped a full set of legendary-grade items. In terms of combat power, she previously had to fight seriously to suppress Zeshi Zetsume, but now, she could easily suppress her. Her strength had increased by several folds. As for the others, they either needed to remain at the Forgotten Island, were too low-leveled, or had other tasks. All 5 had reached level 70 or above. Naya's strength had improved rapidly, and she could now barely participate in high-level combat. After signing the soul contract, the intelligence of the Chaos Clone had also increased significantly, and it could now help with some tasks. After the 5 arrived, Rowan directly assigned the tasks. Before us lies a very peculiar facility, known as a guild. We need to set up a magic formation to seal off the surrounding area before we raid it. We will use the Comprehensive Defense Composite Magic Formation Mark II. Everyone should be familiar with it by now. The Comprehensive Defense Composite Magic Formation Mark II was an advanced version of the Forgotten Islands Magic Formation, and the Crystal Dragon had been a primary developer. This was a large-scale magic formation that combined defense, anti-scouting, and offensive capabilities into one. Its level already exceeded standard Tier 10 magic, but it was also quite troublesome to set up, requiring multiple experts to deploy. During this period, Rowan had conducted some drills, and they had undergone at least 2 training sessions. This type of large-scale magic formation was not suitable for a single person to use. It was only suitable for use as a defensive magic formation for facilities or during Legion battles on the battlefield. The goal of developing this magic was for future battles against the NOVEL-WONDERLAND Legion. It was currently only a development version, but it should be sufficient to deal with the maritime city. No problem, everyone said in unison. The Chaos Clone could not speak yet and could only make a few chirping sounds. Where is the guild you mentioned? I don't see anything. Is it invisible? The Crystal Dragon asked with a look of surprise. The guild has been masked by high-level concealment magic. The technique is very sophisticated, and it would be very difficult for you to discover it with your current methods. It would require very high-level reconnaissance magic to potentially find it. Once you have set up the magic formation, I will break this concealment magic. The expressions of the group varied. This was the first time Rowan had led a squad operation, and Rowan himself was participating. Zeshi Zetsume looked excited, hoping to encounter some powerful entities. The Crystal Dragon felt the same. She knew some information about guilds but had never seen one, and she was extremely curious about this magical creation from another world. Dragons were generally very repulsed by things from other worlds, believing them to be things that pollute the world, but Ariane was different from other dragons. She maintained curiosity about everything. Now that the legendary guild appeared before her, she wished she could run over and study it immediately. Aorka remained the same as before. On the surface, he was calm, but in secret, he was prepared to give his all to let his master witness the results of his hard work during this period. He had made even greater progress recently. After obtaining the resources taught to him, not only had his level increased significantly, but he had also mastered space-type martial arts, creating a huge gap in strength compared to before. Naya, on the other hand, looked nervous. Among these people, she was likely the weakest. As Rowan's student, she was worried about disgracing him. As for the Chaos clone, even though its intelligence had increased, its mind remained simple. It wasn't thinking about those messy things at all, it just wanted to start a great adventure. Rowan made the arrangements. According to Rowan's requirements, the 5 flew to the corresponding coordinates on the ocean, preparing to begin deploying the comprehensive defense composite magic. This magic had no upper limit on the number of people, but the more people there were, the easier it was to set up. Theoretically, it could be set up by hundreds of entities above level 50. If they were level 70, 5 people would be enough. If the number of people was small, special items could be used to supplement the missing manpower. In short, although the consumption was high, there were many schemes for deployment, making it quite flexible. After taking their positions, they used magic to connect the magic formation, while those with warrior classes used magic items to stimulate their own energy to construct the magic formation. 1 minute later, a huge honeycomb structure covered this area of the sea. The range was large, covering the maritime city as well as their base, the Explorer. The inside and outside were now completely isolated, even under the sea. This magic formation was like a huge sphere, wrapping this sea area within it. Rowan also used several more spells: space lock, delayed teleportation, and energy detection. Once there was any spatial fluctuation or teleportation, Rowan would be able to detect it and then make the corresponding arrangements. Ordinary teleportation could be prohibited, but the highest tier teleportation could not be interrupted, only delayed, unless a skill like Create Spacetime was used to restrict it. However, this maritime city was a bit too large, and the pressure of Create Spacetime was too great. Even if he brought it inside, the consumption would be very high, and it would have no special effect. It would result in an awkward situation where the mana was consumed, but it was not much different from leaving it outside. Therefore, unless he detected teleportation fluctuations and could not stop it with conventional means, Rowan would only use this skill to forcibly restrict it. After applying several buffs to himself, Rowan used magic to begin disrupting the maritime city's concealment magic. He hadn't been watching for half a day just to enjoy the show. This concealment magic had already been analyzed quite a bit by him. He couldn't directly dispel it, but he could certainly disrupt it. Moments later, the huge warship appeared before everyone, as if it had suddenly appeared on the sea surface. But if one looked from the outside, it was still calm, without any abnormalities. Is this a guild? The 5 looked at the huge warship, all with expressions of surprise. They had never seen such a creation from another world before. Rowan explained, "This is the Maritime City Guild. It is highly likely the guild brought over by the captain of the 13 heroes from 200 years ago, Rick. There might be very strong guardians inside. 13 heroes, are they entities similar to the 6 great gods?" Zeshi Zetsume asked with a look of surprise. She knew the legends of the 6 great gods better than anyone. If this maritime city still existed, it meant that the guardians inside still existed as well. 216 Chapter 216, The Girl. Chapter 217, The Girl. The guild of the 6 great gods collapsed when the last god died. She still knew a thing or two about the nature of guilds. She also knew the legends of the 13 heroes, but previously, she was unaware that they, like the 6 great gods, were visitors from another world. She had assumed they were a genius born in this land. She was also very curious about this information that Rowan knew. She had even suspected that Rowan was a visitor from another world, but Rowan's answer was that he was not the same as the 6 great gods. This guy is so mysterious, it really makes one curious. The concealment magic had been dispelled, but the defensive magic had not. However, the level of this defensive magic was not high, and it was even easier to deal with than the concealment magic. A moment later, as the final step was completed, the last defense of the maritime city was lifted. Next, the formal assault would begin. Rowan was a bit curious as to why the people of the maritime city had not yet appeared. Was it because they did not care about the outer defenses? Or was there some other reason? Normally, a guild has a core, and the area around the core is considered the base. The guild can make arrangements for the base, and the base is also part of the guild. For example, like the guild base of Ain Zoel Gown, the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it is specifically arranged by the guild itself and defended by dispatched NPCs, but there are certain limitations. One cannot set up a completely sealed base, and there must be passages, where one can reach the core after passing through a certain number of doors. This is the setting for guilds in the game, intended to allow guilds to be attacked and captured during battles. As for the maritime city before him, although the warship was indeed very large, it was far too small compared to other guilds. Its base did not seem to be just the warship, and it was very likely that the warship and a large area of the surrounding sea were part of the base. However, Rowan did not find anything suspicious in the vicinity. It was highly probable that the other party had not yet had time to arrange the surroundings and had only set up the core warship. If that were the case, the level of this guild was likely even lower than he had imagined. It was 9 times out of 10 a new guild that had just been established, and perhaps even a guild of the lowest level. Regardless, he would test it out first. The pathfinding was carried out by the familiars of the 5th clone. Large rats crawled onto the warship, searching for any possible entrance to the interior, while at the same time, Rowan's crows conducted reconnaissance from the air, striving not to miss a single corner. On the lowest level of the maritime city, inside a sealed room, a girl slowly woke up from an ice coffin. She looked bewildered, as if she had slept for too long and had not yet regained her senses. The crystal coffin vibrated violently, and her expression changed. She hurriedly ran to the side and called up a screen-like device, which displayed various data. Oh no, the maritime city is being invaded, and even the outermost defensive magic has been dispelled. Without hesitation, the girl activated the highest defense mode, and the sleeping guards began to awaken. After doing all this, she immediately ran towards the direction of the hall. What happened? 2 figures soon appeared in the hall, one a tall armored warrior, and the other a large octopus. They also seemed to have been in a deep sleep earlier. The situation is not right. There are intruders, and they are very strong. I have already activated the highest defense of the maritime city. Intruders? What kind of people are they? Both of them were also full of surprise. They did not know how long they had been asleep themselves, and this was the first time the city had encountered an enemy. I used the monitoring equipment of the maritime city, but it was intercepted by the other party. However, I can roughly confirm the direction. Currently, the only things that can be detected are some rats crawling up, and the crows in the sky. Rats? Crows? Could they be familiar-type monsters? It is also possible that they are summoned beasts, but familiars are more likely. These guys have already entered the maritime city and are currently looking for a passage to the interior. No, they have already found a passage, but they lack the key, so they won't be able to enter for a while. The giant armored person said in a muffled voice, "Then what are we waiting for? Attack directly. The gate at the entrance cannot hold for long. The enemy's situation is unknown, and it is very dangerous to act rashly. It is better to let the ordinary guards go and clear out these monsters." The girl said with a calm expression, "Octopus, I will leave the command of these guards to you." No problem. On the battlefield, one after another, warriors dressed in full armor appeared, holding rifles, and began to clear out the familiar monsters. Have they finally appeared? This reaction speed is a bit too slow. Were they sleeping before? The reconnaissance magic from just now must have been sent by them, but unfortunately, their methods were too crude and were easily intercepted. TSK, their reconnaissance methods are a bit too weak. Maritime Ordinary Guard, Mechanical Creation. Level, 30. Karma Value, 0. Class, Mecha Warrior, Race LV-15, Gunner, Basic LV-15. Maritime Advanced Guard, Mechanical Creation. Level, 40. Karma Value, 0. Class, Mecha Warrior, Race LV-15, Gunner, Basic LV-15, Sharpshooter, Intermediate LV-10. 2 types of creations, The basic model is only level 30, and it seems its destructive power is quite average. It is barely enough to hit rats, but it is completely useless against crows. A single wind blade decapitates them directly. Rowan's current familiar summoning level has reached the 9th tier, and the corresponding level of the summoned creatures is also 63. These guards that appeared, whether basic or advanced, are all one-shot kills. It is just a pity that most of them are deployed in various places for monitoring, and only about 20 have been summoned to participate in the battle here. The number is not very large. However, the maritime guards acting as opponents are numerous, with hundreds of them, and the deck has already turned into a chaotic battle. This is all experience, and although it is not much, it is a shame to waste it. Being eliminated by familiars will not provide Rowan with experience. The next moment, one of Rowan's clones teleported over. It was the remodeled Shadow number 1. As an experimental product, his level was too low, but after being remodeled, his level has been raised to 60. Although it is not the highest, the Shadow series of clones are originally intended to be used as consumables, so there is no need for a very high level. After Shadow number 1 appeared, it began to slaughter those guards. It was basically 1 kill per strike, with no enemy able to withstand a single blow. The people on the Explorer were eager to try, but were stopped by Rowan. It is not yet time for you to go on stage. First, find out the enemy's intelligence. These are just cannon fodder creations and are not worth your effort. It really is amazing. Are these also creations from another world? I have never seen such creatures. Ariane looked amazed. They are indeed creations from another world, but you shouldn't have never seen them. During the battles with the 8 Greed Kings back then, did you not encounter this type of creation? Ariane's old face flushed red. The battles back then, perhaps the enemies I encountered were not very comprehensive. They were all conventional guys, and I didn't come across such strange existences. Rowan had read her memories, so he naturally knew that this person had hardly participated in any battles and mostly stayed hidden in the shadows. Contrary to the people on the Explorer, the defenders inside the maritime city were somewhat unsettled. This won't do. The guards are being completely crushed. This guy's level must be over 50, right? Are there any other enemies? Why aren't we using the maritime city's cannons? The big octopus said irritably, "Are you stupid? We haven't even detected the enemy's location yet. The number of shells is limited and cannot be replenished once exhausted. Is your iron brain rusted shut?" Chimph tilde. The young girl sighed helplessly. Stop arguing at a time like this. The enemy is extremely powerful. Whoever can intercept our reconnaissance is definitely not a low-level character. The maritime city's cannons are still at a low-level stage and can't even scratch an enemy of this caliber. Plus, our guards are low-level too, and there are hardly any high-level ones. Relying on them to stop the enemy is unrealistic. The young girl felt very helpless. Her distant memories were sparse. She only knew that Lord Rick had invested resources into concealment functions, while practically nothing was invested in cannons or guards, leaving them all in a low-level state. According to him, concealment was the best defense. Even the best defense would be breached one day, but perfect concealment would never be found. She still clearly remembered how confident he looked when they parted ways. As it turned out, they were found after hiding for 200 years. This was not perfect at all. She had slept in the lowest level of the maritime city, quietly waiting for Rick's return. In the end, Rick didn't return, but an unknown number of terrifying enemies did. Our guards won't last much longer. Let me go. The enemy's strength is decent, but he is definitely no match for me, the armored man said again. Don't be careless. The enemy who entered the field is just a weakling. The real powerhouse hasn't appeared yet. And on our side, there are only 3 of us who can fight. However, if they didn't deal with this, a full-scale assault would begin. Although the maritime city looked large, it was actually much smaller compared to other guilds. Furthermore, as a mobile guild structure that also serves as an offensive unit, it wasn't a fixed location guild. Compared to those guilds, it lacked many defensive measures. It couldn't set up traps like other guilds, nor was it divided into multiple layers like a dungeon crawling game. The maritime city was just a warship. Once the enemy stepped onto the deck, they were considered to have breached the interior. And once they were inside the warship, there was basically nothing they could do. Because there were no traps or defensive facilities inside the warship at all. Damn it, how did those guys break through the outer magic defense array so quickly? There was no time to react. These enemies were truly despicable. As for the fact that she had slept for too long and failed to receive the message in time, she selectively ignored it. Armored man, go. I will mobilize the maritime city's laser cannons and machine gun clusters to cover you. Big Octopus, get ready to move out as well. Once the enemy's reinforcements appear, Armored man, make them lower their guard first, then I will immediately unleash the strongest attack to try and kill them before they can react. If the enemy is too strong, rely on Big Octopus to use debuffs and curse magic. Regardless, we must lure the enemy out first. No problem. As for me, I need to command the battle from within, so I can't fight alongside you. I'm very sorry, this battle might not end well. Battle, well, that's a good thing. I couldn't follow Lord Rick, so dying in the battle to protect the maritime city is a worthy death. At the very least, it's much better than rotting away here. The armored man was in high spirits, looking forward to the coming battle. The Big Octopus was not a battle maniac like the armored man, he considered more things. What about after the battle? If we fail, the enemy will come to seize the maritime city, right? What do you plan to do? Lord Rick once said that destroying the guild weapon would dissolve the guild. If it really comes to that, I will destroy the guild weapon. Master actually told you such information, and the guild weapon is in your hands now, right? You are truly the person the master trusted the most. Rather than staying here, I would actually prefer to have followed him on adventures. The young girl sighed. To go out on adventures, Rick had even handed the position of guild master to her. The young girl also found it strange. She was merely a created being, so how did she become the guild master? Did that even make sense? The concealment magic was already the city's highest level of defense. This small guild had not been established for long, and few resources had been invested in it. To a certain extent, Rick's theory was correct. It was just a pity that they encountered Rowan, otherwise, relying on this concealment magic, they might have even deceived the Platinum Dragon Lord. The young girl knew this time the odds were slim, but regardless, she had to fight with everything she had. On the deck, the guards had been slaughtered, with few left standing. As the distant hatch opened, a tall armored man walked out slowly, carrying a huge knight's lance. Who are you people, and why are you attacking us? Armored warrior, mechanical construct, level, LV75 justice value, 150 class. Mech Knight, race LV15, Knight, basic LV15, Lancer, basic LV15, Defense Knight, intermediate LV10, Advanced Knight, intermediate LV10, Defender, intermediate LV5, Great Knight, advanced LV5. Only level 75. Is one of the three that appeared in the historical flashback only this strong? Rowan was slightly disappointed. Even though he was mentally prepared, this guild was much weaker than he had imagined, once again breaking the lower limit of Rowan's expectations. He had originally thought that as a guild, the main defensive NPCs should at least be level 90 or above. After all, in guild wars, the enemies were all max level players, and the combat power of NPCs below max level was very limited. Shadow number 1 looked calm and was not flustered by the enemy's strength. We are from Shadow Island, and strictly speaking, we are your neighbors, so we wanted to invite you to join Shadow Island. We didn't know if there were intelligent beings inside before, which is why we adopted this course of action. Please understand. The big guy was stunned for a moment and actually believed it. Oh, that's fine, but our maritime city will not join any faction, so please go back. Go back. That won't do. In that case, let's speak with force. As for the maritime city, we cannot allow such a large threat to exist under our noses and remain at peace. The armored man became a bit angry. You are being too overbearing. We clearly never provoked you before. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Let our weapons decide everything. #218 Chapter 218 I have a bold idea. Chapter 218 I have a bold idea. Chapter 219. I have a bold idea. Shadow number 1 and the armored man quickly started fighting. Soon, Shadow number 1 was suppressed. After all, there was a difference of over 10 levels, and the outcome of this battle was already destined. One of the 3 NPCs had appeared. Rowan had a bold idea, but this plan carried a certain amount of risk. If the intelligence was wrong, it could lead to fatal danger. However, other than this, Rowan did not have any better options. To acquire a guild, taking a certain amount of risk was necessary. Unless the opponent's guild strength could reach the combat power of the 8 Greed King Sky City, the worst outcome would only be the guild being disbanded. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your assistance, but it carries a certain level of danger. Rowan's gaze swept over everyone present. Aorka was the first to state his position. Master, as long as you have use for me, I have no complaints even if I have to sacrifice my life. If I die, you must resurrect me, Crystal Dragon said with a bitter face. She was actually quite afraid of death, but the atmosphere had reached this point, so it wouldn't do to say something so discouraging. Zeshi Zetsume said indifferently, it's not like I haven't died before, just resurrect me, and it will be fine. Ying Ying, the Chaos clone, could not speak, so it was skipped. I am willing to offer everything to teacher, no matter what it is. Naya was the same as always. Very good. Actually, I would like to participate in the operation with you, but as the planner and initiator, I cannot enter it. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, we have an overwhelming advantage over the enemy, and the probability of encountering danger is extremely low. Now, listen to my arrangements. Such and such, so and so. Rowan gave a briefing and clearly arranged what everyone needed to do. Among them, Naya was the core key. Zeshi Zetsume and the Chaos clone would act as protectors. Even if they died, they had to ensure Naya's safety. Ariane and Aorka would act as combat reserves. After the arrangements were finished, everyone discussed them and did not find any obvious loopholes in Rowan's plan. Rowan gave Naya a chipao to put on. After everyone was ready, Rowan used the 2-world mandala to take them all into the space. Next, he could only hope that everything went smoothly. If any changes occurred, they would have to rely on their own ability to adapt. In capturing the maritime city, Rowan's goal was not to destroy the opponent, but to control them. The latter was much more difficult than the former. Destroying the guild weapon would disband the guild. Rowan could not be certain whether Rick's guild weapon was left in the maritime city. If the opponent had left it in the maritime city and handed it over to the NPCs to manage, that would be the worst-case scenario. Moreover, this was a high-probability event. Rowan had to prepare for the worst. A moment later, accompanied by a roar from the armored man, Shadow number 1 finally could not hold on and was smashed to the ground by a spear. His head was tilted, but his eyes were still staring straight at the armored man. No blood flowed from the broken neck, but rather some kind of silver liquid. Chem? Is it not a human? The armored man was somewhat puzzled. In a corner he didn't notice, a bizarre world barrier appeared, directly enveloping the armored man. In the eyes of others, the armored man seemed to have vanished. The young girl and the big octopus hiding in the shadows were shocked. The girl hurriedly used reconnaissance magic, but it had no effect. She used the guild weapon to pull up the NPC list. Fortunately, the armored man was still on the list, and his status had not changed. The armored man was not dead yet. What kind of magic was this? Sealing? Illusion? Or something else? Although she knew the armored man's status had not shown any abnormalities, judging by the current situation, something going wrong was only a matter of time. The girl used various reconnaissance spells, trying to find the armored man's whereabouts, but unfortunately, she found nothing. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. And in the ice space of the fourfold space, as soon as the armored man entered, he saw the hovering Rowan. Rowan had already prepared a super-tier magic, Absolute Zero. The moment the opponent appeared, he cast it, freezing him. Subsequently, he teleported behind the opponent and used optimization to acquire the opponent's memories. This Absolute Zero was truly a good spell. It could be used offensively to freeze, shatter, and exterminate enemies, and defensively to freeze and control enemies. Combined with optimization, It was simply perfect. However, it couldn't be used on low to mid-level individuals, as it would easily kill them in one hit. The armored man's memories were not extensive. As a guild creation, after transmigrating here, he had been staying in the maritime city, and for the majority of the time, he was asleep. The content in his memories was sparse. What could be confirmed was that their master was Rick. There were 4 guild members, but only Rick had transmigrated here. The guild was small in scale, and Rick was the lowest level one among them, but only he had transmigrated. After arriving in this world, Rick intended to go out to gain experience. He did not take the 3 NPCs with him, but only took some resources, then handed the most precious guild weapon to the NPC girl. Afterward, he returned a few times, but after the last time he left, he never returned. They followed Rick's instructions to guard the maritime city, and the girl had the highest authority. Not only did she possess the guild weapon, but she could also use the various functions of the guild, making her the person with the highest guild authority besides Rick. The girl was the person with the highest authority in the guild. As for exactly what permissions she had, he did not know. If necessary, she would destroy the guild to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. As for world-class items, they were not in his memories, perhaps they were carried by Rick, and now there was no telling where they had ended up. So that was it. He had handed everything regarding the guild to the NPCs. Rick really trusted them. However, in this case, for an intruder, the difficulty level had been raised to the maximum. Players would choose to compromise to save their lives, but loyal NPCs would not do so. Most of them would choose mutual destruction. Use downfall of castle and country to control the armored man? No, after the armored man was controlled, the guild's NPC list would definitely show an abnormality. The girl possessed high-level authority and could see this information. Rowan could not take any risks. It was not worth using downfall of castle and country on him. This item needed to be used in a critical place. Using soul stripping to control him wouldn't work either. If the opponent chose death over surrender, it would be extremely dangerous. If the girl saw the armored man die and directly destroyed the guild, then all the hard work would have been for nothing. No matter how small the probability was, Rowan did not want to take that risk. Therefore, he could only choose the backup plan. A previous attempt could now be tested. He summoned the mask clone from the two-world mandala. This clone had only appeared once before, named Mask. An important reason was that he possessed powerful disguise abilities. His own combat strength could only be called average, but his disguise ability was top tier. Although it was far from reaching the powerful disguise ability of Ains Olgaun's own son, it was still sufficient to deal with ordinary people. Combined with the memories Rowan acquired through optimization, the possibility of infiltrating the guild was very high. Moreover, the armored man wore armor wherever he went, which greatly reduced the possibility of the mask being discovered. Chapter 219 Downfall of Castle and Country. Chapter 220 Downfall of Castle and Country. Rowan took off the armored man's equipment one by one, even removing the armor itself. The body inside the armor was a mechanical apparatus. The whole thing was just like a robot. The mask imitated the appearance inside according to his form. His body writhed continuously, quickly transforming into the appearance of the armored man's interior. If one observed carefully, subtle differences could still be detected. There are still many areas that need improvement for the mask clone. Next, the clone put on the armor and took up the various items and equipment. It looked quite convincing. Among them, as the core key to Rowan's plan, the two-world mandala was also placed inside his body. This was also the first time Rowan had entrusted a world-class item to a clone. The greatest risk of this plan was that the two-world mandala might be directly seized. The biggest weak point of this plan was Rowan's clone itself. After all, Rowan's clone was only level 75, and it wasn't even a combat-type clone. Although this possibility was extremely low, it still existed. Once such a thing happened, with 2 world-class items lost and 5 important subordinates controlled, the loss would be devastating. Although safety had been confirmed through the armored man's memories could be forged. It was better to be safe than sorry. If it weren't for the need for a guild as a backing, Rowan would never have taken such a risk. Everything was ready. From here on out, he would have to play it by ear. Accompanied by the shattering of space, the armored man fell from the air. He looked extremely disheveled. The device inside the armor connected to the channel. Armored man, what just happened? Why did we suddenly lose contact? A girl's crisp voice came through the earpiece in the armor. I don't know. I was hit by some kind of item, and a space similar to a seal appeared. There was a guy inside who was extremely powerful. I fought with all my might to defeat it, and then the seal was lifted. That's what happened. Cough, cough. Are you okay? My energy consumption is high, but the remaining energy is enough to kill one more person if I risk my life, the armored man said very proudly. Rowan was imitating the armored man's tone and personality. After obtaining the opponent's memories, imitating him was very convenient. The girl used the NPC list to check the armored man's status again and found everything to be normal. As for the armored man's nonsense, she didn't believe it because he often exaggerated. Damn intruders. If you have the guts, come forward. You damn bastards, I can take on a whole group of you by myself. Come at me all at once, the armored man roared. However, no one responded to him. Whether it was the big rats or the crows, those that could run had already run away clean, leaving behind only a pile of debris. The armored man waited for a while, but still, no enemies appeared. The big octopus asked in the channel, could it be that the enemies aren't as powerful as we imagined, and this enemy in front of us is already the strongest among them? The channel they were using was connected via items, and the real game channel had disappeared as soon as they arrived in this world, which was why their communication had been interrupted in the fourfold space. If it were the game's channel, they wouldn't have this trouble. The girl's voice came from the channel. The situation is a bit off. Since no new enemies have appeared, let's retreat and regroup first. Don't bring anything else back, have the guards take the debris to the isolation area for processing. Understood. At the hatch, the armored man recited the password to open the door. They did not suspect that the armored man had been swapped. In the conference room, the three of them gathered together once again. Is this the girl? She looked similar to a human girl, but she also had some sea folk characteristics. The small wings on her lower back were quite interesting, similar to those of a succubus, and her ears were a clear sea folk trait. Most of her other features remained human. To be precise, she should be a deep-sea girl. How is it? Did you find anything? The armored man asked impatiently. Both his demeanor and tone were exactly the same as the real armored man. No, we still haven't been able to find any traces of the enemy. The original plan to lure the snake out of its hole has also failed. The opponent is even more cautious than we imagined. The girl frowned, thinking of countermeasures. The enemy was too mysterious, and the information revealed by the first wave of enemies didn't have much value. Now that their outer defenses had been destroyed, it was only a matter of time before the internal defenses were breached. Maritime City's level was too low, and it couldn't withstand high-level powerhouses in any aspect. After all, it was just a new guild that had been established for a very short time. Should we run? Our energy should still be able to support us using deep-sea stealth once, right? Deep-sea stealth? Rowan, using the armored man's vision, sneered in his heart. If you used this ability, you would only get a desperate result. Originally, he was quite worried that the guild would activate a long-distance teleportation and the entire guild would teleport away, but through the armored man's memories, he knew that the Maritime City Guild didn't have such capability. In fact, no guild had this ability. Individual teleportation was fine, but teleporting an entire guild was exponentially more difficult than individual teleportation. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. As for deep-sea stealth, it was for Maritime City to dive directly into the deep sea to escape. This operation required a massive amount of energy, and it was hard to say whether they could shake off the enemy, so the girl didn't want to take the risk. I'm afraid deep-sea stealth might not necessarily achieve our goal. Then what should we do? The armored man maintained his original persona, making a foolish sound. We still need to collect information about the enemy first. Since they didn't show themselves earlier, this time we will take the initiative to attack. The girl began to consider which plan to use for reconnaissance. It was about time. Just in case, Rowan hadn't shown his fangs from the beginning because he was worried the enemy might be prepared, but now, it was about time. The clone used communication magic to notify everyone inside the two-world mandala to get ready. Oh, right, I picked up a little something inside that seal. I don't know if it's useful. The armored man pulled out something that looked like a scroll from inside his armor. The scroll emitted a mysterious aura and did not look like an ordinary object. The girl frowned slightly. Bringing an object of unknown origin back to Maritime City was very dangerous, especially when the enemy's strength was greater than theirs. She looked at the scroll, and at the same time, the scroll emitted a light. 5 figures of various sizes appeared in the conference room. Oh no! Subconsciously, the girl was about to take out her guild weapon. But at this moment, she saw a girl wearing a chipao, and on that girl's chipao, a dragon-shaped soared into the air. Downfall of Castle and Country activated. #220 Chapter 220 The Sea City changes hands. Chapter 220 Maritime City changes hands. Chapter 221 Maritime City changes hands. Under the effect of Downfall of Castle and Country, the young girl's expression became vacant. It worked. The heart that Rowan had been holding in his chest finally settled halfway. What he worried about most was that several max-level bruisers were lying in ambush within the guild, and that they would be mobbed by a crowd of them the moment they entered. Secondly, he was worried that the opponent might possess a world-class item capable of granting immunity to Downfall of Castle and Country. If that were the case, while his side wouldn't suffer any losses, there was no guarantee the opponent wouldn't simply disband the guild. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Naya checked the status. Teacher, it is completely under control. Seeing that the situation was dire, the big octopus tried to flee, but unfortunately, facing the ferocious mob, let alone someone like it who was only level 75, even a level 90 entity would be unable to withstand their combined assault. Rowan was the first to strike. Flame Prison. A massive cage of fire restricted the opponent's movement. Ariane followed closely behind. Dragon Claw Cage. Weakness. Sleep. Aging. A series of negative status effects and curses were cast one after another, rapidly weakening the big octopus. Aorca blocked the doorway, his sharp blade unsheathed. Should the big octopus make any suspicious movements, he would deliver a fatal strike. Chaos Clone and Zeshi Zetsume protected Naya in the center. Chaos Clone transformed into a massive black shield to guard the rear, while Zeshi Zetsume, wearing her artifact armor, shielded Naya behind her. Although Chaos Clone did not have high intelligence, it could understand its master's words and execute orders. Under the protection of the two, Naya's safety was greatly enhanced. Even the cleanliness-throwing spear thrown by Shaltair could not pierce through Zeshi Zetsume, who was wearing artifact armor, to cause harm to Naya behind her. Downfall of Castle and Country had successfully controlled the young girl, and she now obeyed the user's commands completely. Naya, have her hand over the guild weapon to me. Young girl, hand the guild weapon to him. Naya pointed at the masked clone and said to the young girl. Yes. The young girl waved her hand without hesitation. A katana emerged from the ground, which she then handed to Rowan's clone. The clone took it and glanced at its attributes. Maritime City Command Sword, Guild Weapon. Rank, Legacy, LV53. Description, the Guild Weapon of Maritime City. Increases slashing damage by 10%. The weapon's destructive power can be enhanced by injecting magic power. The weapon was indeed a guild weapon, and its attributes were truly trash. Compared to Ains Ol Gown's Great Tomb of Nazarick guild weapon, it wasn't just a little bit trashy, it was garbage. One had to know that Ains Ol Gown's guild weapon was at least level 90 or higher, an existence surpassing the artifact level. As for this one, it didn't even reach the relic level. It was at a tier that even if it were given to Rowan, he wouldn't bother using it. The big octopus knew the situation was lost. Even the young girl had been controlled by the opponent using unknown means. Armored man, you actually betrayed Maritime City? No, he couldn't possibly do such a thing. Who exactly are you? The armored man's body twisted for a moment before quickly reverting to the appearance of a black-haired youth, who looked 3 or 4 parts similar to Rowan. He had no intention of explaining, but instead said to Naya, "Have the young girl disengage all defenses and open the hatch." Naya relayed the instructions, but the young girl replied, "Cannot do so. Disengaging all defenses requires authorization confirmed by the guild weapon." The clone handed the weapon to the young girl, and she quickly lifted the restrictions. The big octopus wore a look of despair. Now, it was truly impossible to turn the tide. From the start of the battle to the end, it didn't even know the opponent's identity. Were they natives? No, that didn't seem likely. They were extremely familiar with the guild system, information that natives could never know. Could they be, like its master, existences from another world? The big octopus's mind raced as it pondered countermeasures. It was now completely impossible to retake Maritime City. What it needed to consider was how to survive. A moment later, Rowan's original body arrived at the conference room. "Now, have her add me to the guild, and then transfer the guild master authority to me." Rowan wasn't entirely sure if this would succeed. It could only serve as a test. If he couldn't obtain the authority, the things he could do would be severely limited. Rowan possessed a player interface and, in principle, belonged to the players. After transmigrating, the guild system had undergone massive changes. In the story, Ainzoul Gown could access various guild interfaces, but as for operations like adding members or transferring the guild master position, it was uncertain whether they could be completed. After Naya gave the instructions, the young girl did not refuse. It seemed there shouldn't be a problem. Soon, a prompt appeared in front of Rowan. "Do you wish to join the Level 1 Guild, Maritime City?" "Confirm Decline." Rowan clicked Confirm. "Congratulations, you have joined the Maritime City Guild. Guild Master Young Girl is transferring the Guild Master authority of Maritime City to you. Do you accept?" "Confirm Decline." Rowan clicked Confirm. On his interface, in addition to stats and inventory, a new guild system interface had appeared. After opening the interface, Rowan saw the guild's attributes. Maritime City. Guild Level 1. Guild EXP, 831,000. NPC Points, 225, used, 250, total points. At the top were a few lines of attributes, and below were many sub-items. For example, guild members, guild NPCs, defense system, stronghold layout, guild warehouse, and so on. Among them, there was only one guild member, Rowan, whose position was guild master. As for the NPCs, there were 3 members, the young girl, the octopus, and the armored man. It was truly strange. Could the guild master authority really be transferred to an NPC? This certainly wouldn't be allowed in the game. Perhaps some peculiar changes had occurred after the transmigration. The defense system was also very primitive and simple, with only 200 basic soldiers and 50 advanced soldiers. The soldier type was combat robot. As for the stronghold, currently there was only the battleship core, and the surrounding sea area was empty. He didn't know what kind of mindset the guy who established the guild originally had to choose a stronghold like the sea. Although this place was remote, the ocean had absolutely no defensive advantages. Compared to underground or aerial locations, its defensive capabilities were much weaker. On the open sea, anti-reconnaissance was difficult to perform, far less covert than underground locations. The only advantage was that it could move. Maritime City was perhaps originally designed as a high-mobility, high-attack type rather than a defensive guild. The maximum guild level was 10, but Maritime City was only level 1. No wonder there were only 3 NPCs. It wasn't that they didn't want to create more, but because the level was too low, they didn't have enough NPC points. For things like guild levels, one mainly had to invest resources into construction to gain experience and thereby increase the level. Therefore, most people choosing a guild stronghold would select powerful dungeons that already possessed rich resources. After clearing them, one could directly utilize these resources, allowing the level to be raised rapidly upon establishment. As for Maritime City, the battleship chosen was all alone. Although it was quite unique, it was barren of resources, and therefore its level was extremely low. Chapter 221. This guild has a promising future. Chapter 222. This guild has a promising future. When the Maritime City Guild was established, the founder likely held the mindset of, since the game is shutting down anyway, I'll just build a special guild and set sail with it. There was no intention of building a powerful guild, and there were absolutely no plans for the future. Then again, with the game shutting down, who would bother with development? The guild level was low, and the resources in the warehouse were pathetically scarce. Almost nothing was left. Rowan felt a massive headache. If a guild with such a low level were used as a base, its defensive capabilities would be even worse than the Forgotten Island. If not for the fear of the opponent resorting to mutual destruction, Rowan could have easily broken through the warship's defenses himself. Relying on Maritime City to fend off the ravenous people of Maritime City was simply impossible. As for concealment, the innate concealment magic it came with was actually quite good. It was the highest level of defense Maritime City possessed. However, it wasn't perfect, and he would have to put in a lot of effort to set up magic circles later on. It was dirt poor. Rowan was very troubled. However, among the current 3 major guilds, the 6 Great Gods Guild had already disbanded. Although the Sky City Guild was powerful, it was in a state of no guild master. The guild master had died, and the guild weapon had been taken by the Platinum Dragon Lord. Although the Sky City Guild still existed, it was being maintained by NPCs. It was in a state with no players, only NPCs. Judging from the memories obtained from the Elf King, it was highly unlikely that there was a mechanic to transfer the guild master position to an NPC. Therefore, obtaining guild authority was almost impossible. In the game, one might have been able to seize a guild base by initiating a guild war, but unfortunately, what Rowan needed was the guild itself, not just the base. Therefore, no matter how low-level Maritime City was, Rowan couldn't give it up. It was the only way he could obtain a guild. After obtaining guild authority, the next step was some testing. Rowan tried to invite Zeshi Zetsume and the others, trying them one by one, but all failed with the error message target unselectable. It was likely that to invite others to join the guild, only players who also possessed a panel could do so. And in the NPC list, there was only an option to create NPCs, not to invite NPCs to join. However, whether NPCs joined or not didn't really matter, because the guild didn't have any so-called guild buffs. In the real world, adding a guild member was just a matter of Rowan's word. By giving a member a guild ring, they could operate within the guild. The only drawback was that these informal NPC members could not be resurrected using gold coins. Rowan didn't have any gold coins anyway, and there was no way to determine their status. Whether they were controlled, dead, or in any other state, Rowan couldn't see it from the guild panel. It was slightly regrettable, but being able to get his hands on the Maritime City Guild was already a matter worth celebrating. This minor flaw was acceptable. Before this, Rowan had even prepared himself for the authority transfer to fail. Everything going smoothly now was a happy outcome for everyone. With everything settled, Rowan, who had been tense, finally smiled. Everyone, we succeeded. From now on, this guild from another world, Maritime City, is completely under my control. From this day forward, this will be our true base, our true home. Congratulations, Master. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. When Rowan had previously mentioned there was a life-threatening danger, it had given them quite a scare. They hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly, with the enemies being taken down directly without any trouble. A home. Zeshi Zetsume looked around, but she didn't have much of a sense of reality regarding this steel structure. The Maritime City flagship had multiple areas. These included the warehouse area, research area, armory, rest area, large cafeteria, isolation zone, command center, and so on. The flagship's external firepower mainly consisted of cannons, laser cannons, reconnaissance devices, and so on, but they were all at the initial level 1, and their power was very limited. They could only handle entities below level 60, they were fine for clearing out cannon fodder, but couldn't be relied upon against true experts. If he wanted to upgrade them later, he would have to invest resources. In short, no matter what he wanted to do, it required resources. Rowan told everyone to go familiarize themselves with the environment first. As for himself, he released the armored man and then took the 3 NPCs to the isolation zone. The isolation zone was a special area within the flagship that was isolated from the interior, used for storing dangerous items. After taking the 3 NPCs there and reading the memories of the other 2, Rowan had Naya lift the effect of the downfall of castle and country. Although the young girl knew more information, for Rowan, who had already gained control of Maritime City, her intelligence was no longer important. After the control was lifted, the girl's face was pale. She sat on the floor with a look of self-abandonment. The big octopus looked dejected, evidently aware that the person before him was now the true master of Maritime City. In this situation, there was no room for any reversal. Even killing the opponent wouldn't work, unless they controlled him and transferred the authority back to the girl. But that was simply impossible to achieve. Rowan looked at the 3 of them calmly. Naya, standing to the side, was still wearing her cheongsam. If Rowan needed it, he could instantly control one of them. The armored man recovered and wanted to shout and scream, but was immediately controlled by Rowan using several spells. Seeing that the 3 had regained consciousness, Rowan spoke. Everyone, although some unfortunate things have happened, looking at the results, I am now the Guild Master of Maritime City. Since you, as NPCs of Maritime City, were created by the previous Guild Master, Lord Rick, what are your thoughts on this? The girl smiled miserably. Kill me. I have failed the Master's trust. It was I who lost Maritime City. Would killing her return NPC points? Rowan didn't know. The plot didn't contain relevant content, and there was no such information in the 3 individuals' memories. If it didn't, he would be wasting NPC points for nothing. That stuff was extremely precious, and there weren't many ways to obtain it. Even for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, where Ain's Owl Gown spent heavily, there were only over 2,000 points. Unless necessary, Rowan didn't want to waste even a single NPC point. The big octopus said, "Winner takes all. Your methods are extremely impressive. To us, you are overwhelmingly powerful. I am convinced of my defeat. You are the new Maritime City Guild Master. I only hope you can treat Maritime City well." His octopus eyes quietly sized up Rowan, and he began to organize a plan in his mind, an acceptable surrender plan. As for choosing death or being expelled from the guild, he had never considered either of these options. Mixing with those natives outside and completely losing his status as a member of Maritime City would be worse than just dying for him. However, how exactly should he bring up the topic of their willingness to surrender? 222 Chapter 222 New Home. Chapter 222, New Home. Chapter 223, New Home. Rowan did not know what the big octopus was thinking, only that its eyes were darting around, and it was likely plotting some nefarious scheme. But it did not matter. Given their strength, they could no longer make any waves. Rowan rubbed his temples. Let me ask you a question. Are you loyal to your creator, Rick, or are you loyal to Maritime City? The big octopus felt a surge of joy in its heart, but its expression remained calm. It exchanged a glance with the girl. Lord Rick is our creator. We respect him as a father. As for Maritime City, this is our home. The two are not the same and cannot be compared. I know what you mean. Lord Rick is dead, and we are actually very clear on that point. It is actually a good thing that Maritime City has a new successor. The big octopus said, since you were able to join the guild and become the new guild master, you must be like Lord Rick, a being from another world. Rowan smiled. Although it might be a bit different from what you imagine, you can generally think of it that way. I possess the qualifications to inherit Maritime City, and after inheriting it, I will find ways to make Maritime City constantly stronger. Therefore, I am quite hesitant about the 3 of you. The big octopus seemed quite intelligent and quick on the uptake, at least, a bit smarter than the girl. It was just that this fellow lacked a human form, making it look a bit strange. The big octopus hurriedly said, actually, I think accepting you as our new master is a very normal thing. After all, like our former master Rick, you are also a supreme being. You are the true successor of Maritime City, while the girl is merely a temporary administrator. She is just a housekeeper and can never become the master. I think she feels the same way. We were waiting for the master to return. Since the master has passed away, the return of his successor is the same thing. The girl glared at the big octopus. You fellow, are you planning to betray Maritime City? The big octopus muttered, what betrayal? I am just welcoming back the true master. Before, it was only because we did not know the new master's identity that we fought to the death. If the new master had revealed his identity earlier, I do not think there would have been such a conflict. The big octopus knelt down. Although it was an octopus, it imitated a human posture. Master, please accept my allegiance. The old master has passed away, and the new master will lead Maritime City to greatness once again. I firmly believe in this. Good grief, it surrendered too quickly. I only gave a slight hint, and had not even stated it clearly yet. Rowan's face remained expressionless. He released the restrictions on the armored man. If the other party launched an attack regardless of the consequences, Rowan would grant him death. Unexpectedly, this thick-eyebrowed, big-eyed fellow also knelt down respectfully and performed a knight's salute. Respected master, please accept my allegiance. As the big octopus said, you are undoubtedly the new master. Your wisdom, your power, and your appearance are all sufficient to inherit Maritime City. Perhaps, if the former Lord Rick knew that a new successor had appeared who could lead Maritime City forward, he would be gratified. Whether he would be gratified or not, I do not know, but knowing how loyal you are, he would probably laugh out loud. Rowan thought to himself, amused. The girl sighed and also knelt down respectfully. Maritime City can only be led by a truly supreme existence. Just as the big octopus said, I am merely a housekeeper. I had always hoped for Lord Rick's return, but since Lord Rick can no longer return, the new master is naturally the object of our allegiance. Rowan did not speak but walked slowly. The three maintained their kneeling posture, not daring to move. They were very clear that their lives and deaths were entirely in the other party's hands. He seemed to consider it for a good while, then said, whether to let you join us, I still need to consider. As for now, just stay here for the time being. Rowan left with Naya, leaving behind the three people with sorrowful expressions. Maritime City, can we still go back? If we had known the other party's identity earlier, would it have been better to welcome them to join from the beginning? The girl felt somewhat melancholy. For them, Maritime City was their home. Now that the head of the house had changed, if they were expelled from this home, she really did not know what to do. The most desolate outcome she could imagine was being buried in the sea along with Maritime City. Now there was an even more terrifying outcome, being expelled from Maritime City. Returning to the large conference room, the five of them were still wandering around. They were full of curiosity about this large warship. Aoka cared most about the military aspect and had already run off to study the main ship's armaments. Zeshi Zetsume was very curious about the various internal areas and even went to the large cafeteria to see if she could get something to eat. Unfortunately, the cafeteria here had not been used for too long, and there was nothing left. Ariane was interested in written records, but unfortunately, the original owner of this place did not care about such things. She searched for a long time but could not find anything related to texts. The Chaos clone was just running around aimlessly, simply enjoying running back and forth. Waiting in the conference hall for the others to return. Naya asked with some confusion. Teacher, the three of them are our enemies after all, and their strength is not very high. Furthermore, they are loyal to their creator. Normally, you would not consider accepting them. Why are you considering it this time? Is it because killing them would cause you some losses? This girl's mind was quite sharp. Yes, those reasons exist. I will weigh this carefully myself. Apologies, I overstepped. No, it's nothing. Rowan used a message to notify the four of them, and soon they returned to the large conference room. You have already wandered around here and have a rough understanding of this place. This will be our home from now on. I will exert my full efforts to develop this place later on, but before that, I need to confirm one thing. Rowan looked at everyone, and the four of them looked at Rowan with confusion. As mentioned before, I plan to use Maritime City as the core for future development, with Forgotten Island as our public base. All kinds of high-level resources will be transferred to Maritime City. You have all lived on Forgotten Island for some time. If you like it there, you can continue to stay on Forgotten Island. As for Maritime City, acting as the core, It will exist in the form of a secret organization. The control over intelligence will be stricter, and whether joining here or conducting external operations, everything will be much more rigorous. Therefore, before formally joining, I am giving you a chance to choose. The people before him were all people Rowan valued highly. Naturally, he had to give them enough respect rather than directly arranging things for them. Chapter 223, Arrangements. Chapter 224, Arrangements. Aorka was still the first to speak up. I naturally follow your arrangements. Wherever you intend for me to go, that is where I will go. As Rowan's creation, his relationship with Rowan was even closer than that between a father and son. He was someone truly loyal to Rowan, and thus Rowan trusted him implicitly. Before this, all sorts of important matters had also been handed over to him to handle. Naya also said, I will continue to follow and learn from teacher. Naya had never been to Forgotten Island and had no impression of it, but since she could choose to follow teacher always, she was naturally very happy. Chaos Clone was skipped directly, as Rowan's contract, wherever Rowan went, it went. Zeshi Zetsume said indifferently, it does not matter to me where I go. If entering Maritime City allows me to be closer to you, then naturally I choose Maritime City. She licked her lips, she just wanted a child right now, but unfortunately, she did not know if she was not capable enough or if Rowan was not capable enough, as there had been no movement so far. Ariane preferred the research atmosphere of Forgotten Island. After all, she was a dragon who loved magic. Although she had complained endlessly when she first arrived on the island, she had grown quite fond of the place after getting used to it. The research environment of Forgotten Island was very special, and the White Tower system was the best tool for magic researchers. One had to admit that Rowan, who invented this, was truly a genius. Using the White Tower system, everyone could not only update their research progress in real time but also publish proven research results on it for others to use. A single White Tower system was worth a cave full of magic books, and the knowledge within it was constantly accumulating. It was hard to imagine just how vast the knowledge of the White Tower would be in thousands of years. Although the strength of those mags was not high, their drive to research magic was even stronger than hers. However, the core was clearly Maritime City now. Even if she liked Forgotten Island, she had to choose Maritime City now, and she dared not say anything else. Same here. Crystal Dragon Ariane very intelligently submitted to Rowan's will. Seeing that everyone trusted him so much, Rowan was also very happy. I am very happy for everyone's trust in me. Rowan took out the guild rings and handed them to each of them. This is a guild ring. It needs to be bound using your own soul, and others cannot impersonate you. Once activated, it can teleport you back to Maritime City. Only those who possess the ring can move freely within Maritime City. This is also a symbol of your identity, so you must protect it well. If you lose it, you will be unable to find your way back to Maritime City. Everyone took their own rings with joyful faces. It was clear that they had been officially incorporated into the scope of Rowan's forces. In fact, this type of guild ring was not unique to Maritime City. For the guild's NPCs, this ring was optional, but for people from the outside, they could not enter the guild without a ring. In the plot, Mare and the succubus were bestowed with guild rings. For them, identity verification was optional, as they were already in the guild's NPC list and belonged to the guild members. The only useful function of the ring for them was teleportation. The Sky City Guild was the same. As a direct descendant of the 8 Greed Kings, the Elf King possessed such a guild ring, but because he did not get along with others, he took the ring and left the guild, eventually ending up in Rowan's hands. It was estimated that he had left the guild for too long. When he was fleeing for his life during the battle, he did not even consider teleporting back to the guild, choosing instead to go outside the royal capital. As a result, he was directly scooped into the fourfold space by Rowan, losing his last chance to escape. Of course, even if he had used the guild ring at that time, it would have been difficult for him to escape because this type of teleportation required channeling. As long as Rowan noticed it, he could directly use the fourfold space to interrupt it. Rowan explained the situation regarding the rings to everyone, as well as some rules and restrictions for using teleportation. The permissions of the guild ring could also be customized. Under normal circumstances, it could teleport one to most areas within the guild, but Rowan had set it so that it could only teleport to a fixed teleportation room, serving only as a function to teleport home, and it could not be used to teleport to any location at will. In principle, they did not belong to the true guild members, but after the permissions were transferred, Rowan adjusted the settings so that only he could see the NPC list. In the future, he would treat those from outside and those he created equally, and he would no longer disclose the differences between them and the created NPCs to the outside world. By completely blurring the differences between the two, he prevented the appearance of different internal factions and situations of mutual hostility. Aorca, although you have joined Maritime City, I still need you to manage the island at Forgotten Island. At the same time, you need to collect a large quantity of materials and bring them back after preliminary forging on Forgotten Island. You must remember that Forgotten Island is our open stronghold, while Maritime City is our hidden core. It is fine if information about Forgotten Island is leaked, but information about Maritime City must be kept absolutely confidential. Yes. May I ask which materials are needed? I will compile a list for you in a moment. As for the others, although I have not restricted your freedom, for the sake of safety, it is better to go to Forgotten Island less often. After making the arrangements, Rowan assigned rooms for them. The members of Maritime City were still too few. Subsequently, he would need to recruit some more reliable people from Forgotten Island. It did not matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they were reliable. All research materials from Forgotten Island were also copied back to Maritime City, and some core research projects were also transferred into Maritime City. Forgotten Island would no longer participate in research to prevent the leakage of core information. Matters related to magic research would be managed by Ariane. Setting aside her combat power, her magic research ability was the strongest among everyone besides Rowan. After arranging everything for everyone, they went to decorate their new homes. As for Rowan, he came to the captain's cabin on the top floor. This place was very spacious and offered a view of the ocean on all four sides. It was practically like a large villa on the sea. If there were not so many enemies and the impending threats, Rowan could even play fleet games, but unfortunately, with powerful enemies at the doorstep, he could only invest his main resources into the main ship for now. As for the other ships, Rowan did not consider them at all. His own room was quite large, but it was a bit lonely. Perhaps he could consider getting a maid in the future. That would probably be a long time from now. Lying on the bed for the first time in a long while, looking at the pitch-black sea surface outside the window, Rowan felt a long-lost sense of peace in his heart. Here, no one could sneak in for reconnaissance, and no one could break in without making a sound. Although the guild level was low, it was still a true guild, and its defensive power could not be compared to other facilities. Rowan had a good sleep for the first time in a long while. Although it was his first time spending the night in Maritime City, he felt exceptionally at ease. #224 Chapter 224 Lana's Good News. Chapter 224 Princess Rena's Good News. Chapter 225 Princess Rena's Good News. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Rowan returned to the safe zone. The three of them were waiting in the corner, looking haggard. Why give them an answer in the morning? The reason was simple: optimization had been used yesterday, and the skill's cooldown hadn't finished. After some discussion, I have decided to readmit you. Come here. I am willing to accept your allegiance. The group's faces lit up with surprise. They came over and knelt before Rowan. Rowan placed his hand on theirs, appearing to perform a ceremony of accepting their allegiance. In reality, he was secretly using optimization to read their memories. The young girl was the first. Rowan read her memories. She truly had no ulterior motives, no plans to endure humiliation for a greater goal, nor did she intend to be a traitor serving three masters. Her only wish was to remain in Maritime City, and the fact that her master was no longer the original one was not something she couldn't accept. Next was the big octopus. This fellow had a sharp mind, but its thoughts were firm: to return to Maritime City and pledge allegiance to its new master. Its mind was filled with various ideas and plans on how to earn the new master's trust. If the young girl only wanted to return to Maritime City, the big octopus was a complete sycophant. It really made one not know what to say. While it was very pleasing that they were willing to surrender, the fact that they gave up their original master so easily made their loyalty seem rather low. Next. The armored man's thoughts were very simple. Such a powerful new master, serving him was a good thing. If the other party didn't want him, he would just beg more and see if he could get a chance. Although Rowan knew this guy was simple-minded when he read his memories last time, he had now confirmed that fact again. During the day yesterday, the three of them had only been discussing how to demonstrate their loyalty and how to make Rowan believe in their genuine surrender. They had even devised plans for Rowan to place restrictions on them or allow them to redeem themselves through service. However, they were lucky, none of that was necessary. All right, I have readmitted you to Maritime City. From now on, you must protect Maritime City well and obey my orders. This is a chance for you. If you betray Maritime City or betray me, then death will be your final destination. Why did that sound so strange? Turning the tables? It seemed he was the intruder, after all. Never mind, regardless, he was the master of Maritime City now. He looked at the three of them sternly, and they swore oaths to obey their master's orders and guard Maritime City to the death. Rowan nodded with satisfaction. Their living quarters remained where they were before. Rowan had actually already checked them and found nothing special. As for their relationships with the new members, he would let them get familiar on their own. Rowan had no intention of throwing a banquet or anything like that. In the following time, Rowan transferred the core of the Forgotten Island to Maritime City, including some high-level resources, magic books, and the core knowledge of the White Tower system. Furthermore, he bestowed rings upon the other core members, including Princess Rena, Karina, and the other contract holders, with the exception of the landfall. Anyway, the rings could only teleport to the teleportation room and were soulbound, so it wouldn't be easy for anyone to sneak in. Even Rowan, after obtaining the Elf King's ring, could do some things but could not use the teleportation function within it. However, even so, if utilized well, one could still sneak into Sky City. To sneak into Sky City, various schemes were indispensable. With the addition of personnel, the number of members in Maritime City was growing. Among them, the created NPCs remained only those three, but the number of external members had reached over a dozen. The guild's warehouse, after continuous replenishment, had now become well stocked. Although most of it consisted of materials from this world, they could still be used for guild construction. In the construction list for the Maritime City stronghold, there were many buildable facilities, but they were basically warship-class facilities, consistent with the style of the main ship. Furthermore, depending on the size and level, the materials consumed varied. Currently, the level of Maritime City was only 1, so the facilities that could be built had to be equal to or lower than that level. There were levels from low to high, but unfortunately, Rowan did not want to build a fleet. If he had abundant resources, it wouldn't matter, but with limited resources, being able to strengthen the core was already good enough. As for other fleets, don't even think about it, unless he had more resources than he could use in the future. Whether such high-level warships could be built in the future remained an unknown. As for the main ship, the focus of reinforcement was on stealth and defense. If there was any spare capacity, he would reinforce mobility. As for attack power, it was unnecessary, saving resources for other areas was better. With Rowan's strength, his destructive power was already sufficient, and any missing destructive power could be supplemented by guild members. Rowan's goal was simple: to establish a guild with high stealth and decent defensive capabilities, raising the guild level within his means rather than pouring all resources into it. The construction of the fleet would take some time, but Rowan was not idle during this period. The construction method was entirely handled by the guild system's own expansion. There was no need for Rowan to build it personally. While the guild side began to advance slowly, on the other side, he also had to start planning. Sky City was once one of the most powerful guilds in the game, perhaps even stronger than the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Unlike Maritime City, Sky City's last guild leader died in an ambush outside, and even the guild weapon was lost. Therefore, the current Sky City had no such thing as a guild leader and relied purely on the NPCs created in the past. Once these NPCs all died, the guild would naturally dissolve. Thus, obtaining authorization for Sky City was impossible because the person who could grant him authorization no longer existed. This was a complete dead end. All Rowan could do was obtain resources from Sky City. Just as Rowan was planning his next move, good news arrived from the kingdom. The new job class that Princess Rena had been stuck on for a long time was finally completed. Upon receiving the news, Rowan felt relieved. The seeds he had planted years ago had finally blossomed and borne fruit. As expected of a super genius, she was able to qualify for a high-level job class entirely on her own. After acquiring this new job class, Rowan would no longer need to fear anyone in this world. Anyone, even the Platinum Dragon Lord, he now had the capital to contend with. Using teleportation, Rowan arrived at the palace garden. Outsiders had been cleared away, leaving only Princess Rena. Now, Princess Rena was already the queen, but her attire was not much different from when she was Princess Rena. Upon seeing Rowan, she slowly bowed. "Teacher, it has been a long time. How have you been lately?" A perfect smile appeared on her face, making one unable to help but lower their guard. "It hasn't been that long, has it?" "It's clearly, Rowan frowned, feeling something wasn't quite right. Chapter 225 World Shadow. Chapter 226 World Shadow. Princess Rena tilted her head and looked at Rowan. "Teacher, it has been 2 years since we last met, hasn't it? You haven't come to visit Princess Rena for so long." She wore a look of grievance. Rowan observed Princess Rena. When he saw her stats, his heart skipped a beat. Princess Rena, human. Level, 410. Justice value, -50. Class, Queen, normal 4-1. Actress, normal 4-4. Genius, basic 4-5. Did I transmigrate? No, that's impossible. This must be an illusion, but how could an illusion deceive a player's interface? Rowan activated his all-seeing eyes and caught a trace of something peculiar. The person before him was real. She possessed a real body, a real stat interface, and a real soul. There was no difference from a human. If he weren't so familiar with Princess Rena, if this were his first time seeing her, he would have been deceived 9 times out of 10. She was too realistic, yet there was a hint of discordance. It was her soul. Although it appeared identical to the real one, there were still slight differences from Princess Rena. "This is a clone, isn't it, Princess Rena? You truly didn't disappoint me. I was almost fooled by you." Princess Rena's expression stiffened, then she closed her eyes and stood motionless like a doll. The real Princess Rena walked out from the shadows, her face full of disappointment. "Still couldn't deceive your eyes. Even though it was so realistic that even I, the creator, couldn't distinguish her from myself, I was still recognized by you. Could it be that you understand me even better than I understand myself?" That's not it. It's just that I have a very deep understanding of souls, coupled with some judgment based on details. Rowan looked at Princess Rena and saw the Sea Guild ring on her left ring finger. Princess Rena obviously noticed Rowan's gaze. She touched her ring, a morbid smile appearing on her face. "You really saw through it. As expected, you will never disappoint me." Princess Rena, human. Level, 42. Justice value, -200. Class, Princess, LV2. Actress, 4-4. Genius times Arcanist, 415. Genius times Mage, LV15. Genius times Wizard, 415. Illusionist, Intermediate 410. Hexer, Intermediate 410. Impersonator, Advanced 4-1. So that's it. The advanced class for Illusionist plus Hexer is Impersonator. That really is a suitable class for Princess Rena. Because Princess Rena needed to trigger the advanced class, Rowan hadn't invested many resources into her. He hadn't even invested energy for a limit break. "Princess Rena, come here. This is your reward." Princess Rena happily ran over, stood by Rowan's side, and tilted her head up to look at him. Rowan reached out and placed his hand on her head. Optimization. Memories flooded into his mind. Studying, managing those nobles, using unscrupulous means to eliminate dissidents, arranging intelligence personnel to spread information, assisting Karina in gathering intelligence, researching the high-level class impersonator, some dark things researched when bored, And some dark thoughts that couldn't be told to others, not even to her teacher. Keeping this person by his side, if he didn't possess overwhelming power, it would really be unsettling. Once the memories were acquired, Rowan also triggered the corresponding class prompt. However, before taking the class, Rowan used the energy he had accumulated to perform a limit break on Princess Rena, allowing her to break through her limits. Princess Rena felt her body become very warm, and then her power began to climb continuously. Teacher, this is me using my own ability to make you stronger. You can now master the full power of this new class. Take some time to experience it properly. So this is the reward, I thought. But an increase in strength is also good. Without sufficient strength, it's inconvenient to do anything. Rowan raised her level by 4 in one go, and his accumulated energy was completely depleted. Compared to her contributions, this small reward was nothing. Basic knowledge of the advanced class impersonator has been learned. Class requirement met. Class evolver triggered. The special class derived from the advanced class is World Shadow. World Shadow prerequisite classes: defeat World Boss, consume Shadow Core, Shadow Demon level 4-5, Impersonator level 4-5. Class evolver effective. Prerequisite class requirements waived. World Shadow. You exist in the shadows of the world. No one can pry into your existence. You are omnipresent. You are always present. Please choose to take this class, or abandon this class. Hiss, Rowan gasped. A class starting with World? Classes starting with World are the top tier of special classes and belong to the most unique category. They generally require defeating a world boss, and in the game, there is a limit to their number. To take the class, one must kill another person who has taken that class to free up the slot. Rowan had one world-class class, which was World Guardian. He didn't use this class's abilities often, but its skill tier was extremely high, belonging to world-class power. For example, absolute defense could block even world-class power. It could even contend with wild magic, making it a very special type among special classes. Other world classes included World Champion, World Calamity, etc. The former had no way to be obtained, and the latter, Rowan had tried to obtain but failed, only managing to acquire the Lesser Calamity and Calamity Apostle classes. Unexpectedly, he had obtained a world-class class here by pure accident, World Shadow. And the skills of this special class were worthy of the world title. Congratulations on taking the class World Shadow. Acquired passive skill, Shadow Affinity. Acquired passive skill, World's Reverse Side. Acquired passive skill, Shadow Avatar. Shadow Affinity, passive. You can easily master Shadow type powers. You have strong resistance to Shadow type, Curse type, and Corruption type powers. World's Reverse Side, passive. You are blessed by the reverse side of the world. Your position cannot be detected by means such as divination, searching, or reconnaissance. Shadow Avatar, passive. Everything about you is covered in shadows. Unless you permit it, no means can detect your stats. Taking the class granted 3 passive skills. One was Shadow Affinity, and the other 2 were concealment type attributes. With these 2 passives, he could hide himself more easily. He wouldn't need to wear concealment rings like Ain's owl gown. Rowan could naturally hide his stats. Although the passives were quite convenient, they were all functions for hiding information and provided no bonus to combat power. The abilities of this class were perhaps oriented towards reconnaissance or assassination. #226 Chapter 226 Level 86. Chapter 226, Level 86. Chapter 227, Level 86. The 3 class skills of World Shadow are all active skills, which are as follows. Shadow Avatar, active, uses shadows to create an avatar. The avatar possesses mimicry abilities and can have normal biological attributes. The level of the created shadow avatar cannot exceed the main body. It will automatically dissipate after sustaining a certain amount of damage. Only one shadow avatar can exist at a time. Requires World Shadow LV1. Shadow Cloak, active, consumes 100 MP to slip into the shadows of the world. While in the shadows, you can condense shadow blades and unleash a strike upon exiting. The damage of the Shadow Blades has an upper limit, and the damage increases as the main body's duration in the shadows increases. Requires World Shadow LV3, Shadow Domain. Active consumes 200 MP to pull an area into the world of shadows. Usage limit, 1 time 7 days. Requires World Shadow LV5. These 3 skills, the first one is similar to the skill of an impersonator, but as a superior class to the impersonator, the shadow avatar of the World Shadow should be more realistic, possessing all the characteristics of a normal human, far superior to Rowan's soul clones. Of course, this skill also has a drawback: it can be destroyed. It's similar to the shadow clones from Naruto, but the difference is that you can customize its appearance and it can withstand a certain amount of damage. There are other restrictions as well. I'll only know the specific effects after using it. It seems I already have quite a few clones. While such things are convenient for getting things done, their contribution to combat power is quite limited. Shadow Cloak is a god-tier escape skill and also comes with the damage capability of Shadow Blades. As for its specific power, Rowan cannot be certain, but as a world-class class, the damage definitely won't be low. And the ultimate move, Shadow Domain, pulls an area into the world of shadows. This sounds a bit cryptic. After all, Rowan himself doesn't even know what the world of shadows is like. He also doesn't know if he could pull Ain's Owl Gown into it. If he could, this might be a spacetime type skill even more powerful than the creator's spacetime creation. Rowan accumulated quite a bit of experience while fighting the Elf King, but he dumped it all into the Lord of Domination. Now, he has no resources to invest here and can only level it up once, so he can't test the other 2 skills. And now, his stats have changed. Level, 86. Class, Healer, Special LV5, Grand Blacksmith, Advanced LV10, Grand Alchemist, Advanced LV10, Azura, Special LV5, Mother of Life, Special LV5, Forbidden Spell Weaver, Special LV5, Elemental Saint, Special LV5, Dragon Transcender, Special LV10, World Guardian, Special LV5, Magic Omnipotent, Special LV5, Great Sage, Special LV5, Creator, LV5, Calamity Apostle, Special LV5, Lord of Domination, Special LV5, World Shadow, Special LV1. Innate Talent, Class Evolver. Justice Value, -85, Neutral Evil. HP, 1280, 128%. MP, 1280, 128%. Physical Attack, 1170, 117%. Physical Defense, 1280, 128%. Agility, 1170, 117%. Magic Attack, 1180, 118%. Magic Defense, 1370, 137%. Comprehensive Resistance, 1225, 122.5%. Specialty, 2040, 204%. Skill Points, 112. Experience Bar, 25.2m 170m. Nowadays, Rowan's attributes have all surpassed 100%, and his specialty has reached a terrifying 200%. Such attributes are probably unprecedented and will likely never be surpassed. Once he reaches max level, relying solely on his own attributes and skills, even without any equipment, he will be enough to suppress Ain's Owl Gown. It's just a pity that the strongest part of the Ain's Owl Gown faction isn't the combat power of Ain's Owl Gown himself, but the 10 Floor Guardians and the numerous world-class items. The combat power of Ain's Owl Gown himself doesn't have that big of a gap compared to the Floor Guardians. If he can't fight 3-on-1 after reaching max level, Rowan won't feel secure. In top-tier warfare, world-class items are the core for turning the tide of battle. This is also Rowan's biggest weakness. Neither of the 2 items he has obtained is suitable for combat. As for other aspects, Rowan had thought that after all his attributes broke through 100%, it might trigger a special class, but it didn't. Perhaps it's because he's missing a certain catalyst. Once this hidden condition is triggered, he might be able to take on a special class. For now, after leveling World Shadow to the max and reaching a total level of 90, Rowan will be able to deal with Sky City or the True Dragon Lord with much more composure. A moment later, Princess Rena recovered from her realization and said happily, Thank you, teacher. I feel that my strength has increased quite a bit. That's good. There is one more thing I would like your permission for. Chem, go ahead. Actually, I have grown tired of life here. The kingdom is now under my control, and I think my mission is complete. From here on, I just need to have someone else take over this country. As for me, I hope to have more time to follow by your side. She had grown tired of being queen and had long been disappointed with this palace. The oppressive environment had once made her personality very twisted, but since becoming queen, her personality had improved quite a bit. For Princess Rena, if it weren't for her teacher, she would have left long ago. Regarding the kingdom, Rowan didn't have much of a plan. He had once let Princess Rena serve as queen just to gather intelligence and plant spies in some special places. Now that this was basically done, there was no need to care too much about this position. Of course you can. Princess Rena showed a happy smile, but Rowan's next sentence made her smile freeze on her face. However, I have a suggestion. Why not let your clone, the real clone created by relying on the impersonator, stay here? A so-called impersonator must be able to disguise perfectly. As for the clone you created, let alone identity, even abilities and memories can be disguised. Even I was almost fooled. Such a clone can completely replace your existence. Then, let her take my place. Anyway, I can completely control this clone. Princess Rena smiled. I had thought teacher would like having two identical versions of me accompanying you. Since you don't have that particular quirk, leaving the clone here is fine. Let's just consider it cutting ties with my past self. What kind of quirk do I have? You make it sound like I'm some kind of pervert. Rowan felt like he had been misunderstood. In that case, I need to make some arrangements. Please wait here for half a day, teacher. I have some things that need to be packed and moved. Just give them to me once you've packed them. I have spatial items that can help you store them temporarily. That would be a huge help. Princess Rena was very happy about leaving the palace. With the clone created by Princess Rena stationed in the capital, she could completely control the clone and even set its memories. The effect was very powerful. As for Princess Rena's main body, she followed Rowan back to the maritime city. Chapter 227, The Daily Research Routine of Maritime City. Chapter 228, The Daily Research Routine of Maritime City. After returning to Maritime City, Rowan would not let them be idle. Considering that the defenses of Maritime City were too fragile, with only the concealment magic barely being usable and everything else being trash, Rowan established the Super-Tier Defense Project. The goal of this defense project was to achieve a defense system one level higher than the Forgotten Islands defense system within half a year. That is, a defensive magic circle capable of resisting super-tier magic, and it must be like the Forgotten Islands defensive array, a trinity type of defense, concealment, and teleportation restriction. Although it seemed incredible, Rowan had already set up magic circles in a form that exceeded his own tier back at the Forgotten Island, and he had performed multiple optimizations since then. Now that he had to design a super-tier level defensive array, he needed to redesign the magic core and create an entirely new design. This was not a simple task. It should be known that super-tier magic in this world was very limited and was all left behind by former max-level transmigrators. There were no super-tier level magic circles among them. This was also very normal. After all, things like magic circles existed for long periods, while super-tier magic was inherently incompatible with magic circles. Super-tier magic belonged to the type that had limited uses, immense power, long incantations, and consumed massive amounts of mana, making it impossible to maintain for long periods. Most of these characteristics were inherently mutually exclusive with magic circles. And what Rowan wanted to do was to design a type that had never existed before, used to contain super-tier level power. He was responsible for designing the core content, while other peripheral parts were assigned to his subordinates to handle. Among them, those who could be utilized included the newly returned Princess Rena, Ariane, as well as the big octopus and the young girl. Although the things they could do were relatively limited, they could still reduce the workload somewhat. As for the Sky City side, he would first send some high-level intelligence personnel there. It would be safer to take action personally after reaching Tier 9 here. Time passed quietly, and with the input of resources from the Forgotten Island, the level of Maritime City was also rapidly increasing. Only Rowan could see the attributes, but everyone could see the concrete changes. The first and most obvious point was that Maritime City had become more massive, like an island floating on the sea. In corners that ordinary people could not see, the defense and power of Maritime City had also risen by a level. It was not just Maritime City itself, a considerable number of related personnel had also moved in. The Forgotten Island screened personnel, and under suitable circumstances, they would move into Maritime City. The Maritime City, which was originally in a dormant state, began to radiate vitality after the continuous addition of newcomers. Early in the morning, Arch hurriedly climbed out of bed. After quickly washing up, she hugged her staff and ran to the deck. Her hair was messy, and she had no time to tidy it up. Today was the time to verify the results of these past few months, and there could not be any mistakes. Thinking about the life of the past year or so, Arch still felt dizzy. At first, she was hired for a large sum of money to follow the captain to search for Maritime City. After finding it, she was sent back to the Forgotten Island. After spending more than a month on the Forgotten Island, she was sent to Maritime City again. Now she was a magic researcher for Maritime City, and her teacher was the crystal dragon Ariane. This teacher was a true powerhouse, and she had learned a lot of knowledge from her. And after using some potential breakthrough potions, her recent strength growth speed was also very fast, but compared to before, the work was much harder. Although she had previously followed the captain drifting on the sea, her daily study and work were very relaxed, without specific goals, and it was very pleasant. But now it was different. Every day she followed her teacher to research a bunch of difficult problems, busy from day to night. She was still okay, but the teacher was often busy all night, without any rest at all. Only a dragon's body had such terrifying endurance. If it were herself, she would have probably collapsed long ago. Teacher Ariane often complained about the boss, and she was usually full of complaints. However, although the teacher complained, she never fell behind on the work at hand. Arch felt that the teacher even seemed to enjoy it a little bit. Hurriedly arriving on the deck, she found that the teacher seemed to have already started doing some tests. Unexpectedly, the boss had also appeared. They last met 3 months ago, the day she joined Maritime City, when he gave her a ring and said some encouraging words. Meeting again, it was already 3 months later, today. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, teacher." Rowan smiled, but his expression was a bit stiff. He didn't know what was going on, but this title was spreading wider and wider. Now, except for a few people, most called him boss. Inside Maritime City, Rowan did not wear a mask and used his real face. When wearing a mask, he didn't feel anything, but now, when facing others with his real face and being called that, it was a bit awkward. But if he were to correct it, he didn't know what title to use for the moment. Master? No, that sounded even stranger, feeling like a slave owner. Captain? That sounded like playing some game. President? That didn't sound much different from boss, and it felt a bit strange. Could it be that he should be called Supreme Being? That would make him cringe so hard he'd dig his toes into the floor. Between president and boss, Rowan still chose to maintain this title for now. Arch, long time no see. You've worked hard recently. Arch's face felt hot, and she hurriedly said, "It's not hard work. Everything is for the sake of making Maritime City stronger. Being a leader might really not be suitable for me. I am more suited to silently improving my strength and then suppressing others with power." When at the Forgotten Island, everything was handed over to Aorka, but here, many things needed to be handled by himself, and he really wasn't used to it. Rowan sighed inwardly. It was really not easy to manage a faction. Right now, Maritime City was only at the scale of 20 or 30 people. When it reached hundreds or even thousands of people in the future, it would be even more troublesome. He still needed to find a subordinate like Aorka, someone trustworthy and capable, to help him manage things. As for himself, he just needed to hold down the rear. The crystal dragon said sourly, "I am the one who is the most tired. Look at my eyes, even dark circles have appeared. I haven't slept for several months." Impressive, Worthy of the powerful dragon race, Rowan sighed sincerely. You guy. Ahem, let's get to the point. Regarding the final version of the Maritime City Defensive Array, I will first talk about the overall situation of this project. Rowan changed the subject and continued, this defensive magic circle is based on the Forgotten Island, but the upper limit is higher than that of the Forgotten Island. Hash 228 Chapter 228 Daily Research Life in a Maritime City, continued. Chapter 228 Daily Research in the Maritime City, continued. Chapter 229 Daily Research in the Maritime City, continued. Rowan reiterated the goal for this time. 3 months ago, the goal we set was to be able to withstand more than 3 super-tier magic bombardments, possess super-advanced camouflage capabilities that even Tier 10 reconnaissance magic could not detect, and we aren't considering offensive capabilities for now. The Crystal Dragon said helplessly, I can only reiterate that it cannot be done, absolutely not. I already said it couldn't be done 3 months ago, and it remains the same now. Do you know what the concept of super-tier magic is? It is magic that transcends Tier 10, belonging to the realm of gods. Only another super-tier magic of the same level can withstand a single super-tier magic blast, and you want 3? I admit that this magic circle you've designed and developed is very impressive. It could be said to be the most powerful magic circle I have ever seen, but it is still not enough. Arch felt a bit envious. The relationship between the teacher and the boss was truly good, it was truly enviable. Unlike her, she was extremely nervous even just standing in front of the boss, not daring to speak loudly, yet the teacher could directly refute the boss. Arch thought to herself. Rowan rubbed his temples. I know this is difficult, but based on my improved version of the fusion magic circle, it is theoretically possible to set it up. And this is not just your job alone. I, Princess Renna, and the young girls squad are all handling different key cores. How is the research on the magic node scheme I provided to you earlier coming along? The young girls were original members of the Maritime City who excelled at magic, but they were still quite a bit behind the Crystal Dragon. There were still not enough true magic geniuses. The Crystal Dragon could only assist, and in fact, what was handed to them was merely some peripheral design of the magic circle, aimed at reducing his own stress and saving some time. If that information were leaked, it would be a bit troublesome, but it would definitely not allow the enemy to crack the magic circle. The magic structure I am responsible for has already been realized and is currently in the testing phase. Although the goal you proposed is absurd, the provided magic structure is indeed very powerful. If we possess such technology, it is possible to set up a magic circle that can withstand 1 super-tier magic. I can tell this is likely part of a massive magic circle. How on earth did you design such a magic circle? Hihi, just luck. Ariane was very curious about the entire magic circle, though she also knew that Rowan could not possibly give it out. After all, it was the defensive circle of the Maritime City, and it would be very troublesome if it were leaked. Perhaps she would be able to see it later when her status improved a little. This guy was too careful. Even though her soul origin was controlled, he still hadn't completely trusted her. This guy was really too suspicious. The magic circle was designed solely by Rowan, referencing some principles of forbidden spell and forbidden magic. Its core power level had already exceeded tier-based magic, reaching the level of super-tier magic. This was an unprecedented miracle. However, although it had been designed in general, Rowan himself was not confident. There were too many areas that needed verification, and these were the work of others. Rowan only needed to grasp the core. I have already verified the parts of the others, and they have already begun the next stage of research. As for your side, let me first see the research results you have achieved during this period. What she had to do was very simple. Use magic to construct the theory provided by Rowan and conduct various related test designs. The grid-like magic circle overlapping structure, whose basic mechanism is a hexagonal magic circle, combines multiple magic circles through the connection scheme you provided. This is the current result. The Crystal Dragon took out a magic circle and pointed it into the air. 3 hexagonal magic circles were generated out of thin air and then connected together. Rowan looked at the magic circle emitting golden light in front of him and used the all-seeing eyes to analyze its properties thoroughly. This was an all-purpose defensive shield. This piece of hexagonal defensive magic circle was enough to withstand Tier 6 magic. It could be said that this small step alone, if taken out, would be a new magic. What was very wonderful was that these hexagons could be connected to each other. Once connected successfully, under mutual reinforcement, the strength of the main body would slightly increase. If all directions were covered, it could reach a strength capable of withstanding Tier 7 magic. The more hexagons connected, the higher the defensive power. Rowan nodded. The overall structure is indeed completed, but the core of this structure is the connection. If it were all done by oneself, the connection strength could be guaranteed, but with multiple people, because everyone's magic power characteristics are different, it cannot achieve a perfect fit in the connection. Of course, this is the research result we have spent a lot of effort on recently. Arch, come. Okay, teacher. Arch stepped forward, took a deep breath, and then condensed a hexagonal magic circle. The magic circle she condensed approached the crystal dragon's magic circle and then naturally connected together. Arch's strength was not as good as Ariane's. Ariane could easily condense 3 pieces, while she could only condense 1 when exerting her full strength. Your design is truly incredible. Magic circles condensed by different people can merge together. What is even more magical is that the magic attacking it will be dispersed to every magic circle. Theoretically, if the quantity is large enough, it can withstand super-tier magic, but this is theoretical. In fact, this connection method has an upper limit, and it is impossible to infinitely condense magic circles and connect them. Others could only watch the excitement, but Ariane, who was truly participating in the research, knew that this was definitely a breakthrough magic research. I will handle the problem of the upper limit, you just need to be responsible for your own part. Your combination research is done very well, perfectly solving the repulsion phenomenon caused by the differences in magic power between different people. Rowan nodded with satisfaction. There were differences between the magic of different people, and it was difficult to merge them into one magic. Regarding this point, Rowan had long ago confirmed it on the magic circle of the Remnant Island. Over there, forging tools were used for coordination, but what Ariane achieved was by relying on people, handling the conflict problem herself. Having solved the hexagonal construction problem and the connection problem, most of Ariane's work was considered complete. In addition, Princess Rena's reality simulation function and the research on the distribution of power supply nodes by the young girls and the big octopus had all been completed. They all belonged to a part of the foundation of Rowan's magic circle. But these were all just a very small part. Rowan still had to do more of the core work himself. There were still too few high-level mags under his command. And the level of Fludeur was currently unable to keep up with the rhythm of the research. Chapter 229, Rat Clone. Chapter 230, Rat Clone. Many details of this super-large defensive magic circle have immense scalability when broken down. Even just this small part regarding the crystal dragon, if extracted, could be developed into a standalone combination defensive magic, or even a Legion-level defensive magic. However, these are just subsequent derivative applications. Rowan does not care about them, and they can research them on their own later. The relevant research can be synchronized to the White Tower. With your permissions, you should be able to see part of the content. Rowan had transferred all the contents of the White Tower over as well. All research data from the Forgotten Island was already stored on the Maritime City. Alright, so my task is considered complete. No, that was just the first step. Next, regarding the combination of multi-person magic power, you need to continue delving deeper into the magic aspect. Although you can do it now, the difficulty is still too high. The threshold needs to be lowered further. The crystal dragon had an expression as if the sky had fallen. Wait, it's not over yet. It's still early. Completing this task only means you can participate in the research of this magic circle. Work hard. Mastering this knowledge will allow you to develop a series of spells, which will be of immense benefit to yourself as well. The crystal dragon felt that it probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the foreseeable future. Having verified the crystal dragon's research results, Rowan integrated and updated the research of various branches within the White Tower. So far, the first phase had been completed, and the time for the second phase was tentatively set for 2 months. There wasn't much time left. After organizing the relevant research on the magic circle, Rowan set off for the laboratory once again. He had originally thought that after obtaining a guild, he could relax a little, but he hadn't expected that time would become even more scarce. In the laboratory of the maritime city, Rowan began to wrap up the second important research project of the past few months. Yumaru, following behind Rowan, looked at the great hamster in front of her in surprise, a human-like expression of astonishment appearing on her face. "Master, is this me?" "It is you, but not the real you. It is a fake body created using the skills of a grand alchemist. Although it is the same as you and possesses the body of a normal magical beast, it lacks a soul." This was also the first time Rowan had used the ultimate skill of a grand alchemist, a life form created through forbidden alchemy. Before this, although he had maxed out the alchemist class for several years, this ultimate skill had a relatively high cost, so he never had the chance to try it. But now, compared to a few years ago, his resources were quite abundant, and he could attempt to create an alchemical life form. This rat clone was created by Rowan using Yumaru as a sample. However, this was not a clone. Although the created rat was the same as the real one, there were still differences in the fine details, and more importantly, it lacked a soul. If Rowan needed to, he could induce this body to develop a soul, but the speed would be very slow. It lived up to its forbidden name. This could already be considered the creation of life. Rowan's purpose in creating this rat was naturally to make a clone of Yumaru, to be used in the future to infiltrate the great tomb of Nazarick and gather intelligence. "Next, I need to use a part of your soul to create a new one. The amount required is a bit large, so you need to bear with it." Yumaru said confidently, "Master, go ahead, I'm not afraid of pain." Nowadays, Yumaru's level had reached over 50, she should be able to withstand this level of pain. Soul stripping. Soul cutting. The other party let out a scream. Rowan stuffed Yumaru's main body back into her body, then performed repairs on the separated part. Just like creating a clone, Rowan completed and nurtured this soul, used memory magic to delete the memories of these past few months, and then stuffed it into the rat clone. Don't look at it as just a few actions, it consumed most of Rowan's day. The delicate manipulation of the soul required extreme caution at every step. If there were any mistakes, it might be discovered in the future. The newly created rat was successfully completed. After reaching level 90, Rowan's control over souls had risen to a higher level. Creating a fake clone creature was no longer a problem for him. He glanced at Yumaru next to him. The little thing was lying there listlessly, looking like she had lost the will to live. Underestimating the pain of soul splitting leads to this outcome. The rat clone was finished. Rowan brought the somewhat weak Yumaru and used teleportation to arrive at the Tob Forest, placing the rat clone in Yumaru's original nest. "Master, do you want it to replace me as a spy and carry out the mission you originally formulated?" Yumaru said weakly. "Correct. This clone possesses the same memories as you, but the recent part has been deleted. And a very special point is that you can synchronize to the clone's memories every so often, but the clone will not synchronize to your memories. Therefore, you can think of it as your former self. Master, you really are amazing. Creating life, modifying souls, isn't this the domain of gods? Have you already become a god?" "Gods, haha, it's still too early for that. This is not true creation of life, but a special clone created based on previous experience. The soul used wasn't created out of nothing either, but used your soul. I am not creating, but modifying." Yumaru didn't know what the difference was. In her view, they were all things on the same level. "It seems about the same. If you become a god in the future, wouldn't I become a divine beast?" Yumaru felt a bit happy. She had no concept of gods, she just felt that the master's methods were already miraculous and incomprehensible. This must be the methods of a god. It's still early. My level hasn't even reached the max yet, so don't talk about gods. Don't think about those useless things. In the future, you must keep an eye on your clone at all times. If there are any changes, contact me immediately. Okay, Master. Rowan and Yumaru waited for a while longer in the Tob Forest. Seeing the rat clone wake up and go out to forage, its behavioral patterns were no different from the Yumaru of the past. The clone itself wouldn't realize it was a clone. She inherited Yumaru's past memories, just like the Yumaru of the past. In her memories, she had always lived here, going out to find food when there was nothing to do, and sleeping the rest of the time. She was the sage of the forest, an invincible existence here. After observing for most of the day, there didn't seem to be anything abnormal. Rowan would also arrange for a crow to be placed here as surveillance, continuing until after Ain's owl gown arrived. With the crow's current strength, there was no existence in this forest that could threaten it. This piece had been placed. As for whether it could play a role in the future, only heaven knew. Regardless of the result, there was no loss for Rowan. This rat clone was not a true life form, it was just a clone that didn't know it was a clone. #230 Chapter 230 Elune to You. Chapter 230, Eriune to You. Chapter 231, Eriune to You. The spikes aimed at the Great Tomb of Nazarick for the future have already been set, whether they step on them or not is just a matter of luck. Next, it is time to begin preparations for the plan to cleanse the soul origin of Zeshi Zetsume. This work is the most difficult, much like performing surgery. Rowan will also need to spend a long time on it. It is not something that can be completed in a short period. There are more and more things to do. Eriune to You, the miracle city in the desert, is located in the center of the vast southern desert region. Above this city floats a sky city, from which infinite water flows out, nourishing the city below. The entire city is surrounded by a powerful magical barrier. Outside is the boundless desert, and inside is a vibrant oasis. This is a paradise created by the gods, a kingdom of the gods. Everything outside cannot affect this place. Neither those true dragon lords nor the demon gods that once appeared could break through the defenses here. This is a true holy land. Rowan's mask clone followed Fluda as they stepped into the city. He felt heavy-hearted about the Sky City above. It was one of the 4 great guilds from the game, with strength comparable to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The defensive capability of the Sky City might be slightly weaker than the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but its offensive capability is stronger. It is said that 30 guardians are stationed inside. It is a pity that this is a thing of the past. During the Great War with the Dragon Race 500 years ago, all 8 players were killed in action, the guild weapon was lost, and most of the world-class items were also lost. The NPCs died time and time again. Although they could be resurrected with gold coins in the early stages, resources were insufficient in the later stages, and the level loss of the guardians was unavoidable. Even so, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Sky City is still not something that the natives can approach. Even if the 4 true dragon lords were to gather, they would not dare to say they could definitely conquer the Sky City. As for Rowan, there is absolutely no possibility of launching a frontal assault on the Sky City. His only chance lies in the guild ring and related information obtained from the Elf King. This time, the clone and Fluda are here as the vanguard to collect intelligence. Once the information is confirmed, the main body will come over. The level of the Sky City is too high. It is not something a clone can handle. Only the main body has a chance. Decades ago, I came to this miracle city, wanting to borrow some magical items for research, but I was rejected. At that time, I felt very dejected and did not recover for a long time. This place is the true pinnacle of magic. Fluda looked at the oasis, a nostalgic expression appearing on his face. The oasis city is already a miracle, and the Sky City above is a divine miracle. That is something humans absolutely cannot achieve. Lord Mask, have the 8 greed kings of the past reached the realm of gods? Why are you all so interested in gods? Always talking about divine miracles, always talking about realms only gods can reach. According to the information known to Rowan, not to mention settings like the Devourers from outside the world, within the world, the strongest should be the missing Dragon Emperor. It is said that that guy is in existence that has surpassed level 100. However, they fought the 8 greed kings for so long and suffered such great losses without being able to destroy the Sky City. It seems their strength did not exceed expectations. Rowan also felt some emotion. I do not know what kind of existence the gods you speak of are. In my eyes, they have not reached that realm, but to you, they are already so powerful that there is no difference from gods. Fluda, this old man, has also progressed very quickly in strength over these past few years. Nowadays, his level has reached level 50. This speed of progress is naturally far inferior to Rowan's few students, but among ordinary people, he is already at the level of a genius. I see. My path of learning is still very long. Lord Mask, please follow me. Fleur brought the mask clone to the entrance of the oasis. The natives cannot approach the Sky City at all. Only the former transmigrator, the captain of the 13 heroes, Rigret, has ever ascended the Sky City and borrowed a few magical items. As for others, they shouldn't even think about it. However, there is a chance to enter the city below, provided one pays a large entrance fee. At the entrance, Fleur paid a large fee, and then, under the contemptuous gaze of the guards, he was carefully inspected before being allowed into the city. Don't know where these country bumpkins came from. Although Eriun Tu is a city in the desert, with the support of the Sky City, the environment here is very beautiful. The residents here have an inexplicable sense of superiority towards outsiders. It is no wonder they are like this, because of the prosperity here. Caravans and adventurers often come here, and there are also some humans with a bit of money who want to move into the city. This is very normal. After all, this is the kingdom of the gods. There are no poor people living here. The high entrance fee can block out all the poor wretches. The mask clone looked at the desert oasis before him and sighed with emotion. What a beautiful city. I wonder what this beautiful city will become after the Sky City disappears. Perhaps it will become a desert again. Upon entering the city, Rowan keenly sensed that reconnaissance magic had checked the two of them, and the level was not low. Unfortunately, with Rowan's current strength, hiding personal information is too easy. Therefore, the information the other party obtained was an old spellcaster in his teens, and a warrior in his teens. Such strength is barely acceptable but is nothing, and it would not attract the attention of the higher-ups at all. However, the magical reconnaissance spread throughout this place means that if one rashly uses high-power magic, it will still be detected. In addition, although teleportation magic can be used and cannot be prevented, the related magical fluctuations caused by teleportation cannot be hidden. The magical fluctuations after teleporting are easily discovered, leading to being swarmed. There are really many things to pay attention to if one wants to conquer this place. One can only say that it is worthy of being a city created by the 8 Greed Kings. Not to mention anything else, just the level of this monitoring magic is not low. One must know that most of the tier magic circulating outside now originated from the Sky City. It is no exaggeration to say that the Sky City is the highest-level magic research institute. The Sky City also possesses a world-class item that records all magic, the unnamed spellbook. Other things might be fine, but this item must be obtained. With this world-class item, any kind of magic can be found. Bringing the old man along, they strolled to an apple stand. The middle-aged stall owner revealed a brilliant smile. "Young man, would you like an apple? Give me one. If this apple isn't sweet, I won't pay for it." The middle-aged man selling apples was stunned for a moment, then revealed a happy smile. Of course. He picked an apple and handed it to Rowan. Rowan paid the money, then turned and left. Chapter 231, Descendants of the 8 Greed Kings. Chapter 232, Descendants of the 8 Greed Kings. Fleur saw the masked clone buy an apple for no apparent reason, paying immediately after just asking a question, so he asked curiously, "How do you know if it's sweet if you aren't eating it? Why pay for it if you don't know?" The masked clone smiled. "Whether it's sweet or not doesn't matter, what's important is the attitude, and the quantity of apples." The old man was confused. The masked clone held the apple, activated it with a certain secret code, and a wave of magical energy surged into the masked clone's body. This magical energy was just a very weak segment, but if interpreted in a special way, it could reveal the information within. However, without the secret code, one would only think it was some faint magical energy accidentally picked up from somewhere. This was intelligence from the Shadow Division. Over a month ago, relevant intelligence personnel had already entered this city to gather information. The intelligence gathered wasn't much. After all, they were ordinary intelligence personnel, and Rowan couldn't demand too much of them. The most critical piece of information was that Lady Jessica from Sky City occasionally appeared in the city to purchase items to send back to Sky City. She bought many things: food, drinks, and daily necessities. Food ingredients made up the majority. Sky City was very fond of the natives' food and would make purchases from time to time. Jessica was one of the few NPCs in Sky City who frequently went out. This was the conclusion Rowan drew by combining it with the Elf King's memories. There were 30 Guardian NPCs in Sky City, but most never left. Their strength varied, but the majority were stronger than the Elf King. There used to be many max-level characters, but there were none now. In addition, there were many direct descendants of the 8 Greed Kings like the Elf King in Sky City, but they were all very weak. Not a single one was as strong as him. The intelligence obtained at the Apple Store was very limited. They had to handle the specifics themselves, which was why the masked clone and the old man had come. The two of them settled down here, spending their days looking around and strolling, but most of their time was spent hanging out in taverns. Although this place possessed the highest level of magic, Sky City had no intention of spreading magic as it had in the past. There wasn't even a magic academy in the city. They had once spread magic, but after the war, they hid in Sky City and almost completely cut off contact with the outside world. However, that was only on the surface. In secret, some descendants of the 8 Greed Kings would still sneak down. Although Sky City was nice, it got boring after a long time. Once people were bored, they would look for some fun. They wouldn't go too far because safety couldn't be guaranteed, but Erantal right under their noses was no problem. It was not only safe but also very close. Moreover, it was a city, after all, inhabited by a large number of humans. As a Guardian NPC, Jessica was powerful, very cautious, and followed the rules, making her unsuitable as a breakthrough point. But those descendants of the 8 Greed Kings were no problem. Among these player descendants, the most powerful was the Elf King, who could reach level 70 or 80, while the weak ones only reached level 50 or 60. This was just the first generation of descendants. The second and third generations were even weaker. After 4 or 5 generations, they were almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, with only the occasional existence with high talent appearing, though they were very limited. Troy was one such person, a first-generation direct descendant of the 8 Greed Kings who held a noble status but possessed mediocre strength and talent. He was originally human, but because human lifespans were limited, he used an angel item to change his class to an angel. However, such items were extremely precious and limited in quantity. From the second generation onwards, there was absolutely no chance for this. Troy possessed angel bloodline and a long lifespan. Even after hundreds of years, he was still alive. Most of his companions from the same period had already died. He sneaked down again, and those guardians didn't dare say much. He was a noble first generation, with a status much higher than the others, belonging to the seniors. With his strength, he had no rivals in the city. Moreover, no one could sneak in here, and once a fight started, the resulting fluctuations would instantly trigger the magic circle and alert Sky City. It was very safe here. There was no major business for coming down this time. He just missed his little wife. Although he had many wives, this one would make him miss her every once in a while. Those people in Sky City were truly inflexible, talking about limited quotas and only giving each person a quota of 10 wives. It was truly nonsensical. Back when his father and the others were still around, there were no such strange restrictions. However, although he couldn't bring people back, there were no restrictions outside. For example, Troy had over 20 wives in the city. It was just a bit troublesome to go out every time. Arriving in front of this particular harem house, Troy pushed the door open, feeling somewhat impatient. Where is this? Troy stepped through the door, but instead of the familiar courtyard, he saw a world of ice and snow. Cold, so cold, even his angel body felt the cold. A young man with black hair floated in mid-air, looking down at him. Troy's expression changed. Knowing something was wrong, he prepared to activate his teleportation ring. Unfortunately, a spell struck his body, disrupting his magical power and interrupting his action of activating the ring. Subsequently, spells like weakness and curse began to stack on him, and his eyes became very grave. Although he knew that fourfold space could block teleportation, to ensure nothing went wrong, Rowan still acted to interrupt the opponent's teleportation. This guy was too weak, even weaker than the Elf King. Using absolute zero with this level of strength wouldn't just freeze him, it would freeze him to death. Although the magic circle here was very powerful, it couldn't detect the movements of Create Spacetime. The moment Create Spacetime was activated, it would generate an auxiliary space, and at the instant of generation, all magical fluctuations were pulled into the new space. Besides that, using Shadow World would also work. This monitoring could only target fluctuations caused by magic, but could not detect spatial fluctuations. Using optimization, he obtained the memories. The opponent's memories flooded into his mind like a long movie. Rowan skipped all the lewd parts, and in the end, there wasn't much intelligence left. A first-generation successor, serving as one of the 7 speakers in the Sky City Successor Council. He had caught a big fish. That so-called council was actually composed of the descendants of the 8 Greed Kings, with a total of 32 seats. Among them were 8 speakers, corresponding to the former 8 Greed Kings, but in reality, there were only 7, because the Elf King had already left, and his position had remained vacant. The relationships among the descendants of Sky City were complex and could be roughly divided into 3 levels: the speakers who were the leadership, the councillors who were the backbone, and the ordinary descendants at the very bottom who had no voting rights. 232 Chapter 232 The Boar Offspring of the 8 Desire Kings. Chapter 232 The Stud Descendants of the 8 Greed Kings. Chapter 233 The Stud Descendants of the 8 Greed Kings. In the sky, among the descendants of the 8 Greed Kings, there are few council members with seats, while there are over 100 others who cannot join the council. Among these 100 descendants, they have nearly 1,000 wives. These 100 descendants are the direct lineage. As for the collateral branches, they are directly banished to the cities below. Otherwise, Sky City would have long since been overcrowded. It really is a headache. Truly worthy of being the descendants of the 8 Greed Kings, their harem building is just as bold as their ancestors. The strength of these descendants is not worth mentioning. They are all the type addicted to pleasure. Not even one surpasses the Elf King in strength. The Elf King, at level 70+, is already considered a top-tier expert here. However, the true guardians of Sky City are those guardians. There were originally 30, but after the wars related to the dragon race, only 18 remain today. Besides them, there are several non-combat NPCs. The surviving guardians were also killed more than once due to the battles with the dragon race. Although they have now barely recovered to level 90+, their strength is much weaker than before. Several of them cannot even reach level 90 anymore. Each of these guardians has a different position, and the 8 strongest guardians among them are known as the Sky Guards. And each one holds a divine class item. What a powerful defensive force. Even for Ain's Owl Gown, a direct assault is unrealistic. Once Sky City's defenses are activated, these NPCs could rely on them to drag them all to death, unless Ain's Owl Gown attacks at all costs. Fortunately, Rowan never planned to attack head-on from the start. Possessing the divine skill of soul stripping, he is better at breaking enemies from within, especially a guild like this that doesn't even have players. These descendants of the 8 Greed Kings are clearly not people with firm wills. Furthermore, as offspring, their names are not on the NPC list. It is estimated that there isn't even anyone left in Sky City watching the NPC list. After obtaining the information, Rowan extracted the descendant's soul, modified it, and stuffed it back in. Although he had lived for 500 years, his spirit was the same as an ordinary person's. He had absolutely no ability to resist. After the modification was complete, the other party knelt respectfully before Rowan, waiting for his instructions. In his consciousness, he was now Rowan's loyal follower. He could spare no cost to accomplish the tasks Rowan had assigned. Soul stripping works well on these descendants, but using it on NPCs is unlikely. Not only are they high level, but their soul strength is also incomparable to these fat pigs. Although these guys aren't strong, they hold great power. They are the sharp blade for Rowan to break through Sky City's defenses. After giving some instructions, he brought this descendant back to reality. Up to this point, The reconnaissance mission of Fluder and the clones was complete. As the vanguard, they only needed to confirm the basic situation of Eriuentiu. Next, it would be the main body's turn. The clones were too weak and could no longer participate in operations at this level. The controlled Troy did not show any abnormalities. Instead, he went out to have a good time as usual, then returned to Sky City. As one of the council chairmen of Sky City, his authority is much greater than that of ordinary members. He could even access information about world items. Sky City's world items are stored in the treasury, and there is more than one. In the past, only those 8 could use them. Later, due to the wars, many world items were lost, and the 8 have already passed away. Now, only one remains in the treasury, which cannot be accessed by an individual. It can only be used when facing a survival crisis and with the approval of a majority of the council chairman. Therefore, even if Troy knows where the item is, he cannot move it. However, although he cannot take the item, doing other things is no problem. The key to the treasury is an octagonal key, with each person holding one corner. After the Elf King left, his piece was managed by another council chairman. And his job is very simple: figure out a way to get all the council chairmen to go down there. Most of them go out occasionally, but 2 are more difficult to deal with. They hide in Sky City all year round and almost never go out. Rowan will have to think of a way after he enters Sky City. These 2 will be handled last. What Troy needs to do now is to transmit information. As time passed, the descendants began to be controlled by Rowan's soul, stripping one after another. In just half a month, 5 out of the 7 had been controlled, either by coming out themselves to be controlled or by being invited out by Troy to play and then being controlled. But the remaining 2 never went out. If they won't come out, Rowan will just go see them. Having reached level 90, Rowan is no longer as timid as before. Moreover, he now has several of his subordinates in Sky City, and he has basically obtained all the intelligence he could get. Even in the worst-case scenario, if he were to encounter any fatal danger, Rowan would immediately self-destruct and then resurrect through Aorca. In this world, the only things that can threaten him are high-level wild magic and world items. With the 2-world mandala, he is immune to the effects of world items. Now, it is foolproof. It was another morning, and Black Bear was guarding the gate of Sky City as usual. Their work is actually very simple. They just need to watch the people coming and going. In fact, in most cases, people use teleportation to come and go, and very few people use the main gate, only when purchasing supplies or bringing people back. Every day, the work is just waiting around, which is very boring, while the magic circles are the responsibility of other companions. Sky City's most powerful Sky Eye is controlled by 8 Sky Knights in rotation to prevent any existence that threatens Sky City from approaching. Although the work now is leisurely, it is at least better than during the Great War. That terrible battle, even after 500 years, makes him feel scared just thinking about it. Whether it was those dragons or themselves, they were constantly dying. It was only because they could resurrect that they won the war. Perhaps it couldn't even be called a victory, because all 8 masters subsequently died. And as for those descendants now, he is actually not very willing to call them masters, because the objects of his loyalty will always only be those 8. However, even if he wasn't happy about it in his heart, he was still very respectful on the surface. Lady Karina, good morning. Seeing Karina flying over using a flight item while carrying a man, Black Bear hurriedly straightened his attitude and greeted her. But when he saw the obvious dragon characteristics on that man, he was startled and became vigilant. That is, a dragonoid. Dragonoids are actually a type of demi-human. Their numbers are very small, and they are somewhat related to the dragon race. And their Sky City is the mortal enemy of the dragon race. Any existence related to the dragon race must be treated with caution. If it weren't for Lady Karina bringing him, he would have already attacked. Chapter 233, Infiltrating. Chapter 234, Infiltrating. Karina is one of the 7 counselors of the council, a person of noble status. She is a vampire who has lived for 500 years, and her strength is already among the top tier of the descendants, not far off from my own. Black Bear, this is my new husband. Karina licked her lips, revealing a slightly twisted smile. This Lady Karina has a somewhat twisted personality. It goes without saying that she has many husbands, but that is considered the most common trait among the many descendants. What makes this lady different from others is that she likes to toy with her husbands, often playing them to death, and thus frequently needs to replenish her new husbands. It is not just from Eriuenshiu, many times she even replenishes them from cities outside. Her tastes are also very complex, not only are there humans, but also various demi-humans. In short, among the twisted descendants, she belongs to a particularly unique category. Lady Karina, your quota of 10 has been used up. I am afraid you cannot bring back any new husbands. Black Bear took a look. This dragonkin was very beautiful, with 2 7-colored dragon horns on his forehead and a pair of 7-colored dragon wings on his back. The other party revealed a smile, and Black Bear shuddered. Is he a descendant of the 7-colored Dragon King? That perverted dragon loves creating offspring, so it is quite normal for any kind of descendant to appear. However, for this one to display so many obvious 7-colored characteristics, among the descendants of the 7-colored Dragon King, he is likely of very close bloodline. He did not notice that the other party was actually carrying a scroll on his back, and that scroll seemed to be covered by some special power that caused him to ignore it directly. Hihi, I forgot to tell you all. A few days ago, one of my husbands accidentally passed away, so there is just a new spot available now. Is that so? That is truly a pity. We will confirm that later when we return. As for this new husband of yours, he must undergo testing to enter. Karina said indifferently, feel free to test him. Excuse me. Black Bear took out a pair of glasses and put them on. The information of this dragonkin quickly appeared in his eyes. Without a doubt, this was a pay-to-win item passed down from Sky City, and it belonged to a very high-level type. It could detect an enemy's attributes, and ordinary concealment items would have no effect. Level 30, warrior class profession, dragonkin lineage, and there was no situation of using magic or items to change his appearance. The first round of testing passed. He took out a ring, aimed it at the dragonkin, and activated the magic within it. There were no signs of being controlled, and no traces of any charm-type skills or magic effects were found. There was still one last one. He took out a new item to conduct the test. No high-level magic items were found, and no high-energy reactions were detected. The inspection magic covered the other party, treating the scroll on his back as a normal object. Lady Karina, everything is currently normal, but this new husband of yours, he has a level as high as 30, so please be sure to treat him with caution. Moreover, if the other party shows any violent tendencies while in Sky City, he will be executed directly by the guards. Please be sure to keep him well disciplined. Previously, there had been an incident where one descendant's wife killed another descendant's wife, which caused quite a commotion. That was because their strength was low, but this one before him has quite strong strength. He could kill many ordinary people in a short time. Although he cannot yet pose a threat to the descendants, one cannot be careless. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility if anything happens. Karina said somewhat impatiently. Since the other party had said so, Black Bear dared not say anything more. He took out a black ring and placed it on the dragonkin's hand. What is your name? My name is Kaylin. It is truly a feminine name, completely lacking the grandness of my name, Black Bear. Black Bear muttered in his heart while using the item in his hand to write information into the black ring. From now on, this is your proof of identity. Do not take it off at any time, otherwise you will be immediately attacked by the guards. You must remember this. It records some information, telling you where you can go and where you cannot go in Sky City. If you enter a place you are not allowed to go, the ring will immediately trigger an alarm. I see, I understand. Kaylin rubbed the black ring. Although this item was very ingenious, the magic used was actually not high level, and it would not take him long to crack it. Well, it would take a little time. Is that enough? Karina asked impatiently. It is fine, you may enter. Karina happily pulled Kaylin, flew into the gate, and passed through the defensive magic array of Sky City. Along the way, none of the numerous defensive devices were triggered. The scope of Sky City is very large. For the descendants and NPCs living here, Only the treasure vault and the throne area are restricted zones, they can go anywhere else freely. However, as ordinary people who are vassals, they do not have this authority. People with black rings only have a small area of activity. Karina brought Kaelin back to her palace. The Sky Island was dotted with nearly 100 buildings of various styles, some palace style, some villa style, and others just ordinary small houses with courtyards, ranging in size. And Karina's residence was one of the largest among them. Back at home, several guys dressed as male servants knelt respectfully on the ground. "Master, welcome back." Their expressions were respectful, but the fear in their eyes could not be hidden no matter what. There was no helping it, every 1 or 2 weeks, someone would die here. The manners of death were bizarre and varied. Some died in agony after having their limbs broken, some had their heads ripped off, and others were drained of blood. There were all sorts of ways. In their eyes, their master was a devil. It is said that this is the result of the council's restrictions. If there were no restrictions, she would do even worse things. Not bad, very spirited. Listen well, his name is Kaelin, and from now on, he is your boss. Yes, greetings to Lord Kaelin. Kaelin smiled and nodded, then, amidst the strange gazes of the crowd, followed Karina into the bedroom. After entering the bedroom and closing the doors and windows, Karina restrained the smile on her face and knelt respectfully before him. "Master, please forgive my presumption just now. It is fine, everything is for a greater benefit." Kaelin, "No," Rowan said casually, and Karina's face was filled with fanaticism. "Yes, everything is for you." Rowan's expression was complex. Others might live, but this one, sorry, she must die. Among the several controlled individuals, she was the one who had done the most evil. Furthermore, her death had already been part of Rowan's plan. Thanks to the blessing of the world shadow profession, Rowan's concealment ability was now terrifying. The information he displayed could not be seen through even by using high-level detection magic. It stood to reason that only world-class power could possibly reveal Rowan's true face. Well, it was only a possibility. As for whether it would actually work, Rowan lacked such items and could not confirm. #234 Chapter 234 The Great Library. Chapter 234 The Great Library. Chapter 235 The Great Library. After discussing a few matters with Karina, Rowan stayed in her room for a while longer. Not long after, feeling that it was about time, Rowan finally left the room. The residential area of Sky City was quite large, and the most populous group here was the families of the descendants of the 8 Greed Kings. Besides them, there were many NPCs. Of course, these were not Guardian NPCs, but rather Level 1 service-type NPCs. The NPC points required to create them were very low, and Sky City currently had dozens of them. These ordinary NPCs were not responsible for combat. Their jobs were to clean the environment, prepare food, and so on. It was said that in the early days, there were many more such NPCs, numbering in the hundreds. Unfortunately, most of these NPCs were human, and over the course of several hundred years, they had almost all perished. Only those of long-lived races had survived. Therefore, service-type NPCs were now in short supply. Several hundred years ago, in order to replenish their numbers, some humans of this type were specifically recruited to enter Sky City. Consequently, in the current Sky City, those sweeping floors and cooking might not be true NPCs, but rather indigenous humans. If Rowan needed to, he could also sneak in using this route. Strolling in front of the houses of various styles, Rowan attracted the attention of some people. After all, his appearance was quite distinctive. However, upon noticing the black ring on his finger, no one came to cause trouble. TSK, 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 these guys really know how to live it up. Rowan couldn't see inside the homes, and he didn't use magic to investigate. He was a newcomer and worried about causing unnecessary trouble. He didn't know what it was like inside, but as for those walking out the doors, there were all sorts of races. Humans were the most numerous but were inconspicuous, while the demi-humans were much more eye-catching. Among those closer to humans were the elves and beast men. In addition, there were even lizard man, and he truly couldn't understand how these guys could bring themselves to do it. Rowan also discovered a very special race, the angels. It was surprising. This one didn't look like they had used an item to transform into an angel, but was a true angel. He wondered whose descendant this was. When the 8 greed kings first crossed over, they slaughtered demi-humans and built large harems. Their descendants had not inherited the former, but had certainly taken the latter to the extreme. He had originally thought the Elf King was not quite right in the head, but compared to these guys, the Elf King actually belonged to the type that was hardworking and talented. In the centuries of captivity, the descendants of the 8 greed kings left here had become accustomed to this life, and their strength had become weaker with each generation. Under normal circumstances, in a few hundred years, they would likely undergo degradation to a level similar to the indigenous people. He wondered how the descendants of the 6 great gods managed to maintain their strength, such that they could produce geniuses like Zeshi Zetsume and the Captain. As he walked, Rowan arrived in front of the great library of Sky City. Sky City had contributed a large number of tier magic spells to this world, and this library might just be the most comprehensive magic library in the world. Given Rowan's status, he wouldn't be able to enter, but that didn't matter, he had connections. Stepping into the library entrance, he was unsurprisingly stopped by the guarding NPCs. But it was fine. Rowan took out the documentation his wife had provided for him. The other party was a bit confused, but after verifying that everything was in order, they let him pass. Although the Great Library was a restricted area, its security level was much lower than the Treasury. One only needed to provide documentation to enter. Upon entering the library, Rowan saw towering bookshelves all around and countless books. Creatures resembling pixies were cleaning the numerous bookshelves, and a huge spiral staircase led to the upper levels. Books were everywhere, like a hall of knowledge. It really is spectacular, though it's a pity there's basically no one reading. Rowan observed for a moment. It was basically all maintenance NPCs, and there was only one person actually reading there. To those descendants, learning this knowledge was useless. Anyway, Sky City possessed absolute defense and powerful NPCs. They didn't need to participate in combat at all. Rowan walked and looked around. Many of the books here were related to magic, most of which came from indigenous people. They ranged from old to new, but the majority were from 500 years ago, and quite a few were from the dragon race. In addition, there were books from the elves, beast men, and various other powerful demi-human races. There were also some from indigenous humans, and even some written by the NPCs themselves. As for the descendants, there were basically none. Moreover, most of the books were from 500 years ago. The number of books from the last 500 years was extremely small. There were many types of books. There were many related to magic, whether it be magic, alchemy, or forging. There were also plenty of travelogues, occupation-related texts, history, geography, and cultural content. The guy who established the Great Library back then was truly a talent. Not bad. The library in Maritime City had far fewer books than this place. Later, he would take them all back to enrich his own library. Anyway, these guys were just wasting this precious knowledge. It would be better to give it to someone else. Flipping through a few high-level magic books, Rowan felt he had gained quite a lot. If he could leisurely study here for a few decades, Rowan believed his magic level could reach a higher level. Unfortunately, such leisurely time would not come to pass. Hello, do you also like to read? That's truly amazing. That Karina actually allowed her husband to come here. Did he use some method to read the information on the ring? Then, this person must be a descendant. Greetings, my lord. I do indeed enjoy reading. The Honourable Lady Karina very generously permitted me this small hobby. The person who struck up a conversation with Rowan was a delicate-looking youth with black hair, bright blue eyes, and glasses, looking quite weak. Gauss, human. Level, LV 37. Karma, 210. Class, Mage, Basic LV 15, Scroll Scholar, Intermediate LV 10, Forbidden Spell Apprentice, Intermediate LV 10, Forbidden Spellcaster, LV 2. It was actually a human. Looking at his age, he was only about 15 or 16. If he were in the human world, reaching level 37 at this age would count as a super genius. However, considering that the other party relied on the resources of Sky City and was a descendant of a player, this level was a bit weak. One had to know that the captain of the Black Scripture, also a godkin, looked to be about the same age, yet his level had reached 60 or 70. My name is Gauss. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your name is Kalin, right? A very special name. The black ring recorded all sorts of information, so it was perfectly normal for the other party to be able to read it. In Sky City, they family members had no secrets to speak of. The descendants, and even the NPCs, could obtain their information and their current location at any time. Chapter 235, Gauss's Wild Magic Research. Chapter 236, Gauss's Wild Magic Research. Greetings, Lord Gauss. Rowan said with a respectful expression. Just call me Gauss. I noticed you the moment you walked in. Over these past few hours, you have browsed through many books, but you spent the most time on magic and history books. Aren't you a warrior? He observed so carefully and is very familiar with the books placed here. He probably isn't the type of person who comes here occasionally. Although I am a warrior, I am very interested in magic. I see. I have heard that some dragons in the dragon race master both magic and martial arts, which is quite impressive. The dragon race is truly a gifted species. I see that your scales seem to be 7-colored. Could it be that you are the descendant of that legendary true dragon lord, the 7-colored dragon lord? This guy talks a bit too much, but he certainly knows a lot. He even knows about the 7-colored dragon lord. I am not very clear on that. Perhaps there is some connection. Gauss was very happy. He didn't seem interested in Rowan's bloodline. He had only mentioned it out of curiosity earlier. Afterward, he dragged Rowan around the library, introducing all kinds of collections, some of which were extremely precious unique copies, opening Rowan's eyes. After dark, he asked if it would be a problem for Rowan to return home late. After confirming it was not a big issue, he even dragged Rowan along to have dinner. Rowan, having finished his day of reconnaissance, returned to Karina's home, feeling that this guy was a bit off. Could my identity have been exposed? Did the other party come to investigate the situation? He called for Karina and asked about the other party's situation. You mean Gauss? That guy is a freak. Karina was very disdainful of that guy. It is unclear what generation descendant Gauss is, but he is definitely a pure human. That guy is different from others. He didn't take a wife, and he only hired one NPC to manage his home. He has no friends here. He might have had some a long time ago, but he became obsessed with the library and magic research, so gradually, no one was with him anymore. Rowan was a bit puzzled. Obsessed with learning, obsessed with magic research, isn't this a very ambitious thing? Ambitious? I don't quite understand your thoughts, Master. To us, our power is inherited from our ancestors. Power comes from bloodlines, not things like books. Even if you research a lot of magic, it is useless if your strength doesn't go up. That actually makes some sense. Magic is something that requires basic strength as a foundation. If the level is not high, high-level magic cannot be used at all. However, researching magic can strengthen one's means of dealing with enemies, and for mags, it is also an important way to gain experience. At his age and with his background, being obsessed with magic but still having such a low level, it's not that his talent is strong, it's that his talent is too weak. Master, did this guy provoke you? Do you need me to step in and deal with him? You can still kill him. Killing him is possible, but it is a bit troublesome. However, making him disappear is much simpler. Forget it, not for now. Yes. This guy named Gauss still looks quite interesting. He is so enthusiastic toward me. Could it be because he found a companion to research magic with? It probably isn't that simple. Anyway, I need to spend a few days collecting intelligence, so having a little contact during this time is harmless. Although I used soul stripping to control a few counselors, these guys don't have much in their heads. I still have to investigate some core secrets myself. If I don't do that and just open the treasury directly, Rowan would feel a bit uneasy, worried that the 8 Greed Kings might have left some trump cards from back then. In the following few days, Rowan conducted detailed reconnaissance on every part of Sky City and investigated all the NPCs. Not only that, he also took the time to control 2 other counselors. Those 2 just didn't go out, they weren't strong-willed. The descendants are nothing to worry about. To him, The only real threats are those few NPCs. After investigation, he discovered that the strength of these NPCs is now far inferior to before. Fighting 3 or 5, Rowan believes there is no big problem, but if so many guardians swarm him, Rowan would have a hard time dealing with it and could only flee in a sorry state. However, his goal is not to kill the NPCs, but just to take all the resources here. With these counselors around, he can immediately know about any disturbance in Sky City. According to the results of his reconnaissance during this period, the 8 Greed Kings did not leave too many trump cards. Aside from conventional resources and cash shop items, the truly top-tier resources include several artifacts and the world-class item, the Nameless Spellbook. There are also some artifacts held by a few powerful NPCs, and there is no way to seize them for the time being. In addition, the library also needs to be emptied. This workload seems quite large. Rowan spent a few days collecting information on all the NPCs in Sky City, drew detailed maps, and monitored various defensive devices. Although he cannot completely take Sky City into his possession this time, the next time might be different. This morning, just as Rowan was starting to ponder choosing an auspicious day to begin his operation, Gauss sought him out. "Kaelin, I have a very special research project that I would like to invite you to participate in. Our time together over these few days tells me that although you are not a mage, your knowledge regarding various magic and dragon race-related matters is very rich, and you are also a very good person, so I would like to invite you." As expected, I felt earlier that this kid had some ulterior motive and wasn't just a fellow enthusiast. He finally said it today. "What project?" "Regarding the dragon race, research on wild magic." Although the other party disguised it well, the greed in his eyes did not escape Rowan's eyes. Rowan was surprised internally, but on the surface, he remained calm. "Wild magic? What kind of magic is that?" Gauss grew up here and had no deep schemes. He naturally trusted others more, so he did not suspect anything else and said directly, "Among the dragon lords of the dragon race, a very small number of powerful individuals can use terrifying magic that transcends tier magic, that is wild magic, and the dragon lords capable of using this kind of magic are also called true dragon lords. Wild magic is completely different from tier magic. It is very likely the manifestation of some kind of world authority. You may not have seen it before, but that's okay, come with me. Wild magic, Sky City is actually researching it too. If it were 500 years ago, that would be normal. At that time, Sky City's strength was at its peak, and if it weren't for the existence of the dragon race, it could have completely crushed the entire world. But Sky City now is far inferior to before. They can't even figure out their own tier magic, and yet they are still researching wild magic. #236 Chapter 236 Take It All. Chapter 236, Take It All. Chapter 237, Take It All. Rowan was very curious about the others' research on wild magic. As a fellow magic researcher, Rowan could not pass up the opportunity to observe, so he followed Gauss. The research into wild magic originated 500 years ago from our 8 ancestors. I don't know if you've heard of their names, but it happened 500 years ago, so it's not important. Anyway, at that time, our ancestors obtained some intelligence on wild magic and began related research, which was called the Wild Magic Project back then. Gauss did not shy away from Rowan's dragon race identity at all, but rather told him everything. It's just a pity that our ancestors only researched a portion before passing away one after another during the war. Their successors did not have the same powerful strength as our ancestors. Over the subsequent 500 years, there was some intermittent research, but 200 years ago, this project was completely abandoned because there had been no breakthroughs. A few years ago, I accidentally found the relevant records in the archives and restarted this research. Although the council does not support it, it doesn't matter, I can do it on my own. A fanatical expression appeared on Gauss's face. Wild magic requires relying on the dragon race bloodline, but it is not absolute. However, the dragon race bloodline is indeed a shortcut, so I would like to ask you to help me with some experiments. Rowan smiled awkwardly. Sure, but you have to tell me first what you want to do and whether there is any danger. It was a bit strange that he hadn't found any relevant records of wild magic in the library before. The 8 Greed Kings had fought the dragon race to the ground, So how could there be no intelligence on wild magic? It turned out you kid had taken it all. Rest assured, there is no danger to your life. I just want you to activate a ritual magic to see if we can rely on your dragon race bloodline to trigger the power of wild magic. Ritual magic is truly amazing. If my line of thinking is correct, perhaps I can find a way for someone who is not a true dragon lord to leverage the power of wild magic. The idea was quite good. Ritual magic is indeed amazing and can allow a person to use magic that exceeds their own level. Back when he was at a low level, he used ritual magic to deploy a magic formation on the Forgotten Island that surpassed his level at the time. That guy Fluder also relied on ritual magic to achieve the Sage class. However, although ritual magic is useful, it is impossible to leverage the power of wild magic with it. Rowan had also made similar attempts, but they all failed. Only by using the skill peering into the abyss was he able to simulate and create forbidden magic that resembled wild magic. Pure ritual magic absolutely wouldn't work unless other things were added. And the things added certainly couldn't be achieved by conventional means. This guy is truly a talent. Although his talent is a bit lacking, his ideas are actually quite good. Among the bunch of foolish descendants of the 8 Greed Kings, there is actually one smart person. There are a few experimental facilities on the edge of Sky City. Rowan had scouted this area before, but most of them were unmanned. The few that were in use only conducted low-level magic experiments. Gauss led Rowan to an experimental facility. We've arrived. This is my private laboratory, which I usually use to test some magic, alchemical potions, and so on. My wild magic research is also mainly conducted here. Rowan nodded and followed him inside. He was also bold due to his high skill level. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary family member would not have the courage to follow a weird research fanatic into their laboratory. The structure inside the research facility was relatively simple, with a wide experimental area, storage area, design area, and so on. A huge magic formation had already been laid out on the floor of the experimental area. As a magic master, Rowan knew the type of this magic formation after just a few glances. Interesting. It stimulates the user's bloodline power to leverage wild magic with mana, and if necessary, it can even provide a soul as raw material. In principle, it amplifies the bloodline and uses mana bridging to forcibly activate wild magic. However, the hidden part of this can allow the user to exert power beyond their current level by overdrawing their life force. Interesting, to actually use this method to stimulate potential. However, the flaws are too great. It's simply not worth it. If one is not careful, the user will be drained to death directly. Furthermore, although his idea of using consumables to forcibly activate wild magic is quite interesting, it is impossible to succeed. Wild magic cannot be completed so simply. No matter how one tries to push their limits, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The prerequisite for using wild magic, the very first step, requires connecting one's soul to the world, which is the ability of the Soul Connector class that every true Dragon Lord must have. If one cannot even complete the first step, no matter how hard they try later, they will not be able to meet the requirements. This is the ritual magic I designed, referencing many past materials, hoping to trigger the lowest level of wild magic. And you, my friend, I hope you can help me. A smile appeared on his face, and he was already impatient in his heart. Rowan thought for a moment. Sure, but you have to let me see all the materials first, as well as the raw materials of wild magic. Gauss hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, "Of course, no problem. We have plenty of time, and since you have already joined Sky City and are an internal member, it is fine for you to see them." Gauss led Rowan to the design room inside, which was much messier than the outside. Various books filled the bookshelves and tables, and the floor was covered with all kinds of design sketches. Rowan first flipped through the original materials slightly. The earliest materials came from the records of the dragon race, recording a total of 3 wild magic spells. It was unknown which true dragon lord they had been snatched from. The others were all related research on wild magic, with the most being from 500 years ago. Later, they became fewer and fewer, and basically stopped 200 years ago. After that were various notes written by Gauss. Rowan just glanced slightly at the content of this research. Most of them were nonsense conjectures, while a few were more interesting conjectures, but they lacked the means to test them. As for the notes by Gauss at the end, well, most of them were wild thoughts lacking theoretical basis, but the general direction of his thinking was correct. While Rowan was flipping through various materials, Gauss would explain them to him whenever he was free, as if he was afraid he wouldn't understand these materials. There was no helping it. Rowan's current image to the other party was that of a warrior with a brain full of muscles. It was perfectly normal for him not to understand profound magic. It would be abnormal if he did. Rowan's skill panel was flickering, but it was not easy to trigger it outside. These 3 wild magic spells had to be taken, and these research materials, although most were nonsense, had some reference value, so they also had to be taken. Chapter 237 Emptying the Treasury. Chapter 238 Emptying the Treasury. After reading through the material, Rowan understood the other party's line of thinking. Your line of thinking is quite good, but your ritual magic will fail 100%. That is because you fundamentally do not understand the core of wild magic. You think the core of leveraging the power of wild magic is bloodline, using the dragon race's bloodline to leverage the power of the world. This is wrong. Gauss was stunned. It isn't. Of course not. It is true that wild magic is exclusive to the dragon race, but you and your predecessors have been going in the wrong direction. What leverages the power is not bloodline, but the soul. Only a sufficiently powerful soul possessing certain traits can leverage this kind of power. Therefore, your ritual magic is bound to fail. Gauss did not really believe him. After all, Rowan did not look like a powerful mage. He only needed Rowan to activate the magic circle, not to lecture him. Whether you believe me or not does not matter. However, I have heard that the outside world is vast, and the dragon race is incomparably powerful. Why don't you consider going there to take a look? If you defect to the dragon race, wouldn't you be able to obtain much more? Enough, prepare to start the operation. Delays lead to changes, it will be today. Behind Gauss, a shadow appeared. It transformed into Rowan's appearance, looking exactly like him, and then took the scroll from behind Rowan. Every action was completed in front of Gauss, but Gauss acted as if he saw nothing. The shadow-type confusion magic was too powerful. For low-level existences, it was invincible. The shadow clone was powerful, surpassing all the clones Rowan had created. In fact, because Rowan was worried about being affected by world items, he had always kept the two-world mandala on his person. But for this operation, the clone would not be able to function without taking the two-world mandala. After taking the two-world mandala, the shadow clone left. The task of heading to the treasury to receive the items would be completed by him. After all, Rowan did not know the situation of the 8 Greed King's treasury. His main body certainly dared not enter it, but the shadow clone had no problems. At worst, he would lose 1 world item. Although that would make Rowan's heart ache for a long time, it was far better than the main body entering an unknown place. As for the materials here and the things in the library, the main body would receive them. As for needing to activate the council and obtain the consent of the councillors to open the treasury, just kidding. All 7 were under Rowan's control. He could take all the keys directly without even needing to go through the formalities. I have never left Sky City. Although I don't like this place very much, but... Rowan smiled. I am just giving you a chance to leave Sky City and escape death. Even if you are slow-witted, you should have noticed that my situation is a bit off, right? Off. What do you mean by that? I am a spy sent by the 7-colored Dragon Lord to infiltrate Sky City and obtain intelligence. Rowan began to expose his own identity. My exposure is a matter of these past 2 days. You have had close contact with me, so you will have quite a bit of trouble later. I just find you agreeable, which is why I am giving you a chance. If you don't want to die, then run away with me. With your wisdom and status, if you return to the embrace of the Dragon Lord with me, he will definitely value you. No matter what, I will wait for you in the city below. I will leave after dark. Gauss's face turned deathly pale. You are joking, right? Cai Lin, I cannot. So that's how it is. This is your last chance. Rowan used sleep magic to make the other party fall into a deep sleep for 3 hours. 3 hours later, we shall see if he wakes up and chooses to flee or expose my identity as a spy for the seven-colored Dragon Lord. To Rowan, it did not matter what his choice was. After the other party fell asleep, Rowan collected all the research materials here into his player space and then went out to the library. There were usually no people in the library. In the afternoon, there were only a few sprites managing it. Among the descendants, not many liked looking at such boring books. Rowan had checked these sprites, they were only level 10 creatures. Rowan used sleep magic to make them fall into a deep sleep and then set up an illusion. Under normal circumstances, family members using magic in Sky City would be detected by the displacement. Unfortunately, he had cracked this ring 2 days ago. Now, no matter what he did, this ring could not detect it. If it weren't to let latecomers know his trajectory, he would have thrown this thing away long ago. There were many books in the library. Rowan had spent a great deal of effort over the past few days figuring out the general content. Novels and biographies could be forgotten, and books of low value were all abandoned. The rest were packed into the player space, from high value to low value, packing as much as possible. Just as Rowan was harvesting books in the library, on the other side, the shadow clone had successfully obtained the key. Just kidding. These guys had already had their souls modified. If this still failed, Rowan would immediately use his backup plan to flee this place. Under Karina's guidance, the shadow clone successfully arrived at the location of the treasury. The gate of the treasury was guarded by 2 level 95 knight statues. If the person approaching was not carrying the key, they would be attacked by the statues. These statues were powerful. In the early days, their symbolic significance might have outweighed their practical significance, but now, they had become one of the top experts in Sky City. Opening the gate, Karina stood guard at the entrance, and the shadow clone stepped inside. He was not polite either. As far as his eyes could see, he took everything he could take. In just a moment, he had stuffed the space of the two-world mandala 7/8 full. Sky City was like a camel that died but was still bigger than a horse. Even though it had declined, its current collection was still significant. Among them, most were materials from this world, while the gold coins from the game remained few. Rowan estimated that they couldn't even scrape together 100 million. This was very normal. In that battle against the dragon race, they had consumed too many gold coins to resurrect NPCs. Packing everything up, the room doors were closed, and the most important nameless spellbook had also been obtained. The space of the two-world mandala was large enough. If it were Rowan's main body's player space, it might not have been able to fit everything. Everything was ready. After rendezvousing with Rowan's main body, the shadow clone decomposed back into a shadow, and the filled two-world mandala and the nameless spellbook were handed to Rowan. World items had this one bad point: they could not be put into storage items and could only be held by hand. Rowan still had to set up magic to conceal them. Infiltrating the enemy's lair and stealing all of their treasures, this feeling was truly thrilling. Karina took Rowan, greeted the guards, and left swaggeringly. #238 Chapter 238 Nameless Incantation Scripture. Chapter 238 Nameless Spellbook. Chapter 239 Nameless Spellbook. The black bear was still guarding the gate, and he did not stop the two from leaving. After all, it had been so many years. Although outings were strictly controlled in the past, no one cared anymore. It was unknown what kind of punishment this guy would face once the matter was exposed. Rowan took off the ring in his hand and discarded it, then used soul magic to kill Karina without her even realizing it, before resurrecting her several times to completely destroy her soul. There was no other way. As the core figure of the plan, Karina had to die. Only her death would attract enough attention. Returning to the city, he eliminated everything that might leak information, even having the intelligence personnel of the Dark Department withdraw. It was foreseeable that the city would soon face a storm of investigations. It was still dangerous for spies to remain here. With everything ready, Rowan used teleportation to head toward the center of the continent, in the direction of the seven-colored Dragon Lord. Although he wasn't sure if the Sky Eye could track him, it was better to be cautious just in case. Regardless, He had already marked the coordinates here, and if necessary, he could teleport back. In Sky City, when Gauss woke up and saw his empty design room, his mind went blank for a moment. Then, after remembering something, his face turned deathly pale. Why you've got to be kidding me? If he really is a spy, then the current situation is probably... Is he trying to run away and defect to him? No, that won't do. The dragon race is an incredibly dangerous existence, and I am a part of Sky City. After only a moment of hesitation, Gauss steeled his resolve and hurried to find Lord Troy. This lord was a first-generation descendant of the ancestors, had lived for several hundred years, was not only powerful but also one of the counselors, and held a high position of power. After finding the lord and explaining the situation, he was shocked. He immediately summoned the other counselors, and upon quickly confirming that the library and the treasury had been completely looted, he immediately sounded the highest alert for Sky City. Sky City immediately erupted into chaos. Both the descendants and the NPCs sprang into action. It was the first time in several hundred years of peace that Sky City had triggered an alert of this level. What's going on? Did the dragon race attack? Most of the NPCs looked solemn, while the descendants were panicked and bewildered. Most of them had never participated in the wars from hundreds of years ago. Everything was only recorded in books. Soon, the high-level officials gathered in the large conference room. After a brief explanation of the situation, the 18 guardians among the NPCs looked at each other in dismay. The treasury was stolen? What a joke! That was where most of Sky City's resources were located. They couldn't believe it. After many NPCs followed the descendants to the treasury and confirmed the fact, everyone's expression became extremely grim. Several counselors were so angry they nearly fainted. Investigate. Investigate it for me. We must retrieve those items. Activate the Sky Eye immediately. Do not let any clues slip by. Troy was furious, so angry he nearly drew his blade to strike someone. Meanwhile, hiding within the activity range of the seven-colored Dragon Lord, Rowan received the message from Troy and revealed a strange smile. TSK, they really chose to continue staying in Sky City. Interesting. With a pile of false intelligence released, coupled with an inside agent in the high ranks muddying the waters, the seven-colored Dragon Lord is in a situation where he won't be able to clear his name. Can this make Sky City fight the Dragon Lord again? Probably not. After all, Sky City was already very weak. Now that they have lost almost all their resources, plus the loss of the world item, they are no match for those true Dragon Lords. And once they make a move, they will tear up the past agreement with the Dragon race. If they lose the war again, then Sky City might truly become history. The Sky Eye was Sky City's strongest intelligence device. All monitoring of magic relied on this device. Unfortunately, due to resource constraints, the Sky Eye could only shrink its range to the local area and the city below, and now, it would likely have to shrink even further. It might even have to stop completely. Whether Sky City could even provide power for such a super-large reconnaissance device had become an unknown. Rowan only had this much left to do regarding the demise of Sky City. It wasn't suitable to make another move right now. The next time he came here, Sky City would truly become history. After a simple confirmation of the situation, they used the Sky Eye to trace the events. It was simple. The ones who committed the crime were that Cai Lin and Karina, who brought him up. This was the conclusion the counselors reached after discussion. As for why the others gave out the key, the reason was simple. Karina needed to obtain one of the materials, which was not an unusual thing, so they gave the key to her. The other party possessed the status of a counselor and had been verified by the stone statue, so it could not have been an impersonator. Obviously, this was not the counselor's fault, it was all Karina's conspiracy. Considering the intelligence provided by Gauss, a terrifying conspiracy surfaced. It was obvious that Cai Lin was a spy sent by the seven-colored Dragon Lord, and for some reason, Karina had already defected to the other side. However, some raised objections, saying the clues were too obvious and might be problematic, or it could be someone else shifting the blame, such as the very insidious Platinum Dragon Lord. However, regardless of anything, they must first retrieve the heritage. Once these assets were lost, Sky City's strength would drop significantly, and in the future, They might even lose the ability to protect themselves. Decisive and prompt, Sky City immediately dispatched a special operations team, consisting of the 9 strongest guardians, to investigate the enemy's direction of movement. If it was indeed stolen by the 7-colored Dragon Lord, they had to take it back no matter what. So that was it. Judging from the intelligence revealed by Sky City, their situation was consistent with the intelligence. They did not have an overly powerful intelligence system and did not have the ability to track his trail. Rowan left behind a shadow clone, keeping it in the appearance of Cai Lin to prevent any special circumstances, and then teleported his main body back to the maritime city. This time, he had truly made a fortune. These resources were enough to forge several artifact-grade pieces of equipment and could also add to the Maritime City Guild, taking it to the next level. As for the guild weapon, Rowan had no intention of strengthening it at all. Firstly, the equipment did not match him, and secondly, if the level was too high, he wouldn't dare to take it out, fearing it would be destroyed or lost, so it was better to just leave it in the guild. First, he took stock of the supplies. The most precious item was the Nameless Spellbook. As one of the world-class items, this book recorded all tier magic that had appeared in this world. No matter what kind of magic it was, as long as it belonged to the tier system, it would be recorded in this book. Although it has no combat power, this characteristic is very terrifying. It is already the power of rules. Well, it just has no actual combat power. The 3 world-class items Rowan had obtained previously had no combat power. Among them, only Downfall of Castle and Country was somewhat useful, but the restrictions were also very large and cumbersome to use. Rowan flipped through the bottomless book, and a vast expanse of magic appeared before his eyes. Chapter 239, Prophecy. Chapter 240, Prophecy. The magic within the grimoire was as vast as the sea. Over the past few centuries, people in this world had invented too much magic. As long as a type of magic appeared in the world, it would be recorded. Even the forbidden spells that Rowan himself had invented were included. However, skills, wild magic, and the forbidden magic that Rowan created based on wild magic were not among them. If even skills were included, that would be too heaven-defying. In short, although this book had no combat power, it was more precious than ordinary world items to a mage. Rowan put away the grimoire. This was not something one person could handle, it was more suitable for an organization to use. With this grimoire, establishing the most powerful magic organization was already a certainty. As for other aspects, there were some materials, pay-to-win items, and gold coins. Not to mention the materials, they were all collected to be used later for forging artifacts. Some ordinary equipment could also be used to forge relics, legendary items, etc. There were no ordinary materials collected by Sky City. There were not many gold coins, and Rowan did not dare to use them recklessly. Now, everything in the maritime city was localized to magic as much as possible, but a small portion of things required gold coins to replenish. For example, the energy needed for the maritime city to move was used up bit by bit, and it had to be replenished with gold coins. Therefore, after obtaining the maritime city, Rowan had never moved it since he placed it there. Gold coins in the game and gold coins in reality were 2 different concepts. Gold coins in reality were made of precious metals, and among them, the most precious platinum coins seemed to come from the Platinum Dragon Lord. That guy might not be able to say much else, but his money was definitely terrifyingly abundant. However, neither gold coins nor platinum coins could replace the gold coins from the game. Rowan first performed various tests on the game's gold coins, even using the all-seeing eyes and analysis skills. Unfortunately, the result he could get at the moment was that the gold coin itself was a special metal containing energy. He could not get anything else. It made sense. If the mysteries within could be cracked so easily, the 8 Greed Kings in the plot, as well as Ain Zoal Gown later, would have already cracked them. The uses of game gold coins were numerous, and the most intuitive one was that they could be used to resurrect NPCs. In addition, some guild-building equipment recharging, trap resetting, etc., all required the use of gold coins. This thing felt like a type of solid energy. If studied in depth, perhaps more uses could be discovered, such as things that did not exist in the game, like casting magic using gold coins as a cost. Regarding the research on gold coins, there was no hope of any breakthrough in the short term. Perhaps after the battle with Ainz-O'Lgown ended, and with more data and materials obtained, he would have sufficient ability to conduct in-depth research on them. Now there was just enough time to forge these materials into equipment. The items forged were not only highly practical but could also provide a large amount of experience. It was simply a win-win situation. And Sky City was the last fat sheep that Rowan could fleece. As for the true Dragon Lord, they were not that easy to deal with. Just as Rowan was busy forging, a huge conflict erupted between Sky City and the Seven-Colored Dragon Lord. It ended with the Seven-Colored Dragon Lord killing several guardians, while he himself was also injured and withdrew. Both sides already had a deep blood feud, and their eyes turned red upon meeting. There was simply no thought of communication. The Platinum Dragon Lord, who had been holed up in the council state for a long time without moving, instinctively sensed something was wrong, and then used a Platinum avatar to go and scout, but the intelligence obtained was very little. It was an eventful autumn. Calculating the time, the point in time when the filth would descend upon this world was not long from now. No, if the previous intelligence was accurate enough, it should be less than half a year. The Platinum Dragon Lord was somewhat uneasy. If the ones descending this time were the 8 Greed Kings, or even players exceeding the level of the 8 Greed Kings, that would be a disaster for this world. If it were like Riku, it wouldn't be much of a problem. He had once used the Platinum Armor to infiltrate Riku's party and extracted a great deal of intelligence. He knew that the 8 Greed Kings were not the limit of players. There existed players and guilds even more powerful than the 8 Greed Kings. 500 years ago, the dragon race in its prime fought the 8 Greed Kings to such a state, and their strength had not recovered much even now. The dragon race no longer had the strength to support such a large-scale war again. Just as the Platinum Dragon Lord was anxious and uneasy, he received a magical message. This was a type of magic that only the dragon race could use. It was developed by the dragon race hundreds of years ago as a means of communication within the dragon race. It was said that the inspiration came from the communication method between the Sky City transmigrators. It was Hess. This little dragon was a rising star, a rare and powerful junior within the dragon race in the last 500 years. He was born just after the war ended and was very lucky not to have participated in that battle. The other party was a battle maniac who loved fighting, and his strength improved very quickly. 100 years ago, he even challenged Platinum, but he was beaten up severely. After that battle, communication between the two actually increased. This was a guy who thirsted for strength, and his talent was not bad. Platinum was quite fond of such a junior. Unfortunately, although the other party worked very hard, he seemed to lack the talent to use wild magic. However, he had strong talent in dragon magic and martial arts, and could be considered a top-tier dragon lord below the true dragon lord, on par with that timid crystal dragon. I don't know what's going on, apart from a few old guys, nowadays not a single dragon lord who can learn wild magic can be found. Although he did not know why the other party was taking the initiative to find him, Platinum still summoned her. Hess, mostly greyish-black with some sharp dark gold, entered the cave. Seeing Platinum, she shouted happily, "Boss Platinum, haha, long time no see." Hess, long time no see. What is the matter that you have come to find me? Some time ago, when I was wandering around in the human world, I heard that an old prophet was very powerful, so I went to find him and made him perform a great prophecy at the cost of his life. You also know that for things like prophecy magic, it is more accurate when a life is paid. Platinum said lazily, that is indeed the case. Although those humans are born weak, they possess something called talents, which is very peculiar. So, what did he prophesy? Darkness, huge darkness. Just this year, not long from now, a terrifying dark power will descend upon this world. A king of undead will rule this world until eternity. Blood and fire will sweep across this world. The apocalypse has arrived. No one can escape the apocalypse. Platinum looked at Hess with a serious expression. A prophecy? He did not believe in any prophecies, but he also knew Hess's personality. If it were that kind of messy nonsense, he would not waste this time. Since he specifically told him, it meant that this prophecy might really be a bit special. 240 Chapter 240 The Sixth Contractor and the Shadow. Chapter 240 The Sixth Contract and the Shadow. Chapter 241 The Sixth Contract and the Shadow. Hess said with a serious expression, "Yes, that's what the guy said, but he died shortly after, so there's no way to verify if it's true or false. Prophecies are just like that, mysterious and impossible to confirm. But after all, the date of the filth's arrival is almost here, and I thought it would be better to mention it to you. Regardless, it's always right to be prepared early. Of course, that isn't my main purpose. I actually came this time to try and see if there is any chance for me to master wild magic." Platinum didn't care about Hess learning wild magic. Instead, he was more concerned about the vague prophecy. It seemed he would have to investigate it. "Tell me the information you have about that prophet." Hess curled his lip. He didn't actually want to do this kind of mission, but his master insisted. He hoped he had prepared everything well and that his lies wouldn't be easily exposed, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain Platinum's trust next time. Hess relayed the information he knew to Platinum. "All right, can you tell me how to learn wild magic now? I've become quite a bit stronger recently." Platinum glanced at him. The kid wasn't wrong, he had indeed become stronger recently. 500 years ago, it would have been more than enough to learn wild magic, but in this era, there was no longer any opportunity. You should know that after that war 500 years ago, our world was polluted. Your generation no longer has the environment to learn wild magic. It doesn't matter, I want to try. Even if I can't do it, it's hard to say for my master. As long as I collect enough wild magic for him, I can surely solve this problem and take my strength to the next level. Thinking of his master forcibly using spells like World Barrier and Forbidden Magic, World Teleportation in the form of ordinary magic, Hess's heart burned with fervor. His master's power was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Fine. If you want to try, I will naturally teach you to the best of my ability. If you can make a breakthrough, that would be a great thing. Thank you very much. I'll be counting on you during this time." For Rowan, the true Dragon Lords could be used, but now was not the right time for cooperation. He did not trust these old things, and they, obviously, would not trust the mysterious Rowan. Letting Hess drain their knowledge and then having them experience the taste of despair under Ain's Ol Gown's attack was the right time for him to make his entrance. Just as Rowan's sixth contract, the Mad Dragon Hess, was mingling with Platinum, Rowan also began to continue his plotting. Hess was the contract Rowan had recently selected, with the goal of infiltrating the true Dragon Lords and seeing if he could acquire more knowledge about wild magic. As for the Crystal Dragon, that guy wasn't suitable. It was better to just obediently stay in Maritime City as a research dragon. Meanwhile, on the sea not far from Maritime City, two figures stood in the air. One person wore heavy armor but had angel-like wings on her back. Her hair was half black and half white, as were her pupils, and she held a scythe in her hands. This was Zeshi Zetsume, but she was already the Zeshi Zetsume who had undergone soul evolution. She had discarded garbage classes and filled in the high-level classes required for Valkyrie, such as Cursed Knight. Now, her level was 2 levels lower than before, but with several more high-level classes, her strength had not weakened but was instead stronger than before, and not just by a little. But now, facing her was an opponent that forced her to bring out her full strength and equip her divine artifacts to deal with. That person wore a black robe and stood on the sea. His body seemed to be constantly emitting black aura, and his figure was hidden within a hood. If one closed their eyes, they would be completely unable to perceive the other's presence. Unable to be perceived, unable to be probed, he would only appear before one's eyes if the team member was willing. This was a new member who had joined Maritime City, named Shadow. Zeshi Zetsume was one of the few high-ranking members who knew of the other's existence. But she only knew of his existence. She did not know where he came from. In fact, after obtaining a large batch of resources from Sky City during this period and investing them into the upgrade of Maritime City's level had increased by several levels. The large amount of accumulated NPC points was also used entirely by Rowan to create a max-level NPC, an NPC specialized in stealth and assassination. Shadow was endowed by Rowan with shadow-specialized abilities, and his race was based on a special race from the Shadow World, the Shadow Demon. The strength of the opponent was such that if Rowan didn't possess the world-class World Shadow, it would take a great deal of effort to take him down. Shadow Demon, Level, LV 100 Karma, 0 Shadow Stalker, Race LV 15, Shadow Demon Assassin, Race LV 15, Shadow Demon Lord, Race LV 10, Scout, Basic LV 15, Hunter, Intermediate LV 10, Stealth Shadow, Intermediate LV 10, Advanced Scout, Intermediate LV 10, Nightmare, Advanced LV 5, Shadow Walker, Advanced LV 5, Nether, Rare LV 5. Facing this mysterious existence, Zeshi Zetsume dared not be careless. She didn't know much about Shadow, only that this guy was always by Rowan's side and had top-tier stealth abilities. However, he might not necessarily be strong in a frontal battle. She had applied for a long time before Rowan finally arranged such an opponent for her. Impregnable Fortress. Greater All-Attribute Enhancement. Self-Acceleration. She used several high-level abilities on herself, then activated the Scythe's high-level magic, Instant Death. Unfortunately, after this Instant Death ability hit the opponent, it only made the black mist around him flicker, with no other effect. Zeshi Zetsume felt a bit helpless. Although she knew that instant death magic of this level had little effect against true powerhouses, after testing it for real, she still felt unwilling to accept it. Since that was the case, she would engage in melee combat. Anyway, the Scythe Divine Artifact's strongest capability was its melee power. The shadow opposite her was also very envious. TSK, this scythe is so cool, it's very suitable for me. It's just a pity that the person opposite is a companion. If it were an enemy, it would be great, I could snatch it. When the master is in a good mood later, I can try to ask him to get me one too. With a surprise attack, Zeshi Zetsume appeared in front of the shadow, smashing down at him with her weapon. But the moment she struck Shadow, a pitch-black shield blocked it. Tier 10, Dark Impact. The pitch-black energy hit Zeshi Zetsume's body fiercely, knocking her flying. Nether Strike. Greater Magic, Shadow Assault. The shadows were like docile kittens in Shadow's hands, letting him control them. Shadow was a special type of energy, very few mags could control this power, yet the opponent could actually do it with ease. Was it a class characteristic? Or a racial characteristic? This guy didn't seem to be human. She didn't know where Rowan got him from. Every time she felt she understood him, he would come up with something exaggerated. Chapter 241, 1 month before Ain's-Old-Gown's arrival. Chapter 242, 1 month before Ain's-Old-Gown's arrival. Black shadows continuously attacked Zeshi Zetsume, but she blocked them. A translucent Valkyrie appeared beside her. When facing such an enemy, one must go all out. What powerful shadow control methods! This type of magic must be a very rare branch, right? Zeshi Zetsume said. If it were an enemy, the shadow would not say anything, but since he was facing a companion, he had to chat a little, even though he didn't like chatting much. That is indeed the case. My talent for shadows is relatively stronger. On the other hand, this scythe of yours is truly impressive. It's a divine artifact, isn't it? Zeshi Zetsume almost lost her composure. Was this weapon the only thing she had worth mentioning, and everything else was not worth bringing up? Heh, try this move. A dazzling holy light slash struck fiercely toward Shura, but it was still blocked by the shadow shield. The two stalemated for a moment before vanishing together. Black hole. A pitch-black point appeared beside Zeshi Zetsume, pulling and dragging her, but it could not tear through her armor. Ultimate skill, Root of Darkness. The sky turned pitch black, and the surroundings seemed to fall into a domain of darkness. All vision was stripped away, and dense dark power condensed on Shura. Zeshi Zetsume's expression became grave. What kind of ability was this? It hadn't even been activated yet, but the preliminary effects were already this powerful. It could actually drag the surrounding area into a domain of darkness. However, the preparation time for this skill seemed very long. His position was here. Martial art, ultimate strike. The scythe slashed toward the position where the opponent had been standing, but it hit nothing. Did he change positions? This is truly troublesome. Darkness shrouds this area, and even with my eyesight, I actually cannot see through it. Since that's the case, I'll use wide-range magic. Platinum Armor activated a portable magic item. A violent hurricane rose, destroying everything around it, but there was still no movement. It was so quiet here that it felt like an uninhabited area. She used various methods in frustration to try and find the opponent's location, but all failed. The feeling of knowing the enemy was charging up a big move and having the ability to interrupt it, yet being unable to find their location, was truly maddening. However, there was one last move. Impure Impact Shield. The translucent shield expanded in all directions, and the powerful force broke through the darkness. She finally saw the opponent's figure. He was hiding magic not far away, with two strange-looking shadow monsters protecting him in front. It's over. Purifying Throwing Spear. The Valkyrie's ultimate skill, possessing the property of guaranteed hit, could not be dodged. If the opponent was hit by this move, they would definitely be unable to evade. The Spear of Light whistled past. The black shadow protected him behind it, but the light spear pierced through it and struck the shadow's main body behind it fiercely. Very good, it hit. No, wait, why hasn't he stopped yet? What is going on? It's just my class trait. I can transfer damage and effects in a special way. Now, it's time to end this. Root of Darkness. The preparation was complete. A peculiar power struck Zeshi Zetsume. It could not be dodged, could not be resisted, and the defenses on her body seemed to have little effect. Her body seemed to be decaying. Wisps of black aura emerged and merged into the heavens and earth. Her speed became slower and slower, and finally, she fell onto the sea surface as if she had completely fallen apart. She could not see her status panel, but she could feel her strength, speed, health, and mana rapidly weakening. What kind of skill is this? So bizarre. She could barely control her body. Shadow Clone watched from the shadows. The victory of the Shadow was already within his expectations. The Shadow was of a higher level and had special abilities. Failure without preparation was within reason. However, if she had grasped the intelligence, Zeshi Zetsume would still have had a small chance to win. Failed again. Previously defeated by Ariane, now defeated by the Shadow. Defeated again. I must continue to get stronger. Zeshi Zetsume let out a long sigh. Her self-confidence, which had swelled quite a bit, was suppressed once again. Next time, I must win it back. 1 month before Ain Gaun's arrival, Holy Kingdom. It was as peaceful as ever here. After several countries established cooperative relations, their national strength had been greatly enhanced, and the demi-humans had been completely suppressed, making it difficult for them to threaten this place. Naya returned to this country after a long time. During this period, she had been staying in Maritime City to study. This was her first time returning in over half a year, and she had come back with her teacher. During this time, the teacher seemed to be getting busier and busier. Although Maritime City had become much stronger and the magic defense array had been properly set up, the teacher still did not seem happy. As for Ariane, on the day the setup was successful, she was shouting and yelling about a miracle, and her jumping around looked quite comical. A miracle? The teacher's appearance was the real miracle for me. And no matter what the teacher does, it is a very normal thing. The teacher is omnipotent. She had an inexplicable trust in her teacher. He seemed to be able to solve any problem. I don't know if it was because of this influence, but the new class that hadn't progressed for a long time was actually triggered on that day. Fate Observer, that was the name of this advanced class. The abilities of this class were very powerful, possessing skills like observation, shifting probability, and wishing, which were very compatible with her innate ability. After telling the teacher was also very happy. Shortly after she became familiar with the abilities, he brought her back to the Holy Kingdom. He said it was to let her test and use her abilities. Furthermore, the teacher had also explained to her that above the Fate Observer was the Miracle Maker. And whether she could reach such a realm required her effort. Her path of cultivation had not stopped but had just stepped onto the right track. Naya, look at this person. What is his fate? Rowan asked, pointing at a stall vendor. His fate is calm, without many ups and downs, looking quite ordinary. Naya activated her ability to observe. Fate observation was very mysterious. Although she had this ability, she was still confused and could not observe accurately. She could only obtain the general trend of the other person. Overall, you are right, but there are some details you didn't notice. Although it is calm on the whole, a crisis will appear in about a year. His future has fluctuated here. Naya felt a bit ashamed. Although she could observe a little, a year later was too blurry. Basically, there was nothing to be obtained. Come to think of it, the teacher actually had this ability too. He looked even more impressive than her. What about this one? Rowan pointed at a tall adventurer passing by. The future is dark. He might die after this month. The past cannot be changed. The future cannot be fathomed. Fate changes at every moment. There is no absolute future, only a general future. Hash 242 Chapter 242 Miracles and Levels 95. Chapter 242, Miracle and Level 95. Chapter 243, Miracle and Level 95. Naya has quite a good talent for the path of prophecy. Although her precision is a bit lacking, what she sees is generally correct. That is correct. He will die within a month, but there are multiple paths to survival. As long as he can grasp them, he can escape this disaster. Teacher sees things much more clearly than I do. That makes sense. Teacher is inherently much stronger than me. He is even well versed in the Miracle Maker class, a profession I have never even heard of. Clearly, his understanding of this class series surpasses my own. What about this one? This one, it was actually someone Naya knew, Naya, the somewhat famous Vicious Eyes of the Holy Kingdom. His fate fluctuates constantly, but the overall trend is upward. Huge changes will occur in his future. As for whether they are good or bad, I cannot tell. Let alone you, even I cannot tell. The future is unpredictable. If you firmly believe in the results of your own observations, you will surely be betrayed by your own fate. Now, how do you see my future? Naya had actually looked at it before but was too embarrassed to say anything. Now, however, she took a serious look. Ah, teacher, you. Naya's face turned deathly pale. You are going to die in the next moment. No, how is this possible? It was clearly very calm before. That is why I said that things like fate are constantly changing. Take another look. Now it has turned into a constant upward trend. Teacher, did you conceal your own fate? Haha, that is indeed the case. Then I shall remove the concealment and show you the true state. Take another look. Naya looked for a long time, then shook her head. It is no good. Now it is just a fog. For those of lower standing, your eyes can see their fate, but for those of higher standing, your strength is not sufficient. The fate of the strong is held in their own hands. So that is how it is. Is fate truly fate? Perhaps it is something akin to probability. Fate is not something set in stone, but an existence that changes in real time. She gained a deeper understanding of the nature of fate. In truth, Rowan had one more thing left unsaid. Fate is inscrutable, but before an absolutely powerful master of fate, events with low probability will be constantly amplified, while events with high probability can be constantly diminished. Indeterminate fate, through arrangement, will turn into an unchangeable fate. This realm is too lofty, even the current Rowan cannot achieve this step. Teacher, what about me? Your future will be smooth sailing. Although there are slight fluctuations, they are all safe and sound. In the foreseeable future, you will have the opportunity to become a top-tier powerhouse. I see. Besides these, is there a way to see other things? For example, who my future husband will be, or whether I will have children, and so on. Rowan had truly never paid attention to this angle before. Such details are not easy to see. However, from what I can see now, you should have children. But who your future husband will be cannot be determined. If even that could be seen, it would no longer be fate observation, but a much more terrifying prediction of the future. So that is how it is. By the way, teacher once said that in the future, you will encounter a very powerful enemy, and you might need me to trigger my innate ability to provide assistance. That is correct. That time is not far off. If the enemy is so powerful that even you lack the confidence to defeat them, and I mean if, you cannot defeat them, can you run away? I think that no matter what kind of enemy it is, escaping is more important than defeating them. I hope you will make protecting yourself your primary goal. Rowan ruffled her hair. Rest assured, I am actually very afraid of death. The little girl from the past has now grown up. Ain's gown is about to descend. The strength of the maritime city has improved by more than one level, and its defensive capabilities have also been greatly strengthened. As for the personnel living in the maritime city, they have now reached over 100. Among them are magic researchers, combat NPCs, and his own 6 contractors. Various equipment is being forged around the clock, and some alchemy potions have also been stockpiled. Compared to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it is indeed nothing, but in this world, it already belongs to the place with the richest resources. Now, if he hides in the shadows, he has the confidence to clash with Ain's gown. And the Forgotten Island, as the base of operations openly opposing the Great Tomb of Nazarick, has also had its defensive power greatly strengthened. Although it is still not as good as the maritime city, it is very close. As for Rowan's current status panel, it has changed to Level 95. Classes: Healer, Special LV5, Grand Blacksmith, Advanced LV10, Grand Alchemist, Advanced LV10, Azura, Special LV5, Mother of Life, Special LV5, Forbidden Spell Weaver, Special LV5, Elemental Saint, Special LV5, Dragon Transcender, Special LV10, World Guardian, Special LV5, Magic Omnipotent, Special LV5, Great Sage, Special LV5, Creator, LV5, Calamity Apostle, Special LV5, Lord of Domination, Special LV5, World Shadow, Special LV5, Miracle Maker, Special LV5. Innate Ability, Class Evolver. Karma Value, -80, Neutral Evil. HP, 1440, 144%. MP, 1440, 144%. Physical Attack, 1330, 133%. Physical Defense, 1440, 144%. Agility, 1330, 133%. Magic Attack, 1440, 144%. Magic Defense, 1530, 153%. Overall Resistance, 1345, 134.5%. Specialty, 2440, 244%. Skill Points, 82. Experience Bar, 86.5m 250m. 1 month before Ain's gown's descent, Rowan finally reached level 95. As for the last class, Rowan had a vague feeling in his heart that it should be related to his full stats breaking through 100%. Such high-level full stats must correspond to a special class, but this special class seemed to have another trigger condition. Currently, Rowan has not triggered it yet, and he is somewhat looking forward to it. As for the special class Miracle Maker, its nature is very unique. Its class skills consist of 4 passive skills. There are 2 ultimate skills. One is a wish that can be used once a month, and the final skill is Miracle, which can only be used once. The cooldown time for the wish is also extremely long, and the Miracle actually has a one-time usage limit. This class has no attack power, only very unique auxiliary abilities. In short, if this skill is like its class, it is truly a miracle. To a certain extent, it is even more bizarre than world-class classes. Not long after Rowan obtained the class, he used his first wish on forging. With this miracle combined with his forbidden forging and divine artifact materials, Rowan created an item that could be called a miracle. The wish was already so powerful. What about miracle? What kind of effect could be called a miracle? Anyway, unless necessary, Rowan would not use this skill, and he would only use it on himself. The royal capital. Since he was already there, Rowan paid a long overdue visit to the royal palace and met with the Holy Queen. The two had not seen each other for a long time, so they had tea and chatted for quite a while. In the outside world, only the Holy Queen knew the most about him. Khan village had already been relocated by Rowan to another place, and the villagers' memories regarding him had been erased. The only exception, the little girl Henry, was now making rapid progress under Aorka's guidance. It is just a pity that time is too short. She would not be able to help Rowan with anything within these 2 years. It would be good if time passed a little slower, so that things could be more composed. Chapter 243, Welcome the Birth of the King. Chapter 244, Welcome the Birth of the King. Ain's old gown descends, Day 1. On the edge of the Tob forest, a dark silhouette stood atop a large tree, accompanied by another figure hidden within a black robe. The shadow, needless to say, was an NPC Rowan had created not long ago, while the dark silhouette was a special clone Rowan had manufactured, a shadow clone. Both belonged to the type of beings whose stealth skills were completely maxed out. Moreover, both of them appeared as dark silhouettes, looking quite like brothers, which was rather amusing. However, the shadow clone still felt it wasn't secure enough, so he used an ability to shroud them in a mass of black gauze. What kind of magic is this? It feels quite peculiar, as if it has isolated us from reality. Is it some form of shadow power utilization? The shadow asked with a curious expression. In front of others, he wouldn't say a single word, but around Rowan, he was quite talkative, which gave Rowan a bit of a headache. It was clear he knew the shadow clone was currently being controlled by Rowan. It is a miracle. A miracle? What kind of miracle? A magical creation that exceeds the limits of magic levels. This item is called the Shadow Veil, and even I don't have many of them. Although he didn't quite understand, he knew it was very impressive. The two of them had come here this time because Rowan wanted to witness the birth of the king, while the shadow wanted to observe the arrival of his master's greatest enemy. It is a power approaching world class, preventing us from being detected by any existence. Later on, this item will be handed over to you for use. After all, your mission is the most dangerous. To be held in such high regard by you, this enemy is truly terrifying. Indeed, a very terrifying fellow. Even more terrifying is the power behind him. Chem. He is here. The shadow hurriedly looked ahead. In the distance, space distorted, and a massive structure suddenly appeared, embedding itself into the earth. That is truly miraculous. How on earth was that accomplished? The shadow clone laughed. An existence that has come to another world. The conditions for the traversal have yet to be confirmed. Rowan valued the shadow highly and shared a great deal of important intelligence with him. Looking at the great tomb of Nazarick in the distance, he guessed that Ain's old gown, having just arrived, was probably testing a few things. Was he groping Albedo's breasts? It was a pity he couldn't sneak in to watch this iconic scene. Before long, he would send people to completely conceal the great tomb of Nazarick. Rowan and the shadow were both very patient. After waiting for a while, a little fellow from the elf race appeared outside and began using earth magic to cover the great tomb of Nazarick. Under his manipulation, the earth in this region was being controlled. The shadow's expression turned serious. A max-level NPC? This must be one of the guardians you told me about earlier. Yes, the shadow clone said. In my opinion, this one alone has strength comparable to yours, perhaps even stronger. And there are over 10 such existences within the great tomb of Nazarick. The shadow didn't know what to say. The enemy's power was truly on a different level from the maritime city. However, with the master's strength, fighting 10 at once would be no problem at all. No matter how many guardians there were, they would be nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs before the master. Rowan couldn't hear his inner thoughts, otherwise, he would definitely deny it. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. After waiting a while longer, a guy wearing armor flew into the sky, followed by a great demon. The armor discarded its helmet, revealing a bone head. Although they were extremely far away, given the strength of Platinum and the shadow, they could still see it. Ain's old gown. He seemed to be stating his desire to take the chess pieces into his pocket, and then Demiurge mistakenly assumed he wanted to conquer the world. The initial Ain's old gown, while not exactly kind, was relatively decent and not as deranged as he would become later. Was it the release of suppressed nature from reality? Or the influence of the undead race? Or perhaps the instigation of his subordinates? Rowan didn't know, He only knew that he was his enemy. Welcome, the birth of the king. In a direction Ain's old gown was unaware of, a future enemy was watching him quietly. Under the influence of the shadow veil, Ain's old gown did not detect anything. Master, is my mission simply to keep an eye on him? The shadow estimated their respective strengths. In a head-on battle, he might not be a match, but if he were to hide and launch a surprise attack, there would still be a chance of winning. Correct. Your mission is to keep an eye on him, but you must remain hidden in the dark side of the world. You must not enter the real world. Furthermore, you must wear the shadow veil at all times. Under no circumstances are you permitted to launch an attack on him or those around him. His strength far exceeds what you imagine. Things on the surface do not mean anything. The methods hidden in the dark are what are truly lethal. The shadow nodded. I will remember that. Master, is your goal to destroy the great tomb of Nazarick? I do not know either. The shadow was stunned. This didn't sound like something his all-powerful master would say. In his impression, the master always arranged everything in an orderly manner. It seemed there was nothing in this world he could not do. And yet, such a master would actually say something like this. It seemed this great tomb of Nazarick really put him under a lot of pressure. The shadow felt a bit guilty, hating only that his own strength was not sufficient to alleviate the master's worries. As for the others in the maritime city, to be honest, although they were all companions, their strength was too weak. Only a few were slightly stronger, and they could only act as assistants. They simply couldn't make it to the big stage. In other words, when facing these enemies, only the master and himself were the main force. Rowan was unaware of his inner thoughts, otherwise, he would likely have laughed out loud. Correct, right now, the only max-level combatants were the two of them, but in some time, this number would increase. The reason he made such an exclamation was that he hadn't fully determined his attitude toward the guardians of the great tomb of Nazarick. Should he eliminate them all? Although those guardians were quite evil, some also possessed a sense of justice. Moreover, even extremely evil existences were not impossible to control. His Lord of Domination, combined with miracles, actually possessed a great many possibilities. However, he could not be entirely certain of success. This required some testing. Through the Shadow Clone's vision, Rowan watched Ain's old gown's various operations alongside the shadow. He even saw Albedo. Regarding this succubus, although he had some thoughts, it was basically impossible to realize. Others might be able to be won over using the power of the Lord of Domination, but Albedo was unlikely. The other party was not only incomparably loyal to the great tomb of Nazarick, but her feelings for Ain's old gown were even deeper. Even her love for Ain's old gown could surpass the great tomb of Nazarick. For the sake of Ain's old gown, she even had her sister form a hunting team to search for other potentially existing supreme beings. The great tomb of Nazarick had descended. Next, it was time to activate the plans he had been laying out for some time. #244 Chapter 244 Changes in the World. Chapter 244 Changes in the World. Chapter 245 Changes in the World. In Erantal, Ain's old gown, dressed in full gear, did not look like a magic caster, but rather a warrior. He did this deliberately to prevent his intelligence from leaking. Unfortunately, his true enemies were of the type with high-dimensional vision. Accompanying him was the maid Nabe. Stepping into this human city for the first time, everything seemed very novel to Ain's old gown. In his original world, he was an exploited salaryman, and gaming was one of his few joys. He loved this game so deeply that he poured almost all his wages into it, and even when the servers were shutting down, he stayed until the very last moment. It was precisely because of this that he transmigrated to this world. After arriving in this world, he completely severed ties with his previous life. Everything in this world made him very curious, and he had not the slightest attachment to his former life. However, in front of his subordinates, he had to maintain the dignity of the supreme being, so he had to keep a composed appearance. Whenever he got excited, he would emit a green light, and his passive skill forced him to calm down. It was hard not to remain composed. Although he didn't know the written language of this world, he could understand the spoken language. This was one of the characteristics of this world. The languages of all races were common. Some time ago, He had hidden in the Great Tomb of Nazarick and used a mirror to observe secretly for a long time before personally setting out to scout. Unlike the original story, there was no war in this world now, nor was there a Khan village, so there was no situation where Ain's Owl Gown appeared to save the villagers and the warrior captain. However, although the details were different, the overall situation was similar. After observing for a period of time, Ain's Owl Gown finally lost his patience. The best place to obtain information was naturally the Adventurers Guild. Having just joined the guild, Ain's Owl Gown used some minor tricks to accept a high-difficulty mission, but on the way to the room, he was targeted by a group of thugs. Facing such small fry, Ain's Owl Gown could kill them in an instant, but in the human world, he dared not expose his identity casually, so he could only teach them a lesson. During the scuffle, he accidentally knocked over a healing potion belonging to the nearby adventurer Brita. This infuriated Brita. "Ah, you damn guy. That was a high-grade healing potion I spent a lot of money to buy, and it was good stuff from 8 Fingers. Pay up. If anyone should pay, it should be them. I didn't do anything wrong. How could these thugs possibly have the money to pay me back? And it was you who broke my potion, that much is certain. You look like you have plenty of money." Nabe looked gloomy. If not for her master stopping her, she would have killed this rude person. Ain's Owl Gown didn't want to argue and took out a potion to throw to her. Brita caught the red potion and was stunned. A red potion? Although 8 Fingers also had red potions, they didn't look the same. Was this a degradation version? However, red was undoubtedly higher grade than blue. Where did you get this potion? Is it a degradation version of the highest grade potion? Brita asked. Highest grade potion? I don't know what kind of highest grade potion you're talking about. The highest grade healing potion made by the alchemy master of 8 Fingers. Although it is also red, it is not the same as yours. That one is light red. Ain's Owl Gown was also a bit curious. 8 Fingers? Are the potions they make very powerful? Of course they are. 8 Fingers belongs to the top-tier alchemical workshops in the kingdom, no, even in the surrounding countries. Their products are miles ahead of everyone else, and the highest grade healing potion is one of their core products, possessing epoch-making recovery capabilities, several times better than the best previous healing potions. She highly praised 8 Fingers. Their items were genuinely good and genuinely expensive. It wasn't just alchemy potions. Various adventurer equipment was also indispensable. The Adventurers Guild was a place where adventurers liked to gather, while the workshops of 8 Fingers were where they bled money. Ain's Owl Gown was also very curious in his heart. Mine should be about the same. Brita couldn't figure it out either, but the potion didn't look cheap. Forget it, forget it. You go, consider it my bad luck. Nabe was really furious at this ignorant fool. Brita left the Adventurers Guild with the potion and headed to an alchemy shop. This was the best alchemy shop in Erantal. Under the pressure of 8 Fingers, many alchemy shops and blacksmith shops had closed down, but a small number of shops still stood firm. These small shops relied on their excellent skills, just like the one in front of her. Brita had the old shopkeeper check the red, blood-like healing potion she had obtained. The other party looked a bit old, but his eyes were still sharp. Ah, this is. Enfirea, come over here and take a look. The boy with the golden bowl cut ran over. Huh. This is the legendary god's blood. Alchemy potions suffer from degradation into blue during the production process. Only the highest purity maintains a red color. This color, is it actually even better than the highest grade healing potion from 8 Fingers? This kid had been training at 8 Fingers for a while and his level had improved rapidly. Without her needing to remind him, he could immediately see the true situation of this alchemy potion. Enfirea looked amazed. This is amazing. Could it be that Brother Rowan gave this to you? Rowan? Who was that? Brita didn't know what was going on, but this potion was clearly better than the highest grade potion from 8 Fingers, which made her feel slightly relieved. It's not. This was compensation from a warrior wearing black armor. The other party looked very wealthy, maybe it's some young master out experiencing life. The grandmother asked curiously, isn't that kid Rowan a blacksmith? He knows alchemy too? Ah, Brother Rowan has also learned some alchemy recently, and his level is quite good. Enfirea's eyes drifted. His grandmother looked suspicious, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Miss, could you sell this potion to us for research? As a reward, we are willing to provide 5 highest-grade potions. This. Let me handle this. The old grandmother patted Enfirea's shoulder, then gave Brita an eerie smile. Little girl, do you know what God's blood implies? Ainz-Oal-Gown did not know that the healing potion he had thrown away casually had caused a small commotion. He was preparing for his mission. Meanwhile, in the maritime city, Rowan had just finished a session of forging. He returned to the lounge and sat down to drink some tea. A figure appeared before him. The other party was dressed in a black robe, looking just like the Black Shadow from Detective Conan, and even his body seemed to be emitting black energy, like a mass of black mist, with no substance. Note: the skills of the miracle worker have been slightly adjusted and corrected. Chapter 245 Luring Shalter. Chapter 246 Luring Shalter. The black shadow that appeared before him was the shadow tasked with keeping a constant watch on Ainz-Oal-Gown. It had now returned to report after gathering some intelligence. This individual was specialized in reconnaissance and assassination, a high-level enhanced version of the slain theocracy's Black Scriptures Tenju Tenj. It had reached the level cap, possessed top-tier reconnaissance abilities, and was incredibly powerful in assassination. However, there had not yet been an opportunity for him to demonstrate his assassination skills. As for the others, although Rowan had invested many resources without regard for the cost, growth still required time. In terms of high-end combat power, Rowan only had himself, Shadow Clone, and the Shadow. They were far inferior to the NPC lineup of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Aorka's priority was undoubtedly the highest. As Rowan's created being, his loyalty, abilities, and potential were flawless. Aorka's level had now reached 90, but unfortunately, at this level, he lacked the corresponding classes and could not advance further. Other level 90 powerhouses included Zeshi Zetsume, who had modified her class system, the Crystal Dragon, and the Magic Tree. Their strength was decent, but they were in an awkward stage of being better than the bottom but worse than the top. Further down were Kerina and others like Rowan's contract holders and students, whose strength ranged from 50 to 80, only at the level of the Pleiades. Below them were the ordinary personnel who had no hope in combat and mostly performed auxiliary or research work. The Shadow said respectfully, "Master, according to the intelligence, the Undead King has arrived in Erantal and joined the Adventurers Guild. Some things happened at the Adventurers Guild. This is the detailed report." The Shadow handed the document to Rowan. Internally, they currently used Undead as a codename for Ainz-Oal-Gown, so there was no need to worry about confusion with ordinary undead, because so far, he was the only undead that truly needed to be monitored and possessed the title of king. Rowan picked up the report and glanced at it, then took the god's blood handed over by the other party, his expression somewhat strange. This thing had circled around and ended up in his hands. In the original plot, Ainz-Oal-Gown compensated an adventurer with this potion, and in the end, that adventurer took it to crusade against the vampire and smashed it onto Shalter's face. But now, it was estimated that this plot would not happen. Although this healing potion was high grade, with Rowan's current level, he could still produce it. It was just that this level of healing potion was currently only used within the maritime city and had not been released. Not bad, continue to follow up. You must be careful and absolutely must not reveal your tracks. If you really encounter a situation that is not right, run toward the 7-colored Dragon Lord's location. Yes. The Shadow's body dispersed, merging once again into the surrounding shadows. Truly an enviable ability. Even for Rowan, it would be difficult to discover this guy without mastering the World Shadow. However, as the World Shadow, any fluctuations related to shadows could hardly escape Rowan's eyes. Therefore, while the Shadow's ability left no traces for others, it was very obvious in Rowan's eyes. Ainz-Oal-Gown had already set off, and the plot of the undead siege of Erantal was about to be triggered. This was a good opportunity. Next, he would prepare to capture Shalter. Whether he could succeed, Rowan did not have 100% certainty. According to his estimation, as long as he controlled the other party for a period of time and then quickly released the control, he should not be discovered. In the original work, Ain's Owl Gown also confirmed Shalter's status through the attribute panel. Rowan needed to seize the moment when the other party had no time to check the panel to take action. Although controlling Shalter had risks, compared to the gains obtained from controlling the other party, a little risk was completely worth it. Among them, the most valuable thing was the intelligence in Shalter's mind. It was just a pity that although the other party was a floor guardian, she did not possess all the intelligence of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. This was the only drawback. Speaking of which, after controlling her with the downfall of castle and country, would it be possible to sign a contract and make her a contract holder? This was also an important test point. The loyalty of NPCs was written deep into their souls and was the result of settings. Even death could not distort such a result. The Lord of Domination's contract holders were similarly deeply rooted in the soul, and once signed, it could not be lifted. As for the downfall of castle and country, it was certainly not as deep as the former two. Although the downfall of castle and country had great power and could suppress the original settings with excellent priority, it was only a control of the mind and did not modify the soul. Death could lift it. And why the first one was Shalter was also the result of Rowan's careful consideration. In the plot, the floor guardians were undoubtedly absolutely loyal, but if one had to rank them, among them, Shalter's loyalty should be the lowest. In her mind, her creator's position was above Ain's Owl Gown, and her brain was not that sharp, making her relatively easy to fool. The Dark Elf sisters' loyalty was also higher, but their creator's position was also higher than Ain's Owl Gown's. As for Demiurge, it was hard to say whose was higher or lower. If his creator told him to kill Ain's Owl Gown, he would openly challenge Ain's Owl Gown and then die in front of him. The composition was really hard to say, but it felt like he leaned more toward Ain's Owl Gown. As for the insect warrior, the evaluation was a loyal warrior, the kind that would rather die than submit. Albedo was absolute loyalty, absolute love. Even if it were her creator, she would kill them for Ain's Owl Gown. She even secretly had her sister establish a hunting squad specifically to find and kill other supreme beings, also that Ain's Owl Gown would be supreme. Therefore, if one wanted to find a breakthrough, Shalter was undoubtedly a good choice. The things that needed to be prepared could be prepared first. To control Shalter, the main body definitely had to be dispatched, but he could not just rush her face. He needed a law. Let's use Brian Unglaus, Brain Unglaus and Zeshi Zetsume, and by the way, see how much the other party has grown. His priority was not as high as Aorka's, but over this past year, his strength had already reached level 50. For Brain Unglaus, this was already a flying speed. Because of Rowan's interference, although Clementine was missing, the undead riot triggered by Zuranorn still happened. And while Ain's Owl Gown was farming reputation, a few uninvited guests also arrived in the kingdom's capital. Ain's Owl Gown was very interested in the martial arts of this world and dispatched a few subordinates to obtain relevant information. In the royal capital, the old butler Sebers had just settled in and began to collect relevant intelligence on magic and martial arts. On the other hand, Shalter, who was executing the same mission, also had a new discovery. Her subordinates brought her exciting intelligence. A bandit group. A sword master of the kingdom? Found you. Shalter was extremely excited. This could be said to be one of the kingdom's few masters. If she could obtain some intelligence, she would definitely receive Ainsama's reward. As for failure, impossible. They were just weak humans. She had never considered the possibility of failure. 246 Chapter 246 Control. Chapter 246, Control. Chapter 247, Control. Within the bandit group, Brian Unglaus wiped the divine sword in his hand, feeling somewhat apprehensive. According to the intelligence, the enemy he was about to face was a max-level entity. What kind of concept was that? According to what his master had said, among those currently confirmed to be alive in this world, not a single person had reached that level. In other words, the opponent's strength was likely even greater than his master's, definitely belonging to the world's top-tier existences. Although he aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, that time was not now. The only comforting thing was that Zeshi Zetsume was also acting alongside him. Zeshi Zetsume was fully armed, Though her attire was somewhat strange, she wore a chipao, the crown on her head, carried a scythe, and held a dragon-shaped shield in her hand, looking messy and incongruous. "What are you looking at? Do you think I wanted to go out dressed like this?" Zeshi Zetsume was in a bad mood. She had hoped for a normal battle with the opponent, not like this. A max-level existence, a powerhouse on the level of the former 6 great gods. Just thinking about it made one excited. After Rowan's refinement, she had purged some useless classes, completed the base classes for Valkyrie, and even taken on other advanced classes. Although compared to before, her level hadn't increased much, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Now, in Maritime City, apart from Rowan and the Shadow Clone, she had no other rivals. Even the Crystal Dragon was no longer her match. She longed for a worthy opponent to prove herself. Well, except for Rowan and the Shadow Clone, those 2 guys were just too freakish. For instance, this time's enemy possessed extraordinary strength. It was just a pity that Rowan had issued a strict order for Brian Unglaus to test the opponent's strength and then immediately activate Downfall of Castle and Country. In other words, Brian Unglaus was the bait. Although she longed for battle, she would not disrupt Rowan's plans because of it. While she didn't know what would happen if she disobeyed orders, she imagined it would be terrifying. That guy could even alter souls. If one offended him, even death would likely become a luxury. Zeshi Zetsume felt a sense of awe. A cute girl in red attire, holding an umbrella, appeared in their field of vision. You are that legendary one. No, wait, there is another existence here. Your strength is not bad. Do you know martial arts? The moment Shalter appeared, Brain Unglaus struck, precisely at the instant she was distracted by Zeshi Zetsume. Domain plus //. Facing such an enemy, a sneak attack was not a disgrace. The blade flashed by. Shalter reached out to block, intending to use her nails, but they were severed by his slash, clean and decisive. He froze for a moment, surprised by the strength of this attack. Her nails were not strong, but they were not something a mere human could sever. Is this martial arts? She was about to start equipping her armor, but a dragon-shaped shadow appeared on the woman beside her. A terrifying aura rose. Not good. What is this thing? Damn it, this person was hiding her strength earlier. Shalter realized things were going badly. A terrifying force of control descended upon her. Before being completely controlled, she struggled to unleash her ultimate move, Clean Lance, and a guaranteed hit spear flew toward Zeshi Zetsume. This ultimate move could not be dodged and possessed the guaranteed hit attribute. Zeshi Zetsume, who also possessed this skill, was very clear about its characteristics. She raised the dragon shield in her hand and activated the skill, Sacred Protection. In her current class build, her defense was even stronger than her attack. The lance struck the dragon shield fiercely. After a moment of stalemate, it actually pierced through the dragon shield and hit Zeshi Zetsume behind it. However, Zeshi Zetsume had used a defensive skill, and the weakened lance struck her body but failed to pierce through. Zeshi Zetsume spat out a mouthful of blood and curled her lips. This person's lance had too much power. It was several times stronger than her own version of the move. Was it a difference in levels? Or equipment? This person was just too strong. Cold sweat appeared on Zeshi Zetsume's forehead. Fortunately, she had listened to Rowan's orders and made sufficient preparations. If she hadn't brought the dragon shield, she might have really been reduced to a sliver of health by that one shot. What a terrifying person. If it were a head-on battle, I would definitely not be a match. Zeshi Zetsume, who had been getting a bit arrogant lately, now saw clearly that there was still a huge gap between herself and top-tier existences. Are you okay? Cough, cough, I'm fine. This level of destructive power can't kill me. She looked at Shalter, who had been completely controlled and was now kneeling respectfully before her. Control is complete. Leave it to him next, you go back first. Understood. Come to think of it, what did I come here for? Just to lure the opponent here and then trim her nails? Geez, how many more of these terrifying people are there? With a face full of resentment, Brian Unglaus teleported away. And next, the first to arrive was Rowan's shadow clone. Outside, several crows confirmed the safety of the surroundings, and only then did Rowan teleport over. Now, Rowan finally saw this familiar person. She still maintained her human appearance and was currently kneeling respectfully before Rowan. Zeshi Zetsume stood to the side with a serious expression. This person's strength is excessively high. Even you might not be a match for her, so be careful. Don't worry. I am capable of dealing with her. Now, have her sign the soul contract with me. Rowan didn't have much time left. Currently, Ain's Owl Gown was leading the rat clone to fight skeletons. The big rat, just like in the original plot, successfully joined Ain's Owl Gown's camp. He didn't even know he was actually a spy. Every time he dozed off, he would completely leak intelligence. Ain's Owl Gown had no time to check his status right now. Condensing the soul contract, under Zeshi Zetsume's command, the opponent successfully signed the contract with Rowan, becoming the 7th contractee. This method was not bad, but there was one downside. After the opponent broke free from control and regained her memories, she would harbor resentment toward the contractee. The soul contract was just a contract. It was a bridge that could subtly draw two people closer, but it did not distort the soul and consciousness. As the master, Rowan could control the contractee's life and death and could annihilate the opponent's soul, but he could not distort the opponent's consciousness. The first step went very smoothly without any flaws. But if he were to release the control directly now, the opponent would likely launch an attack immediately. Even for a floor guardian with relatively lower loyalty, it depended on who they were compared to. Shaltair was undoubtedly loyal to the Great Tomb of Nazarick and Ain's Owl Gown. Among all the floor guardians, these three were the only ones Rowan had any hope of intervening with. As for the others, there was absolutely no way. Chapter 247, Subconscious Guidance. Chapter 248, Subconscious Guidance. The control is complete. Next, I will first use optimization to obtain some information. Optimization is as useful as ever, and it won't break the control over Shaltair. The information is relatively limited. Compared to what Rowan already knows, there are just a few extra trivial details. Then, I will use Forbidden Spell Enhancement to strengthen the next forbidden spell I use. A skill that can be used once a month. Wish. I wish that the control over the soul can be deeper from now on. Forbidden Spell, Tier 10, Subconscious Guidance, Forbidden Spell Enhancement version. This forbidden spell originates from memory modification, and it took Rowan a great deal of effort to successfully research it. This forbidden spell has no destructive power. It cannot modify memories, change personalities, twist souls, or add or delete anything within the depths of the soul, nor can it modify established personalities. Even with the boost from Forbidden Spell Enhancement, reaching the super tier level, it still cannot do these things. The only thing this magic can do is slightly twist some personality traits, but the degree of distortion cannot be too large, and it must be done through suggestive guidance based on existing memories. The effect is very weak and not obvious, but the depth it reaches is extremely high. Rowan made some slight distortions to Shaltair's thoughts, slightly twisting her feelings for Ain's Owl Gown towards her creator, and her loyalty to the Great Tomb of Nazarick slightly towards her creator. This is reasonable and not abrupt, it is just a slight shift. Nothing was added or deleted, and the degree of bending is very small. Operation complete. Rowan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That said, if he used the Miracle Maker's miracle directly, these troublesome operations wouldn't be necessary. Unfortunately, that skill can only be used once, and Rowan will only use it on himself. It's done. Now, release the control. Zeshi Zetsume looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure? I've already told you, the opponent is very powerful. Once the control is released, she will definitely attack you. I'm sure. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, I just want to run some tests. Success or failure depends on this. I've already made the wish, so it shouldn't be too bad. This anyway, just be careful. As soon as the control was released, Shaltair let out a painful scream. Ah, what did you do to me? I will kill you. The opponent roared in pain, her face twisted. Her equipment appeared one by one, and the spear in her hand emitted a faint light. She was clearly aware of the existence of the contract. Rowan had not hidden it, on the contrary, He had maximized the connection, and their souls were now almost intertwined. However, the opponent did not attack immediately, though the spear in her hand was aimed at Rowan. Zeshi Zetsume wanted to protect Rowan, but Rowan shook his head and refused. As the contractor, Rowan could clearly perceive her mental state. Pain, conflict, confusion, and chaotic thoughts filled her heart. Her settings were still in effect, and she remained loyal to the great tomb of Nazarick. Rowan had twisted it slightly, but he hadn't eliminated this emotion, it was just slightly diminished compared to before. On the other hand, the deep soul contract was also in effect. Regarding the master before her, her feelings were complex, but it was difficult for her to harbor any killing intent. It was truly terrifying. It was a state where two conflicting ideas coexisted. The settings could not be changed, they were the foundation of Sholter's personality, while the contract reached deep into her soul, into the very roots of her soul. Let me explain the situation first. Sholter, that is your name, right? It is a pleasure to meet you, Rowan said, while the opponent was still staring fixedly at him, looking as if she were ready to strike at any moment, but Rowan was very clear about her inner hesitation and wavering. You have signed a contract with me. Strictly speaking, I am your master. This point cannot be changed no matter what you do. Even if you were to return to the great tomb of Nazarick, that supreme being would be unable to undo it. Furthermore, while you were under my control, you effectively revealed all the information about the great tomb of Nazarick. Sholter's expression went blank, and she knelt on the ground. Had she betrayed them? She had truly betrayed the great tomb of Nazarick. Regardless of the reason, although she couldn't believe any of this, the information coming from her soul told her that the man was not lying. The fact was already established. Could she still go back? No, she could never go back. She had leaked the information. No matter what she did, she could not make up for this mistake. She could never go back. She was already a traitor to the great tomb of Nazarick. Sholter suddenly thought of death. Could death wash away her mistakes? Rowan sighed. It seems that compared to staying with me, you prefer the great tomb of Nazarick. Damn you, what do you know? The great tomb of Nazarick is my home, but now. Rowan interrupted her mercilessly. Things haven't reached the point of no return yet. How about we make a deal? I have a way to let you return to the great tomb of Nazarick. Return? For someone like me who has leaked information, it is impossible to ever go back. I have effectively betrayed the great tomb of Nazarick, even if I were to kill you. She raised her head and looked at Rowan, her eyes were incredibly complex. Although she believed that killing Rowan might allow her to atone for her sins, the sense of intimacy in her soul made her reluctant to do so. This was an experience she had never had before. Her feelings for Rowan were different from those she held for anyone else. For her creator, she felt gratitude and reverence, that being was above all else. For Ains, she felt worship and admiration, though now that feeling seemed to have faded slightly. Towards Rowan, she felt a strong sense of closeness. Yes, it was closeness, just like a child's attachment to their parents. She had never felt this kind of emotion before. She liked staying by Rowan's side, which made her feel very comfortable. It was not a particularly intense emotion, but this faint, warm feeling was an experience she had never had before. She had never felt such an emotion before. This delicate feeling could not be expressed in words. However, he was the enemy. This contradictory feeling left her very conflicted. Even though she knew that killing this man might give her a chance to return, she was strangely reluctant to do so. She even subconsciously avoided thinking about it. Things might not have reached such a serious level yet. You just accidentally leaked some information. It wasn't intentional. It was an accident, much like when some content is overheard by a third party during casual conversation. This is not your fault. I originally only wanted to obtain some information and had no intention of making you leave the great tomb of Nazarick. This was all to protect myself, not to harm others, so this is not my fault either. 248 Chapter 248 Listen to my slander. Chapter 248 Listen to my sophistry. Chapter 249 Listen to my sophistry. Sholter paused for a moment. Although she felt something wasn't quite right, she only wanted to find a way out of her conflicting thoughts. She was not a clever person, and right now, she had no other thoughts. She just wanted to return to the great tomb of Nazarick with a clear conscience. Are you saying that you will clear your own memory? That would be a bit difficult. I don't have that kind of ability. However, I can guarantee that without your permission, I will not reveal the relevant information to anyone. Of course, this is limited to the part obtained from you. How about that? How about this being a secret between the two of us? A secret? Then that woman, should she be killed? Zeshi Zetsume's brow twitched. This woman, it would be better to kill her. What on earth is Rowan's soul contract? Can it turn enemies into companions? Looking at her appearance, she seems quite comfortable. Should I also apply to sign a contract? Zeshi Zetsume let her imagination run wild. Rest assured. The information obtained is only in my mind, she doesn't know. I can guarantee that. Shalter could sense Rowan's intent. The man in front of her was not deceiving her, everything he said was true. A secret. If it's just one person, it seems it doesn't matter. I am not betraying the great tomb of Nazarick, it's just because of some accidents that I accidentally revealed some information. This is not my fault, it's just an accident, and it's not his fault either. All of this is just an accident. If Rowan doesn't leak it, then the information isn't really leaked, right? I have not betrayed them. However, as a corresponding condition, you cannot tell anyone about any information regarding us, anyone at all. I understand. From now on, this matter will be a secret between us. By the way, your name? Rowan hesitated for a moment, but finally gave his real name. My name is Rowan. Rowan, is it? Then we will keep this matter a secret from each other, just as you promised earlier. It's a deal. Rowan extended his little finger, and while she was stunned, he hooked his finger with hers and then placed a ring on her hand. This is a gift for you. It is a special teleportation ring, a symbol of our guild members. Once activated, you can teleport to my guild. Of course, it only teleports to the quarantine zone, which essentially does not belong to the interior of the guild. Even if Ain's Owl Gown teleported in, he wouldn't gain any advantage, and only you can use it. Rowan added silently to himself. This ring can only be used by you and has high concealment capabilities. Even if an ordinary person checks it, they will only find it to be an ordinary piece of teleportation equipment. I'm afraid that if, just in case, you are discovered, you should just run to my side, and I will protect you. Shalter looked at Rowan with a complex gaze, touched the ring on her finger, but did not take it off. She left. Watching her leave, Rowan felt somewhat conflicted. If he possessed absolute power, there would be no need to do these things, he could simply keep her. You trust her that much? You even gave her the ring? Although it was only a restricted guild ring. I trust the soul contract. Of course, it's not complete trust. The information we revealed isn't actually that much, the most important one is probably my name. I hope that person won't betray your trust. Zeshi Zetsume said helplessly. Shalter returned to the great tomb of Nazarick. She actually knew about the existence of the guild management panel and knew that the names of traitors would turn red on it. She didn't know if her name had turned red, so she had a way to test it. According to what she understood, traitors would be regarded as threats by the guild. In addition to the abnormality on the list, their own permissions would also be restricted, including the permission to teleport inside. The use of some items would also be restricted. She first tried to return to the great tomb of Nazarick. The teleportation was successful, and she wasn't restricted. Shalter breathed a sigh of relief, but she still couldn't be completely at ease. She tested every function, and even sent a message to Ain's Owl Gown. In the message to Ain's Owl Gown, she said she wasn't feeling well and asked him to see what was going on. This gave Ain's Owl Gown a big scare. He hurriedly opened the panel to check and found that her status was normal, so he replied, "Everything about you is normal." What happened? Shalter was completely relieved. Sorry, it's not that I did this on purpose. Everything I did was for the great tomb of Nazarick. I am not a traitor, and the results prove that I indeed am not. If there really was a problem, Lord Ains would have definitely appeared in front of me immediately. Shalter replied, I don't know if I'm sick, but lately I keep thinking about you, and I can't even sleep well. After receiving the message, Ain's old gown almost cursed. He scolded her severely and strictly forbade such harassment during work hours in the future. Shalter apologized repeatedly, expressing her willingness to be punished. It was good that she wasn't judged as a traitor. Shalter was now truly at ease. That meant everything before was just an accident, not a true betrayal, and she was a victim too. As for this mission, it was a failure. After all, she didn't bring that human back. By the way, she didn't know what Rowan was doing now. After signing the soul contract, no matter how far away he was, she could sense his existence, but she could only sense his existence and could not pinpoint his location. She didn't know that Rowan could not only know her location and status at all times, but if needed, he could even pull her directly to his side, no matter where Shalter was now. She hoped that nothing else would happen later. Just when Shalter was feeling a bit sad. In the kingdom, in the capital, inside the royal palace, Demiurge looked at the queen of the kingdom in front of him and revealed an evil smile. Hello, ruler of the kingdom, I would like to make a deal with you. Days passed by, and Ain's old gown, disguised as the human Moman, was constantly working hard to improve his adventurer rank and earn money. As his rank rose, his fame grew larger and larger. A month passed quietly. The Eight Fingers Alchemist Workshop, as the premier alchemist workshop for humans, had an overwhelming advantage compared to ordinary workshops. Its technical strength was the most robust. In secret, it had technical support provided by the Forgotten Island, and on the surface, it had invited the famous alchemist master, Massimoge. This legendary alchemist could be said to be the most legendary one in the last 100 years. His many works were required reading for alchemists. He had invented various advanced alchemical potions, and he himself had trained more than one alchemist master. In the alchemy world, his name was known to everyone. He was already old and had gradually faded out of the alchemy world, no longer publishing any creations publicly. However, for some reason in the last 2 years, he had unexpectedly made a comeback and even joined Eight Fingers. Chapter 249, Investigating the Alchemy Workshop. Chapter 250, Investigating the Alchemy Workshop. After Massimoge joined Eight Fingers, he became the chief alchemist, which created a huge gap between the technology of Eight Fingers and other alchemy workshops. The best alchemy products were undoubtedly produced by Eight Fingers. Not only that, they also created many epoch-making innovative products, such as the Red Supreme Healing Potion, the Potential Potion that increases human potential, and the Berserk Potion that strengthens the user, among others. Among them, the Potential Potion was the most precious. Because its materials were rare and it was difficult to refine, this potion was scarce and expensive, making it an unimaginable treasure for the poor. Its effect was also very simple. It could allow a person to break through the limits of their body. Eight Fingers had many alchemy workshops, with branches in every country, but the headquarters was undoubtedly located near the capital of the kingdom. The headquarters of the workshop was very large, with strict rules and guarded year-round by experts. Ordinary people could not enter. Eight Fingers industries were spread across all countries, and it was no exaggeration to say they were as wealthy as a nation. Once, some great nobles wanted to meddle with Eight Fingers, but these guys undoubtedly all died mysteriously. This also made many people understand that what Eight Fingers possessed was not just wealth. Hidden beneath the surface was a terrifying beast. And the various countries were completely indulgent and extremely tolerant of Eight Fingers. Beneath a large tree outside the alchemy workshop, several figures appeared out of thin air. Leading them was an elven boy holding a staff, with short golden hair and wearing a white dress. Behind him followed 3 maids with different appearances. They were the combat maids of Nazarick, the werewolf Lupus Regina Beta, the gunner Shizu, and the arachnod Intoma. Mersama, is this the alchemy headquarters of Eight Fingers? The speaker was a red-haired werewolf maid. The 3 were led by Mare. Mare nodded. This is the place. According to Ainsama's instructions, Eight Fingers possesses alchemy capabilities that exceed the level of this world. In the early days, Eight Fingers seemed to be just an ordinary underground organization, and only rose to power in the last few years, so we need to investigate their background clearly. The wolf maid asked curiously. They are just some weak humans, and we few would be enough to handle it. Why would you, a floor guardian, be dispatched? Is there some danger here? I don't know, but Ainsama is always very careful. In any case, we should not be too relaxed. Understood. Mare looked in the direction of the capital. Over there, Sebas had already been collecting intelligence for some time, Demiurge had already laid out his plans, several maids were on standby, and even Ainsama would personally go there. Compared to the capital, the work here seemed much more modest. I really want to go to the capital with Ainsama. I should finish the work here as soon as possible, maybe I can still make it. Fire. It seems to have already started over there. It looks like I won't make it. Mare felt a bit dejected. Forget it, I should just do my job well first. When Mare's group arrived, on the other side of 8 Fingers, at the workshop guard post, there was another group of people. I've heard for a long time that 8 Fingers is very rich, but I didn't expect them to be this rich. My God, such a large workshop, how much must it have cost? Gagaran, who was incredibly muscular, exclaimed in amazement. Big Lug, be quiet. We were hired to protect this place. Evil Eye was the same as usual. Signing a soul contract with Rowan seemed to have no effect on her. In fact, if she didn't deliberately pay attention, there was no difference compared to before. It was just that the guy would pop into her mind from time to time, which made her realize that some things, once they happened, had happened, it was impossible to pretend they hadn't. That guy, if nothing else, was at least quite good about not coming to bother her. The captain, Lachius, also sighed. 8 Fingers is truly remarkable. I don't know where they got the news, but they said the kingdom might be unstable recently, so they hired us to protect the workshop for a while. The payment they gave is also quite generous. Tina said, you don't think 8 Fingers is just a simple alchemy workshop, do you? Their intelligence capabilities and combat power would shock you if revealed. Tia was somewhat helpless. Her sister was as big-mouthed as ever. Was this kind of thing something to be said casually? Considering this didn't count as much of a secret, she didn't speak up to stop her, but she was always ready to give her sister a hard hit if she tried to reveal anything else. Is that so? Captain, should we tell Princess Rena about the situation? Gagaran asked. They had a very good relationship with Princess Rena and would often have afternoon tea together. If something were really going to happen in the capital, it would be better to notify her so she could be prepared. Lachius said helplessly, it's just what the 8 Fingers people said, it's not certain if it's true. This kind of ambiguous news doesn't count as a situation. Alright, since we've taken their money, let's do our job well. Let's go familiarize ourselves with the environment first. Okay. Mass charm species. Without needing any special methods, Mare controlled a guard with just one spell and made him tell everything he knew. Unfortunately, there wasn't much of value. What these guards knew was still too little. However, this was within his expectations. To obtain important intelligence, he would have to control the higher-ups, or even the controllers of 8 Fingers. Just as he was about to control the guard and have him take him inside, an alarm suddenly sounded from the workshop. Mare was stunned, and the 3 maids were also confused. They had all used concealment magic. How could magic of this level be discovered by mere humans? The werewolf maid laughed. It's a bit troublesome. It seems we'll have to charge indirectly. But they are just mere humans. Why were they discovered? It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter how it's resolved, the outcome is fixed. If there are a large number of humans, it's still a bit tricky. If they run around, I can't guarantee that a few won't escape. Entoma said indifferently, Mare-sama, may I have permission to feed a few humans to my bugs? She was expressionless, with no emotion in her eyes. Let's control this place first. You can deal with those low-level humans as you please, but keep the higher-ups alive. Understood. Since they had been discovered, it didn't matter. The 3 entered through the main gate. As for Mare, he flew high into the sky to control the perimeter and prevent the enemies from escaping. However, just as the trio of maids approached the gate, a giant hammer descended from the sky, but it was agilely dodged by the red-haired one, missing her completely. The giant hammer smashed heavily onto the ground, making a huge noise. Hash 250 Chapter 250 Crushing. Chapter 250, Crushing. Chapter 251, Crushing. Several figures jumped down from the door. Why do we have to fight as soon as we arrive? Are we lucky or unlucky? Gagaran took the lead, appearing before the maids. Evil Eye warned, be careful, all three of these guys have terrifying strength. What a terrifying aura. She had never encountered such powerful enemies before, except for those guys last time. The assassin sisters were also suspicious. The ones before them didn't look like insiders. Could this be the terrifying enemies the boss warned them about a while ago? They didn't know much intelligence, only that a group of incredibly powerful, unimaginably strong enemies had appeared in the kingdom. Are you guards? Heh, whatever. Attack together, kill them all, don't waste time. The three maids attacked together, each picking their own opponent. The members of Blue Rose were far inferior to the maid squad in strength. Even the strongest, Evil Eye, was no match at all. The berserk Gagaran didn't even have a chance to hit her opponent before the agile werewolf dodged her attack and pierced through her chest. Her broad chest and muscles provided no defense, and her heart was ripped straight out. Big guy. Evil Eye's blood boiled. You damn guys. Tier 5, Desert Field. Sand swirled, attempting to trap these people, but unfortunately, the opponent's strength far exceeded imagination. Not only did they dodge everything, but they also launched a counterattack. The gunner keenly captured the elusive assassin twins, and a few bullets left them both severely injured. If not for using items at the critical moment, they likely would have died on the spot. Lacheus was bitten directly by the bug maid's big bug, and the opponent seemed to want to devour her. Aya, you damn monsters, let go of Lacheus. Insecticide magic. White mist sprayed from Evil Eye's hands. When those bugs touched the white mist, they stiffened and collapsed, letting out terrifying screams. The bug maid accidentally got sprayed in the face. After being hit, she screamed, and her face even fell off. Her face was actually a bug with a human appearance. The so-called face was just a scorpion-like creature gripping her face, and beneath the previous face were terrifying bugs. Evil Eye's insecticide magic was developed a long time ago when exterminating the demon gods, specifically targeting insectoid monsters. It had a special effect on bug-type creatures. Seeing the terrifying appearance the opponent revealed, even she, who was well-traveled, felt a chill. Damn you, how dare you! Evil Eye's actions seemed to have angered the trio of maids, and all three attacked her at once. Given Evil Eye's strength, facing one was already difficult enough. Under the siege of three, she was defeated instantly. She was hit by gunfire, and then the werewolf grabbed her arms and severed them directly. Evil Eye let out a painful scream, nearly fainting, and the mask on her face slowly slid to the ground. Heh, so it's a vampire. I was wondering how a human could have such powerful strength. The werewolf sneered. The bug maid's hideous, terrifying insect mouth emitted a raspy voice. Leave her to me. I want to take her vocal cords and use her body as a nest for my bugs. Heh, no problem. But let's kill her first, we've already wasted enough time. In the sky, Mare watched the commotion below, unmoved. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. That person had some strength, but that was all. Perhaps if he brought her back, Ains would be interested. Evil Eye lay on the ground, her vision blurring. She saw Gagaran, who had died with her heart ripped out, the assassin sisters lying in a pool of blood, and her captain, Lacheus, whose life or death was unknown. Was she going to die? How ridiculous. She was supposed to be of adamantite rank strength, yet she had been killed by these three guys with almost no ability to resist. So, I am this weak. I had always thought I had few rivals. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Is this the end? No, I don't want to die. There is still a chance. The captain hasn't completely died yet. There is still a chance to save everything. I need power, the power to protect them. If it were that guy, he would definitely be able to do it. Save me, save them. No matter what you ask me to do, I will do it. Please, save them. She transmitted a message to that man through her soul contract. The chains, which no one could see, emitted a faint glow. Evil Eye saw the bug monster walking toward her. She saw the red-haired werewolf sneer, and she saw the gunner aiming his weapon at her. Sigh. A soft sigh seemed to reach her ears, and a pitch-black portal tore open behind her. A figure stepped through from across the void. I didn't expect you to run into them after all. Is this coincidence? Or fate? The man who teleported over had a strange look on his face. This wasn't his arrangement. Although hiring those few was indeed Rowan's doing, these maids had nothing to do with him. Who are you? The three aimed their weapons at Rowan. When Mare in the Sky saw Rowan, his face was initially puzzled, but then it turned to terror. Oh no, be careful. He plummeted downward like a meteor. At this moment, Ain's Gown was riding a rat clone toward the capital, and Demiurge was still in the capital tinkering with his meticulous plans. In a corner they hadn't noticed, Rowan had already confronted his subordinates. Space-time creation, fourfold space. Space instantly expanded, pulling everyone present into it. Among them, those who were heavily injured or dead fell into the wood space, and the rest entered the ice space. Rowan picked up her two arms and reattached them to her body, then used a high-tier recovery magic to heal her. Sorry for causing you trouble. Evil Eye looked at the man before her. Although he wasn't tall, his figure was like a towering mountain standing behind her, and nothing could harm her. Is this the power of the strong? You go to the other space to rest for a while, leave this to me, Rowan said, sending her into the wood space. Who are you? Mare, who had just landed, was naturally also brought into the fourfold space. The current fourfold space was much stronger than before. With the increase in Rowan's level and further mastery of space and time, the current fourfold space was much more stable. Even the spatial connections required Tier 9 or higher magic to shake. In other areas, Tier 10 could only cause a certain amount of damage. There was no possibility of blasting it open with a few Tier 10 spells. I am her companion, your enemy, nothing more. Rowan's expression was calm, but his gaze toward them was already filled with killing intent. Chapter 251 Mare. Chapter 252 Mare. Tier 10, Feast of Extreme Ice. The ground surged like ocean waves, and terrifying ice swept across all enemies present, slowly unfurling like a massive ice lotus. With the terrain imbued with ice elements, the Elemental Saint's enhancement of elemental magic, the Calamity Apostle's reinforcement of magic, and the elemental specialization of the Elven's whisper in his hand, although it was merely a Tier 10 spell, the power of this magic had far exceeded the limits of Tier 10. Only Mare was able to react in time. Although he immediately used defensive magic, he was unable to protect the others. In just an instant, the three of them were completely frozen. As a cracking sound echoed, the three of them shattered into several pieces. Without mourning the death of the three even for a second, Mare stared at Rowan, his voice trembling slightly. It is the aura of calamity, just like mine. Are you perhaps a supreme being? It is probably not quite what you imagine. The space beside him distorted, as if someone new was preparing to teleport in. Rowan had complete control over the fourfold space. With his permission, outsiders could enter the space. Mare instinctively felt danger. Facing an enemy of this caliber, he unleashed his ultimate move right from the start. Lesser Calamity, Energy Torrent. Rampaging magic power surged toward Rowan, carrying an irresistible and terrifying might. Rowan knew this move as well, but this was the first time he had faced someone else using it. As for the power, Mare's Lesser Calamity was naturally much weaker. Although Mare was 5 levels higher than him, both his magic attack power and the amount of magic power were far weaker than Rowan's, not to mention his class passives. Omni Armor. Tier 10, Dragon Shield. The rampaging energy torrent struck the dragon shield, piercing through it after only a moment, and then slammed violently into Rowan. Rowan's Omni Armor made a sizzling sound, but it was not pierced through for the time being. Regardless, it was a key skill of the rare class creator, and with the enhancement of his limit-breaking defense, the defensive capability of the Omni Armor was incredibly high. Another figure appeared. It was Naya, who always wore the downfall of castle and country. As Rowan's trump card, she was usually in a state of readiness to strike at any time. Having teleported over, Naya did not have time to worry about Rowan's condition and immediately used the downfall of castle and country on Mare. Mare, who was attacking Rowan with all his might, had no time to pay attention to the newly appeared weakling. As a dragon shadow rose up, Mare's movements slowly came to a halt. "Master, are you all right?" Naya asked with an anxious look. "I am fine, Naya. Please have him open his mind and accept everything of mine." "Yes." This was not the first time doing this, it was the same standard procedure of signing a soul contract. It was the same process of shifting his feelings for Ain's Owl Gown and transferring them to his creator, Bukubu Kuchigama. However, unlike the slightly foolish Shalter, Mare was much sharper. Even signing a contract was of no use. His loyalty to the great tomb of Nazarick was even higher than Shalter's. Moreover, subconscious guidance was not the same as altering consciousness. It would take some time to take effect. Even with a soul contract, and even if he was in great pain, he would still inform Ain's Owl Gown of everything he encountered. Therefore, something else needed to be done. The settings of an NPC were fused with his soul, or rather, were originally a part of his soul. They could not be modified or erased. Even a world item like the downfall of castle and country could only twist superficial thoughts and could not change the underlying consciousness. Once the target died and was resurrected, this effect would disappear. Rowan's soul contract, however, went deep into the core of the soul. His research into the soul was extremely deep. Years ago, he could already create soul clones, and now, as his strength grew, he could even delve into the root of the soul and manipulate parts of it, such as the class system, to clear out some unimportant classes. However, it was still impossible to clear away a personality using this method. Personality was a part of the soul, and NPC settings were even more fundamental logic, completely untouchable. It could be said that the former NPC settings had become their personalities after transmigrating to this world. If one were to forcibly modify them, it would likely cause their personalities to change drastically. As long as Ain's Owl Gown was not a fool, he would certainly notice. Rowan could not modify personalities through settings, but he could twist them slightly through a certain method. He consumed this month's wish count to strengthen his soul manipulation for a short period. The wish, which had just finished its cooldown not long ago, was consumed by Rowan once again. Forbidden Spell Enhancement, Tier 10 Forbidden Spell, Subconscious Guidance. He twisted Mare's attachment to Ain's Owl Gown toward his creator, Bukubu Kuchigama. This was reasonable. Rowan was only making a slight adjustment, not modifying or injecting new thoughts. If he were to transfer this attachment to himself, it would inevitably fail, because there was no foundation for it to exist with Rowan. And for Mare, his feelings for Bukubu Kuchigama were already above those for Ain's Owl Gown. Similarly, he transferred a portion of his loyalty to the great tomb of Nazarick to Bukubu Kuchigama. Sweat began to form on Rowan's forehead. Next, he needed to slightly modify a part of the memory, just that little bit of memory from earlier needed to be touched up. He opened his eyes. Now he had to confirm a few things. If it failed, he would have no choice but to kill Mare. He had Naya release the control. The duration just now had been very short. With shadows watching on the other side, Ain's Owl Gown was acting normally and was not staring at his panel. He had Naya release the control and then tossed Mare out. A moment later, Mare woke up, rubbing his head. He touched his own head, then his expression changed drastically, and he left in a hurry. In the fourfold space, Naya asked curiously, "Master, are you just letting him go like this?" "Yes, don't worry. If he betrays me, I will know immediately." Although the other party had not said anything, through the soul contract, Rowan could know the other party's general thoughts. The operation just now had fully taken effect. Although Naya did not know how Rowan was so certain, she still nodded. "Understood. Also, I have already learned that magic. If you need it, I am ready to sacrifice myself for you at any time." Rowan patted her head and sighed. I hope that day never comes. Next, he had to heal them. Using resurrection magic was just a trivial matter for Rowan. As for the arrangements for them, to be honest, Rowan did not have many thoughts on the matter. At this stage, it was no longer something that existences of this level could interfere with. Hero rank? Don't joke, In their battles, hero rank was merely the level of a common soldier. Once he finished healing them, there were still things to do in the center of the royal capital. #252 Chapter 252 Each person's battle. Chapter 252, Their respective battles. Chapter 253, Their respective battles. In the capital of the kingdom, towering flames divided the city into several sectors, and the wails of civilians could be heard everywhere. A group of demons, appearing from out of nowhere, flooded every corner of the capital, while the kingdom's army formed dozens of squads to encircle and annihilate them. They slaughtered civilians and devoured humans. Among the squads fighting the demons, the most powerful was the one led by the warrior captain. However, he was the only true powerhouse in the group, and the others could barely contribute much. Faced with these powerful demons, human strength was simply too feeble. Six-fold light slash. With 6 dazzling flashes of the blade, a massive demon in the distance was instantly sliced open. The soldiers cheered, but the warrior captain began to pant heavily. Having already slain many demons, his energy reserves were long since depleted, and he was merely forcing himself to endure. No, the danger hasn't been resolved. I must find the source of these demons. Not good, there are more over here. A giant demon was charging toward them, and the soldiers blocking its path were sent flying high into the air as if struck by a truck. Danger! The warrior captain forced himself to swing his long sword. Leave the rest to me. A familiar figure approached from the distance. God flash! Accompanied by a flash of the blade, the giant demon was split right down the middle. The warrior captain looked at the familiar figure and smiled bitterly. It seems you have completely surpassed me. The person who arrived was none other than Brain Unglaus, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Although it was just a simple martial art, the warrior captain could already tell that the other man had surpassed him and was far stronger than he was. He felt genuinely happy for him. Long time no see. Let me also do what I can to help. On the other side, a girl wielded a long blade, cutting down demon after demon. She had long golden hair, and the slightly visible dragon horns indicated that she was no ordinary human. Damn it, where on earth are these demons coming from? Is it over there? Unfortunately, Rowan would not allow her to head in that direction. There was lethal danger there, and with her strength, she would surely die. Am I still too weak? Henry sighed. Although she had been learning from teacher Aorka for a long time, she still hadn't reached the standard of an expert. In a corner she was unaware of, an old dragonoid was secretly observing. A dragonoid? It's my first time encountering a dragonoid in this world, and she's a young girl with such a high sense of justice, too. He did not like this operation planned by Demiurge, but it was all for Ains, so everything had to be accepted. Just as his creator and his creator often argued, the two of them also couldn't stand the sight of each other. However, for Ains, all of this was tolerable. Could I recruit this young girl before me into Ains? No, that won't work. Given her personality, she probably wouldn't be able to stay there. He had a very good impression of the young girl. What the old butler didn't know was that in the corner, a figure hidden in the shadows was secretly observing the scene. It was Rowan's shadow clone. The shadow had to keep its eyes on Ain's old gown and had no time to spare for others, so the shadow clone had to serve as a substitute. Rowan's feelings toward Sebas were quite complex. As one of the few good people in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, he had an extremely high justice value, but he was also loyal to Ain's old gown. Rowan didn't know him very well, there was absolutely no possibility of turning him, and as for using a soul contract or subconscious manipulation, that didn't seem right. It's not time for that yet. In another direction, under the watchful eyes of numerous warriors and civilians, the human warrior Momen, disguised by Ain's old gown, and the great demon, disguised by Demiurge, were engaged in a fierce battle, with the surrounding buildings constantly being destroyed in the process. Ain's old gown was thoroughly enjoying the fight, completely unaware that his own guardians had been quietly tampered with. On the other side, the masked Shalter looked bored. She knew about this operation, but she had gained nothing from the previous mission to search for martial arts and investigate, so she had been reprimanded by Demiurge and excluded from the core of this operation. This distressed her greatly. She truly had grievances she couldn't voice. Therefore, this time, she was only acting as backup, just in case. How was I incompetent? I almost died, okay? Thinking of that guy, Shalter's heart began to race. Although she hadn't been judged as a traitor, Shalter felt anxious from time to time. That guy really ruined me. I wonder where he is and what he's doing. Is he in this city? Probably not. That guy is still quite strong. Even if he were in this city, mere ordinary demons wouldn't be able to handle him. The only thing that worries me is whether he might run into Ains. If the two of them fight, who should I help? I must help Ains, of course. I am a member of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. But, wouldn't it be better if that guy could escape? It's not that I'm afraid he'll die, I'm just worried about the previous matters being dragged into this. Shalter simulated various scenarios in her mind and then defended herself to herself, which was quite comical. A strange fluctuation came from the darkness not far away, and an aura that was very familiar to her appeared. She was startled. The other person was wearing a black robe, hiding his entire body within it, and actually didn't emit any aura. If not for the sense of intimacy transmitted through the soul, she wouldn't have even recognized this guy. You damn guy, why did you run here? Shalter gritted her teeth. She looked around guiltily, confirming that Ains was not nearby. Do you have a death wish? Don't worry, I just came here to take a look, and by the way, there is something I want to ask of you. It is impossible for me to betray the Great Tomb of Nazarick, no matter what you say, it's useless. Shalter shook her head. You should leave here quickly. Ains and Demiurge are both here. Once they discover you, it will be hard for you to escape. And I will have to attack you if necessary. At most, I'll go easy on you. Hurry and leave. She urged him somewhat anxiously. I am very clear on that. Also, I'm not asking you to betray the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it really is just a small matter. Really? Shalter looked suspicious. Really? I know you have a good relationship with Mare. Could you help me by chatting with him more? Help you? Chat with him? Shalter's brain overloaded, she simply couldn't imagine how those words could be combined. That's right. Help me chat with him more about Bukubu Kuchigama. Any interesting stories about Bukubu Kuchigama will do, just guide the conversation in that direction. If you really don't have any, these can serve as a reference. Rowan gave her a notebook, and she took it to look. Chapter 253, It was the Seven-Colored Dragon Lord. Chapter 254, It was the Seven-Colored Dragon Lord. Shalter flipped through the booklet Rowan had given her. So these little stories happened between the supreme beings? Where did you get this? Could it be that you are also one of the supreme beings of the Great Tomb of Nazarick? Of course not. Don't worry about where I got it, just talk to her about these things, and that will be enough. In reality, these were all trivial matters Rowan had made up himself. They felt authentic, yet they were so insignificant that no one would ever recall them. A good half of these little stories are not exactly flattering. Things like the trivial matters between Bukubu Kuchigama-sama, Ain-sama, and the Great Tomb of Nazarick, complaining that Ain-sama managed things too much, wanting to go out for a walk, and so on. Did Bukubu Kuchigama-sama actually have these complaints? But to think you even wrote these down, how much free time do you have? It's nothing, just something I jotted down. Hurry up and finish reading it, then memorize it. Memorize as much as you can, I can't let you keep this booklet. TSK, fine. Is this the favor you wanted me to do? This hardly counts as a favor. It's fine, it's fine. By the way, let me ask you one more thing. If one day I came into conflict with your companions and killed them, what would you think? Shalter fell into silence. Within the guild, the ones she valued most were Ain-sama and the Dark Elf siblings. The former was a supreme being and a companion of her creator, while the creator of the latter was her own creator's younger brother. Their relationship was excellent, and consequently, they had continued the relationship from the previous generation. Although they bickered often, their bond was very deep. As for the person before her, he was nothing more than a stranger. But, it was him. I don't want you to come into conflict with them. If it truly reaches a point where it's irreconcilable, I hope you can at least spare the lives of Mare and his sister. You value those two that much? They are my most important friends. As for the others, I will not help either side. Whether you kill them or they kill you, it will be the result of your own battle. Furthermore, if Ainsama orders me to attack, I will attack you. You need to be mentally prepared for that. She did not mention the battle between Ains and Rowan, whether because she hadn't thought of it or because her own heart was still deeply conflicted and held no answer. This should count as a piece of good news, right? I truly wanted to do that, but just now, something happened. Rowan sighed, then recounted what had just occurred. What? You didn't just defile me, you actually laid a hand on Mare? He is still just a child. What child? Where is there a 70-year-old child? And how is this defilement? Clearly, he attacked me first. What do you expect me to do? Stand by and let him destroy the foundation I've worked 4 or 5 years to build? How is that possible? Considering he is your friend, I have already shown mercy. I merely signed a contract with him and modified some of his combat memories. I am a victim too, otherwise, I would have killed him directly. Isn't it all because of you? Shaltair was filled with irritation. She didn't know what to think, but no matter how she looked at it, it seemed she couldn't blame Rowan. Rowan had simply been attacked and was forced to fight back. Furthermore, because of her, he couldn't kill the opponent, but for the sake of safety, he had to resort to certain measures. It wasn't him who was wrong, but no, something just feels off. From here on, I'm counting on you. You don't need to do anything, just keep Mare company and chat with him. In any case, with your brain, the probability of you messing things up is higher. It's better to use your simple mind to influence Mare and make him gradually lean toward this side, even if it's just a little bit, that would be good. Because they were the most familiar friends, Mare would not guard against Shaltair. This transfer of thought would be like a clear spring flowing, silent and imperceptible. Combined with the psychological suggestion Rowan had planted, it would one day completely change Mare. Leaving behind a Shaltair in a state of mental turmoil, Rowan departed. With so many members of the Great Tomb of Nazarick here now, he really couldn't stay long. As for the residents of the royal capital, Rowan couldn't save them. He could only do a few things that wouldn't affect the overall situation. Now was not the time for the Forgotten Island to appear, but that moment was coming soon. As the kingdom's war came to an end, the name of the great demon spread across the nations, along with that of the hero Moman, who had stepped forward in the critical moment. Because of this, he was awarded the title of Adamantite-ranked adventurer. However, as the grand performance concluded, when Ains Gown followed his usual routine of checking the status of the NPCs, he saw the 3 who had died, as well as the message Mare had sent. His expression changed drastically, and the green light on his body flared several times. Without hesitation, he returned to the Great Tomb of Nazarick and summoned the various floor guardians. The atmosphere in the Great Tomb of Nazarick today was extremely oppressive. This was the first time since the Great Tomb of Nazarick had arrived in this world that casualties had occurred. The numerous floor guardians stood to one side with grave expressions, while Mare knelt below, his voice low. That is the situation, Ainsama. Just as we were preparing to investigate, we encountered a dragon that had shape-shifted into a human. I was flying in the sky conducting reconnaissance at the time and didn't notice. By the time I realized and wanted to return, it was already too late. The opponent used a terrifying skill to kill the 3 maids. In the ensuing battle, although I injured the opponent, I was unable to keep him there. He used some kind of spatial magic to escape. During the battle, the opponent revealed his true form. He was a 7-colored dragon lord who could use a 7-colored breath. This incident was entirely due to my failure. Please punish me, Ainsama. Ains did not respond to Mare but instead said, I will arrange for the resurrection of those 3. According to my investigations, creatures like dragons exist in this world. Powerful dragons are called dragon lords. They are powerful beings that humans cannot match. Do you have any relevant intelligence? Others had not gathered any intelligence, but Sebas spoke up. Legend has it that there are even more powerful beings that surpass the dragon lords. For instance, on the highest peak in the center of the continent, there exists a legendary dragon. It possesses a 7-colored radiance and has left behind numerous descendants on the continent, possessing godlike power. However, these are all records from books, existing like legends. Their truth cannot be verified. Sebas had acquired quite a bit of intelligence in the royal capital, most of which was obtained from books. How could this be? When I scouted previously, there were no discoveries at all. This world might not be as simple as I imagined. Ain's old gown felt heavy-hearted. The death of his members this time had dealt him a heavy blow. 254 Chapter 254 Ain's old gown begins investigation. Chapter 254 Ain's old gown begins investigation. Chapter 255 Ain's old gown begins investigation. Ain's old gown said, "We now have a powerful enemy, so our actions cannot be as careless as before. Demiurge, you continue to lay out plans in the kingdom, gather any possible intelligence, and focus on investigating the tracks of the dragon race, as well as 8 Fingers. Mayor, although this cannot be blamed entirely on you, your mistake cannot be ignored either. You must reflect on it properly. As one of the contacts, you and Aura are to head to the central continent to investigate. Take note, do not reveal any of our intelligence, and if you discover any enemies, do not launch an attack. Focus primarily on gathering intelligence. The rest of you, remain at the Great Tomb of Nazarick, strengthen defenses, and prepare for any attacks that may come." "Yes, Lord Ains," everyone said in unison. Only Shaltair felt guilty. She did not know how Rowan had done it, actually directing the spearhead toward the dragon race. His method of even being able to control memories was truly terrifying. Was it a 10th tier magic spell, memory manipulation? However, although this magic can manipulate memories, it would certainly be discovered by Lord Ains. "I hope nothing unexpected happens." "No, that's not right. I am a member of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. I hope they don't clash again. They are clearly both top-tier powerhouses. Can't they just get along?" Shaltair was very distressed. On Ain's old gown's side, because the enemy was hiding in the shadows, he did not dare to go out and mess around anymore. Therefore, he called his own son, Pandora, and had him disguise himself to act outside, to see if he could lure that guy out. He instructed him that once he encountered a powerful enemy, he should not seek to kill the enemy, but only seek to obtain intelligence, and to take care not to expose his own abilities. Being able to handle problems for his creator, Pandora was very happy. The atmosphere in the Great Tomb of Nazarick became oppressive. That evening, Shaltair specially invited Mare to the bar for a drink. Although Mare was still a child, he could drink other things at the bar. His mood was very low. Surprisingly, Shaltair did not bicker with him, but instead comforted him. "It's all right, as long as you are fine, it's good. The 3 of them can still be resurrected. This isn't an unfixable mistake." Mare was very dejected. "That may be so, but I still disappointed Lord Ains. By the way, did Lord Ains carefully check your body today to see if you were injured or anything?" Mare shook his head. "No. The way I am now, how could I be qualified to make Lord Ains worry?" He gloomily sucked on his straw. It was strange, after returning, he always had a peculiar feeling in his heart, as if he were secretly missing someone, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't perceive it. The feeling that person gave him was just like Bukubu Kuchigama, very warm. Perhaps that was Lady Bukubu Kuchigama. Every time he was in a bad mood, he would think of Lady Bukubu Kuchigama, only she would treat him well unconditionally. If it were Lady Bukubu Kuchigama today, she would definitely stand up to defend him. Thinking of his creator, his eyes stung, and he almost shed tears. "Ah, I miss Lady Bukubu Kuchigama so much." Shaltair, sitting to the side, patted Mare's shoulder. "Don't think so much. By the way, in the past, Lady Bukubu Kuchigama." Shaltair began to talk about matters regarding Bukubu Kuchigama, most of which was information she already knew, occasionally mixed with a little bit of that provided by Rowan. Without a doubt, the person ranked first in Mare's heart was Bukubu Kuchigama, and now, this position was even more prominent. Just when Ain's old gown was scared out of his wits, the Platinum Dragon Lord also received intelligence from Hertz. The gist was that a terrifying existence had descended, and the major events in the royal capital recently were directed and acted out by them. While investigating in the royal capital, he encountered an enemy he could not resist, was severely injured, and only then escaped, fleeing toward the direction of the central continent. He described in detail some intelligence about Mare, Demiurge, and Ain's Owl Gown, advising Platinum to be careful. Platinum had actually already sent out an armor avatar and had been paying attention to this major event. He was also very concerned about Momen, who had suddenly appeared recently and rapidly reached adamantite rank. After receiving Hertz's intelligence this time, he no longer hesitated. He controlled his armor avatar and began to focus on collecting intelligence on Momen and the forces behind him. In the maritime city, Rowan was reviewing intelligence passed from all sides: intelligence from Ain's Owl Gown's personal shadow, intelligence passed by the rat avatar, intelligence sent by Hertz, and important intelligence collected by secret pawns in various industries. Because he had returned to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the shadow had lost the means to continue following him. Although his stealth ability was terrifying, it could not deceive the guild system. Intelligence inside the Great Tomb of Nazarick was unknown, although he could forcibly use Shalter's connections. However, it was not yet the time. If he forcibly operated now, it would create a huge rift with Shalter, which was not conducive to further development. So, what would Ain's Owl Gown intend to do? Given his caution, he would surely contract his defenses and then focus all efforts on gathering intelligence. He also didn't know if they would fight the seven-colored Dragon Lord later. Even if they didn't fight, it didn't matter. Anyway, that curious baby Platinum would definitely run into Ain's Owl Gown. With Rowan's help, the Great Tomb of Nazarick and the true Dragon Lord were rapidly skipping the stage of mutual intelligence gathering. The battle between them would not be far off. And after the true Dragon Lord weakened Ain's Owl Gown's faction, that would be the best moment for him to make a move. The Great Tomb of Nazarick was very special. Its defensive capability was far stronger than its offensive capability. Once the opponent gave up going out and went entirely on the defensive, even if the whole world, excluding Rowan, united, they would not be able to break through the Great Tomb of Nazarick's defenses. Therefore, a suitable opportunity would be to launch a fatal blow against his rear while the opponent was fighting the true Dragon Lord, weakening the Great Tomb of Nazarick's defenses. And this opportunity would only come once. Once he made a move, it would be difficult to sneak attack again next time, so the timing must be seized well. Once it failed, the opponent would start playing like a turtle, and the difficulty of the next raid would increase significantly. The Great Tomb of Nazarick was just a big turtle. Only by striking it with a blade when it poked its head out could one cause it massive damage. During the current intelligence gathering period, the maritime city also needed to speed up. Ordinary members were to accelerate their growth in strength, and Rowan himself was also finding a way to trigger the last special class. This special class would be the final piece of the puzzle to complete Rowan. He already had a rough idea. This class was very likely related to omnipotence. Furthermore, it wasn't a class like Magic Omnipotent, but a true omnipotent being. He was still missing something, and he had a feeling that this thing, or rather the condition for triggering it, was very likely related to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. However, this was only an intuition for Rowan. He still needed to investigate in depth for specifics. When the time was about right, perhaps he could have Shalter and Mare help him investigate some things. Chapter 255, The Gaze of Platinum. Chapter 256, The Gaze of Platinum. As Platinum Armor delved deeper into the investigation, combined with the intelligence provided by Hertz, he became increasingly alarmed. This new group of invaders was far more powerful than the previous few. Especially in the royal capital incident, the strength they displayed was definitely not weak. Others might not know about the appearance of the demons in the royal capital, but he was crystal clear that this was absolutely a farce directed and performed by those guys themselves. Under Rowan's arrangement, the Platinum Dragon Lord had noticed Ain's Owl Gown's group earlier and had directly locked onto his human avatar, Momen. After collecting quite a bit of intelligence and confirming the other party's location, Platinum Armor took the initiative to approach Momen. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest arrived at the Alchemy Guild headquarters once again. This was Demiurge, sent by Ain's Owl Gown to scout. Compared to last time, he was much more cautious this time. He did not directly infiltrate but instead gathered intelligence from the outside first. What could be confirmed was that this was indeed the headquarters of Eight Fingers. Some of Eight Fingers' most important items originated from here. As for the chief master, Masamoj, he was also a famous figure. Everything was so normal, seemingly having no connection to the dragon race, but Demiurge was still not entirely at ease. They encountered the seven-colored dragon lord last time. Was that a coincidence? I'm afraid not. Thinking that there were still existences in this world that could threaten the great tomb of Nazarick, Demiurge felt heavy-hearted. The task of conquering the world for Lord Ains would likely not be so easy to complete. Next, it would be best to gradually control various high-level figures. To prevent alerting any potential powerful individuals, his actions were extremely careful. Every move was very small. He would only control one person at a time, then spend several days gathering intelligence. It didn't matter if the speed was slow, as long as safety was ensured. At the same time, on the Forgotten Island, the members of Blue Rose slowly woke up in the White Tower. Gagaran touched her chest. The original wound was already gone. She clearly remembered having her heart ripped out. Looking around, the assassin twins and the short one were whispering about something on the side, and the captain was standing by the window looking outside. Captain. Ah, you're awake. I'm sorry, I was too weak. Lacheus walked over, her face filled with guilt. As the captain, her team had been almost completely wiped out this time, and her responsibility was undeniable. Too weak. Being instantly killed by the enemy with no ability to resist at all, as weak as a goblin by the roadside. Although she didn't know what happened afterward, fortunately, everyone survived. Ah, no, how did I survive? It's because someone used resurrection magic to revive you all, Landfall said. The assassin twins were also somewhat emotional. They were luckier. They had only been seriously injured, and after their master intervened, they were successfully healed. After all these years, some of the past hatred had long since been put aside. What else could they do if they didn't put it aside? They hadn't even touched the back of their master's shadow by now. Perhaps they had never even come close. The gap was simply too large. According to orders, they had been lurking in Blue Rose for many years. Although they didn't dislike this kind of life, what they actually preferred in their hearts was to be by their master's side. I don't know if I can leave the team after this mission ends. Even if I can't follow by the master's side, staying on the Forgotten Island would be quite good. Gagaran was a bit confused, but the captain sighed with emotion. He used high-level resurrection magic, tier 9, or even tier 10 level. This captain, didn't you say that only gods can achieve tier 10? Could it be a god? Ahum, I am not some god. Tier 10 is indeed the highest level of magic under normal circumstances, but if one works hard enough, ordinary humans still have a chance to reach that realm. Of course, it requires my potential potion. Normal humans definitely don't have this ability. For ordinary humans, reaching transcendent is already breaking the limit. Wanting to learn high-level magic on one's own is almost impossible. The new arrival was a guy wearing a Shura mask. Gagaran looked at him, then looked at Landfall. Little one, is this your relative? Why do you both like wearing masks? Landfall couldn't help but want to beat this person up. Although Rowan was wearing a mask, she still recognized him. The closeness in their souls couldn't be faked. Mph, he is. Landfall didn't know what to say for a moment. Master, that would be too shameful. Rowan took the initiative to take over the conversation. Hello everyone, I am a friend of Landfall. This is the Forgotten Island, and I am the island master here. The group was a bit dazed, and the captain quickly thought of the time before when two weirdos came looking for Landfall. Rowan briefly introduced the situation, the terrifying undead who had transmigrated, wanting to rule the entire world. That demon was a farce between the two, and what they had encountered were also the subordinates of Ains Gown. As for the Forgotten Island, it was an organization he established to protect humanity, having close cooperative relationships with various countries. The various wars in the past few years were stopped with his assistance, and so on. Ains Gown's intelligence was leaked quite a bit by Rowan, but it didn't matter. It wasn't bad for these people to know some things. After hearing this intelligence, everyone's expressions were somewhat oppressive. Landfall sighed. The demon gods who transmigrated hundreds of years ago brought huge disasters to this world. This time, These terrifying existences not only possess even greater power but also know how to disguise themselves and use schemes. Their goal is also to rule the entire world. The threat level is completely on a different scale. As an organization protecting humanity, what will happen if you fail? The entire world will fall into their rule. Considering their leader is Ainz-Oal-Gown, this dark rule will last forever. Furthermore, the Forgotten Island is the most powerful human organization in this world. If we all fail, I fear there will be no one left to stop them. The situation seemed to have become troublesome. Even someone thick-skinned like Gagaran realized that things were looking bad. Rest assured, at least until the Forgotten Island is destroyed, you will all be safe. You can take a good look around here during this time. If there is anything, you can go directly to Aorka. He is the one in charge here. Rowan only explained the situation briefly before leaving, just like a passing NPC. He didn't actually have high expectations for these people. It was too late now. If he had been able to recruit them 3 years ago, they might have been useful now. Unfortunately, Rowan's strength 3 years ago was still too weak, and he didn't have the ability to protect them. Now, the only one he cared about slightly was Landfall, and only a little bit. At this stage, it was already too late to try and cultivate her further. #256 Chapter 256 The disguise fell off as soon as it was put on. Chapter 256 The disguise fell off just after being donned. Chapter 257 The disguise fell off just after being donned. Over the next few days, the members of Blue Rose had their eyes truly opened while staying on the Forgotten Island. Although the Forgotten Island was ostensibly an organization for protecting humanity, its essence was more akin to a magical research organization. They had developed potions that could enhance human potential, the very same kind sold by Eight Fingers. They had purchased those potions previously, and the results were exceptional. However, there were even higher-grade potions here, and their research into job systems and martial arts was incredibly profound. Furthermore, there was an abundance of powerful individuals. Individuals of hero rank, rarely seen in the outside world, were commonplace here. An adamantite-ranked squad could be considered legendary elsewhere, yet here, even a common security guard was capable of defeating them. Landfall, who had been quite proud of herself, also discovered that there were many people here stronger than her. This left her feeling both ashamed and somewhat inferior. Having previously made bold threats only to have her life saved by Rowan, she owed him a massive debt of gratitude. She had intended to see if she could do something to help him, only to discover that he had a multitude of subordinates who were stronger than her. This made Landfall feel deeply disheartened. She had worked hard for over a century, yet she remained so weak. It now seemed she had taken far too many detours. It was not just her, the others were also deeply shaken. A few days later, Lacheus approached Aorka, stating that she wished to join the Forgotten Island to fight for the protection of humanity, leaving Aorka completely stunned. After consulting with Rowan, they were permitted to join the Forgotten Island. The Forgotten Island would do its best to cultivate them. As for what level they might reach, that would depend on them. For Rowan, these were merely trivial matters. His primary focus remained on Ainz-Oal-Gown. In the central continent, the investigation into the seven-colored Dragon Lord continued to deepen. Meanwhile, Platinum Armor finally encountered Ainz-Oal-Gown, who was being impersonated by Pandora. Furthermore, the moment they met, Platinum Armor immediately launched an attack to test him. Compared to Fragile Prophesies, combat was clearly a more effective way to obtain genuine intelligence. The moment Platinum Armor struck, he unleashed powerful wild magic, distorting the world barrier and directly isolating the entire area. The instant the battle erupted between the two, countless gazes converged upon that location. Ainz-Oal-Gown, sitting upon his throne, clapped his hands. Although his vision had been severed, the opponent had unleashed immense power during that brief moment of contact. While he could not analyze it precisely, their strength was likely between levels 70 and 90. Moreover, the magic used was highly unique, and Ainz-Oal-Gown did not recognize it. This magic seemed to have directly sealed off the external space, blocking the items he was using for surveillance. The opponent was not only powerful but also possessed extensive combat experience. Concerned that his own son might be in danger, Ain's-Old-Gown made an immediate decision. He equipped himself with all his divine tier items and ordered Albedo to take the world-breaking map, ready to charge in at any moment. Shalter, Mare, and the others were all placed on high alert to prevent any enemy sneak attacks on the guild. The world-breaking map was a space-type world item, adept at breaking through various spatial seals. It was an excellent item for both surprise attacks and escapes. However, before committing to reinforcements, he repeatedly verified that there were no hidden enemies in the vicinity before allowing Albedo to prepare for the rescue. As for himself, he would naturally remain at the Great Tomb of Nazarick to guard against any potential new enemies. The Great Tomb of Nazarick was his foundation. As long as it remained unbreached, he would have a way to deal with even the most troublesome of enemies. He had not found any intelligence on such a powerful existence previously. They had hidden their information far too well. Although he had learned of the existence of the Dragon Lords, his investigations revealed that these ordinary Dragon Lords were quite weak and could not pose a threat to Mare. In other words, there were even more powerful enemies hidden within this world. This result made him nervous. Searching for companions was no longer the most important priority, and making the name of Ains resound throughout the world was also a secondary matter. Now, the most important thing was to eliminate danger and ensure safety. Inside the world barrier, the two sides exchanged blows to probe each other, but neither unleashed their true capabilities, merely attempting to gather intelligence. The more Platinum Armor fought, the heavier his heart became. The strength of these individuals might be far greater than he had imagined. If they were to reach the level of the 8 Greed Kings, that was not something he could handle alone. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Pandora used magic to interrupt Platinum Armor's assault, his disguised Ain's-Old-Gown persona shouting loudly. Platinum Armor did not answer, but instead retorted, "Who are you? Why did you orchestrate the incident in the royal capital? That demon, it is your companion, is it not? Heh, truly foolish." Pandora was greatly shocked. Lord Ains, what is going on? How did the disguise fall off after only a few days? He did not know where this person had obtained the intelligence, but although he was reluctant to believe it, it was highly likely that Lord Ains had been too careless and the information had leaked from him. Nonsense. Could it be that you are the Dragon Lord from Human Legends? Which one are you? Pandora attempted to extract some intelligence. It was said that the dragon race were all arrogant beings who disdained to conceal their strength. However, Platinum was clearly not that type of Dragon Lord. He was also secretly alarmed. How did they know I was a Dragon Lord the moment we made contact? Where did they obtain this intelligence? Still, at least his identity had not been fully exposed. I am not a Dragon Lord, merely a guardian of this world. Outsiders, your arrival poses a grave threat to this world. For the sake of global peace and stability, I ask that you do not take any excessive actions. Platinum Armor was unaware of the opponent's true capabilities, so he sought to appease them as much as possible. Your sneak attack upon me does not seem like a request. Space shattered, and Albedo, fully armed and leading a squad of high-level Death Knights while holding the world-breaking map, appeared in the area. The barrier had actually been... Was some kind of high-level magic used? No, magic does not possess such power. That is world-class power. Is it a world item? Platinum's heart grew heavier. The new individual who had appeared was no weaker than this moment. This was troublesome. Although they had only briefly made contact, he knew that his remote-controlled armor could not defeat this individual. If another one were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be defeated. His body distorted as he immediately activated teleportation, preparing to flee. Albedo was about to pursue, but was stopped by Pandora. After confirming there were no further enemies, the two left the area and teleported back to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Albedo asked, "Why did you not allow me to attack? If the two of us joined forces, we could definitely have left the opponent behind. We have too little intelligence on the enemy before us. We cannot go all out. If we were to exhaust all our means yet fail to neutralize the enemy, we would expose a vast amount of intelligence, which would be highly disadvantageous to us." Pandora is correct. Even if we could defeat the enemy, we should only do so if success is guaranteed. Lord Ains. The two knelt before Ain's old gown. Chapter 257, Mare's Rebellion. Chapter 258, Mare's Rebellion. The exposure of his identity made Ain's old gown furious. He had been so careful, so why was information still leaked? Where exactly did things go wrong? Ain's old gown racked his brains but could not figure out where he had shown a flaw. As for a traitor or something similar, he only considered it for a moment before abandoning the speculation. Everyone on the NPC list was in a normal state. No one had rebelled, so it was impossible for there to be a spy. Perhaps it was through some kind of special detection magic? Although that strange armored warrior claimed he was not a dragon lord, Ain's old gown did not believe it. The more he denied it, the higher the probability that he actually was one. As for the place where dragon lords gathered, only the Argeland Council state remained. As for the Draconic Kingdom, although its name contained the word dragon, the nation's strength was too weak, its area was small, its population was sparse, and it was bullied by beast men. It did not look like a nation ruled by dragons at all, whereas the Argeland Council state was different. Now, besides waiting for intelligence from the siblings Mare and Aura, he had to put significant effort into gathering information about the Argeland Council state. On the central continent, the siblings Mare and Aura were riding on a subdragon, striking its head with a stick. The subdragon, which usually ran rampant, was now as docile as a baby, not daring to move at all. How many descendants of the seven-colored dragon lord have we encountered now? There are just too many of these guys. How much does the seven-colored dragon lord love having children? Aura said with a look of despair. She actually had 2 level 90 dragons of her own and was quite familiar with the creature known as a dragon, but this seven-colored dragon lord really shattered her inherent perception of the dragon race. Mare used his stick with force, completely knocking the subdragon unconscious. Having been on the central continent for so long, they had collected a lot of information about the seven-colored dragon lord from these subdragons. The existence above a dragon lord was called a true dragon lord, a great being possessing terrifying power, whose destructive force was by no means comparable to ordinary dragon races. Mare, what is wrong with you recently? You seem a bit unhappy. Is it because of the failed mission last time? I think that with Ain's broad-mindedness, he will not blame you. As his older sister, Aura was very familiar with her younger brother, and the two were almost inseparable. However, Mare's next words completely exceeded her expectations. It is nothing, it is not because of that incident. I am just thinking, if it were Bukubu Kuchigama, what would she do? Would she be more cautious, instead of letting us rashly approach these dangerous existences? Aura was stunned. Maybe. Bukubu Kuchigama is so gentle. Wait, no, are you dissatisfied with Ain's? I am not, I do not have any. I am just somehow worried that the great tomb of Nazarick, which Bukubu Kuchigama and the Supreme Beings established, will be destroyed. What kind of joke is that? Ain's will protect everyone and will protect the guild well. Moreover, even if those true dragon lords are very powerful, they are by no means Ain's match. No, you do not understand. The opponent killed 3 battle maids in one move, and my lesser calamity was also blocked by the opponent without any injury. Later, Mare had a headache, and some memories seemed to have become blurred. Such a powerful enemy, even for the two of us, could pose a danger. You guy, to think you would dare to question Ain's. Aura grabbed her younger brother, wanting to punch him. To dare to question Ain's was simply going too far. Mare's eyes were firm. I am not questioning Ain's, I just want to protect you, sister, and that idiot Shalter. I do not want you to encounter danger. Aura did not know what to say for a moment. She sighed and put Mare down. Rest assured, Ain's will protect us well. Even if we encounter danger, he can immediately support us. Although the probability is very low, even if we die, we can be resurrected. Would it really be like that? Mare did not know. She only knew that if it were Bukubu Kuchigama, she would definitely act with more caution and would definitely protect them better, rather than like Ain's, letting them charge to the front and put themselves in danger. Although Ain's strength was great, it was not that great, it was just about the same as Shalter, and his intelligence did not seem that high either. What he relied on was merely the guild of the Supreme Beings. No, how could I think such chaotic things? My recent thoughts have been becoming more and more extreme. He touched his chest. He seemed to have another reliance, a more trustworthy existence. That did not seem to be Bukubu Kuchigama. Who could it be? Mare could not remember. Seeing that Mare's spirit was somewhat dazed, Aura was very worried. This kid seemed to be controlled. His reverence for Ains was changing rapidly. But as a summoned specialized class, she did not discover any signs of him being controlled. What exactly happened in that battle? It made his thinking change so much. Did Shaltair know more about it? The two of them seemed to be together often recently. Aura had a headache and decided that after going back, she must find Shaltair and ask her clearly. We have already collected some information. What should we do next? Mare asked. Let us report the situation to Ains first. I estimate that he will have us conduct a probing attack on the seven-colored Dragon Lord first, and if the situation is safe, he will provide support for us. If it is really dangerous, I guess he will just let us die here directly, Mare said with a calm expression. Mare, you saying such complaints in front of me is fine, but you must never say them in front of others. They will really beat you. If Ains hears. I certainly know that. After all, everyone admires Ains so much. If Ains issues an order, except for Shaltair and you, sister, everyone else will definitely kill me without hesitation. Aura shook her head. Mare was truly becoming obsessed. Using message, after explaining the information obtained here to Ains, the reply given by Ains was to conduct a probing attack on the seven-colored Dragon Lord. He would be prepared and would provide support immediately when the time came. Aura hurriedly agreed. As a guardian, fighting for Ains was something to be proud of. However, thinking of Mare's sarcasm just now, Aura felt a bit uncomfortable. Receiving the instructions, Mare did not say a word. The two quickly formulated some tactics and decided to launch a surprise attack on the seven-colored Dragon Lord, catching him off guard. They had been here for a while. The longer they dragged it out, the greater the possibility of the opponent obtaining information. If the opponent prepared, the effect of this probing would be greatly reduced. Mare had fought him last time and even drove him away. If the two attacked together, taking him down was a certainty. There was no need to worry about unexpected situations either. Ains would provide them with support. Mare prepared silently and did not say anything more. Aura summoned her strongest beasts and then attacked the seven-colored Dragon Lord at the fastest speed. 258 Chapter 258 Probing Attack. Chapter 258, Tentative Attack. Chapter 259, Tentative Attack. The seven-colored Dragon Lord felt that his luck had been rather poor recently. First, he had gotten into an inexplicable fight with those guys from Sky City, who claimed he had stolen their belongings. The seven-colored Dragon Lord was nearly driven to apoplexy by those fellows. They were truly a bunch of unreasonable lunatics. Then, news suddenly came from Platinum. A terrifying enemy had descended upon this world. They were new world destroyers who had transmigrated in this era, led by a powerful undead king whose goal was to rule the world. And now, there was news that two powerful individuals were preparing to head to the highest mountain where he resided. Their purpose was unclear, but they were clearly subordinates of that transmigrator, the undead king. The seven-colored Dragon Lord was about to go mad. Those terrifying filth were powerful and possessed bizarre abilities. To dare to launch a sneak attack after hearing his great name meant they were clearly very confident in their own strength. If the intelligence had come from someone else, he might have dismissed it, but he could not afford to doubt intelligence from that old schemer, Platinum. As one of the few remaining true Dragon Lords in this world, he clearly could no longer fight alone as before when facing a true, powerful enemy. Even if there had been friction in the past, it had to stop now. They had previously conducted a remote communication and verbally established an offensive and defensive alliance. Once the enemy appeared, he would immediately summon the other Dragon Lords, striving to eliminate the enemy. The scene of the last war was still vivid in his mind. As the most powerful true Dragon Lord, he did not have much of an advantage before these terrifying enemies. At best, they were evenly matched. In addition to this, he had also set up high-level traps in the surrounding area to guard against enemies coming to launch a sneak attack. Accompanied by a violent roar, the seven-colored Dragon Lord jolted. They were here. The enemy had appeared. He quickly inspected the situation. There were two enemies who had arrived, dark elves, and their strength was extremely strong. Without the slightest hesitation, the seven-colored Dragon Lord immediately notified the other true Dragon Lords, and several distant gazes turned to watch this place. At the same time, Ains and several guardians also focused their gazes on the Dark Elf siblings. Similarly, several hidden gazes also appeared here. Some were hidden in the shadows, while others observed through their souls. This raid by the Dark Elf siblings attracted the attention of all three parties. In the great tomb of Nazarick, Ains sat on his throne. Several floor guardians had been called back, including Demiurge, who had been investigating the Eight Fingers. They were fully armed and ready to provide support to Aura and her brother at any moment. This time, we must exert more strength to test him. Since this seven-colored Dragon Lord could escape from Mare, his strength won't be too far below Mare's. Do you think it's a bit too cold of me to have the two siblings do this kind of thing? Demiurge revealed a somewhat exaggerated smile. Ainsama, why do you say such things? Charging into battle for you is our honor. Even if you were to order us to die, we would not have any complaints. Exactly. You are the supreme being, our ruler. Our lives all originate from you. Shaltair also began to flatter him, though for some reason, while she hadn't felt anything before, flattering him now felt a bit strange. Ainsama was indeed great, but he wasn't her creator, right? In the end, he was just a companion of her creator. Only her creator should be able to make her willingly offer her life. However, it was best to just keep such thoughts to herself. She didn't dare to actually say them out loud. She didn't consider herself stupid, so maintaining her original persona was still very necessary. Albedo glanced at the others. My strength, my feelings, my everything, all exist for you. Albedo's face was respectful, but her thoughts had already drifted far away. Behind these guys, she wondered if other supreme beings existed. She had kept it from Ainsama, having her sister lead the supreme hunting squad to secretly eliminate other potentially existing supreme beings. Her sister, Rubedo, had terrifying combat power. Even a supreme being could be slain by her. It was just that the time had been too short, and Rubedo hadn't obtained much intelligence. As for her sister, Nigredo, she was an intelligent specialized NPC with the ability to conduct full surveillance on targets. Although it was a surveillance specialized class, if the target didn't appear, there was no way to conduct surveillance. Ains coughed twice. The battle is about to begin. Everyone, prepare for combat. Once the enemy shows great strength or has reinforcements, we must immediately provide support to Aura and Mare. Understood. On the battlefield, the seven-colored Dragon Lord flew out from the cave. The seven-colored Dragon Lord let out a roar, and a seven-colored defensive magic shield appeared on his body. That was his highly proud defensive wild magic, which possessed astonishing defensive power. The two summoned dragons charging in front unleashed an overwhelming breath attack toward the seven-colored Dragon Lord. Damn it all, to actually dare to enslave his kin, and these two guys were actually willing to be controlled by others, they were simply a disgrace to the dragon race. Because he had received the news in advance, the seven-colored Dragon Lord had turned the surrounding area into an impregnable fortress. The moment the two entered the range, one magic trap after another was triggered. A chain of explosions rang out, instantly engulfing the two intruders. In the great tomb of Nazarick, a green light appeared on Ains' body. Although he knew that magic of this level could not eliminate the Dark Elf siblings, Ains still felt a tightening in his heart. However, in front of his many subordinates, he had to maintain absolute calm. The onlookers nearby also wore solemn expressions. Demiurge said, "To be so well prepared, is it possible our intelligence has leaked? However, that seven-colored Dragon Lord has fought Mare, so it is normal for him to suspect that he would come for revenge and make some preparations." Shaltair said, "Ainsama, do not worry. We are ready to depart at any time. Mare and the others will be fine. I am not worried about the seven-colored Dragon Lord. I am worried that there is a deeper, hidden existence. This operation is still primarily for testing. Unless necessary, do not escalate it." Ains was very cautious about battle and would not expose his trump cards when intelligence was unclear. On the battlefield, the sudden ambush caught the two off guard, but they quickly reacted and used magic to defend against the attacks. Although the momentum was grand, it did not cause much damage. The seven-colored dragon lord soared up. Damn filth, you are seeking your own deaths. Intermediate wild magic, destruction breath. The seven-colored dragon lord's belly swelled, and then he violently exhaled, sending a pitch-black breath rushing toward the two. Facing powerful enemies, the seven-colored dragon lord had no intention of testing them. His first move was his signature wild magic. The pitch-black torrent of energy rushed toward the two, while a terrifying torrent of energy swept over from their side as well. The two energies collided fiercely, actually deadlocking with each other. Chapter 259. Are you all slacking off? Chapter 260. Are you all slacking off? Seeing Mare stalemated with the seven-colored dragon lord, Aura seized the opportunity on the other side, commanding two dragons to attack the seven-colored dragon lord from left and right, while simultaneously preparing her own attack magic. However, the seven-colored dragon lord was incredibly fierce, blocking Aura's attack head-on. In the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a green light flashed over Ain's gown, suppressing the anger rising within him. Where on earth did this guy come from? And what is up with this magic? This was definitely not super-tier magic. Even ignoring the casting time, normal super-tier magic couldn't compete with Lesser Calamity. He knew the power of that magic very well. Greater Calamity possessed terrifying destructive power and was one of the strongest ultimate skills in the game, surpassing even super-tier magic. While Lesser Calamity had the word lesser in its name, it was still part of the Calamity system. Although its destructive power was inferior to Greater Calamity, it was still stronger than super-tier magic. Yet, the seven-colored dragon lord's breath could actually rival Lesser Calamity. What was going on? Was this unique magic developed by this world? Or was it the ultimate skill of some special class? Ain's gown remembered that there were no similar skills in the game, but since this world was real, it was perfectly normal for some unknown changes to appear. On the battlefield, an armored warrior teleported in and immediately attacked Aura upon arrival. At the same time, two more fluctuations occurred, and two figures teleported in. The seven-colored dragon lord was pleasantly surprised. These guys had indeed teleported in as planned. However, when he saw who had arrived, his nose was almost crooked with anger. Platinum was one thing. Although the platinum armor was just a puppet, its strength was still quite high. As for the other two, they hadn't come in person either. One teleported in a giant mountain giant, and the other teleported in a high-level bone dragon. Although both were level 80+ creatures, as for their destructive power, well, let's just say they could barely join the fray, don't expect anything more. After the three puppets teleported in, they immediately began to gang up on the elf twins. But the elf twins blocked them easily. For a moment, magic flew everywhere on the battlefield, chaotic and messy. But it was just for show. Aside from the seven-colored dragon lord, the other three were not using their full strength at all. These guys really don't get along with us. Fine. You won't put in any effort, right? Damn you all, then I'll slack off too. Facing the slacking off battle, Ain's gown's group also began to analyze seriously, but Rowan did not have such a good mood. These guys are a bit too cautious. What can they even probe with this kind of approach? Although somewhat helpless, Rowan did not intend to do anything to avoid exposing his own existence. Now both sides were in a state of extreme tension. Once a flaw was exposed, they might be ganged up on by both sides. With both sides being very conservative, this battle naturally had nothing worth watching. Ain's gown discovered the existence of wild magic, but due to a lack of information, he didn't know the specific situation, only thinking it was some special skill unique to this world. After fighting for a while, the elf twins retreated directly upon receiving Ain's gown's order. The battle ended with a whimper, and the seven-colored dragon lord did not pursue. Just kidding. They are all slacking off, and you want me to put in effort? Since no one wants to fight, then let's not fight. Seeing the elf twins retreat safely, Demidage spoke up. Ains, from the current look of things, there are still a few guys hiding in the shadows. I suspect it has something to do with the dragon race. Among the countries on the continent, The Argeland Council State is controlled by dragons. I suggest launching a war against the Argeland Council State. Since they are unwilling to make a move now, let's see if they remain so calm when their country is destroyed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was just a country controlled by the dragon race. It would be better to just wipe it off the map. Although the combat power they displayed was not weak, Demiurge had no fear. He believed that under Ain's leadership, these guys were nothing but a mob. But Ain's Owl Gown was not as confident as he was. Enemy information was unknown, so he dared not make any big moves. Demiurge's proposal was indeed a good method. What is your plan? Ains, the Argeland Council State is in the northwest corner of the continent, separated from the kingdom by a huge mountain range, while we are in the southwest of the kingdom, with the slain theocracy in between. If we want to launch a large army to attack, the journey is a bit far, so I do not suggest crossing the kingdom. It is more appropriate to use the Great Teleportation Gate for cross-regional warfare. I suggest launching the Great Tomb of Nazarik's undead army to launch a war of annihilation against the Argeland Council State. Demiurge understood that their information had already leaked quite a bit. Ain's Momen disguise had already been discovered, and the information about Mare, Aura, and himself had also leaked. Others already knew they were a group, and the original plan was completely void. As for whether other people's information had leaked, it didn't matter. In any case, the location of the Great Tomb of Nazarik had likely not been leaked yet. Since that was the case, stop pretending and launch a full-scale army offensive. Originally wanting to rule the world peacefully, since there were existences like true dragon lords, then eliminate these tough nuts first, and then sweep across the world. Ain's Owl Gown thought about it carefully and felt that this method was indeed feasible. Facing a massive army, if they didn't make a move, they could just wait for their country to perish. And once they made a move, his side could observe it, collect more information, and formulate a targeted counter-strategy. And those soldiers were nothing to the Great Tomb of Nazarik. But, at the thought that his plan had been punctured just as it had begun, Ain's Owl Gown felt annoyed. Peace, that might just be his own wishful thinking. If you are unwilling to be ruled by peace, then use force directly. Displaying the invincible power of the Great Tomb of Nazarik, once others witness this power, they would submit to the Great Tomb of Nazarik without any words. Originally planning to capture the southern territory of the kingdom first, since those guys had already appeared, then eliminate the strongest dragon race first. You go and arrange it. You will prepare the demon army. I will prepare the undead legion myself, to be commanded by Pandora's actor. The heteromorph Third Legion will be prepared by Cocytus. After Aura returns, she will prepare the magical beast Fourth Legion. Once the 4 major legions are prepared, use the Great Teleportation Gate to launch a war of annihilation against the Argeland Council State. Everyone knelt down. Yes, Ains. During the preparation period, the intelligence group will go ahead to collect information. Others will remain behind during this time, guarding against any enemies that might come knocking. Yes. #260 Chapter 260 The Coming War. Chapter 260 The Coming War. Chapter 261 The Coming War. After Aura and Mare confirmed they were safe and returned to the Great Tomb of Nazarik via teleportation, Ain's Owl Gown spoke with them privately to verify the intelligence, then informed them of his recent decision. Aura went off excitedly to prepare her army of monsters. Mare, however, returned to his living quarters in a daze. Is a war starting? Can we win? If it were before, he would surely have thought victory was guaranteed, but now, his heart was filled with unease. At the same time, the connection to a certain man in his heart seemed to tighten slightly. He could sense that person's existence, but when he looked closely, he could find nothing. Not only him, but Shalter was the same. Just as the individuals from the Great Tomb of Nazarik were preparing their army, several true dragon lords were not idle either. In a certain dark, top-secret space, several figures appeared one by one. This was the true dragon lords using a special draconic method to communicate, without needing their physical bodies to be present. The 7-colored dragon lord was furious the moment he appeared. You guys, none of you are willing to put in any effort, are you? Fine. Next time you encounter an attack, Don't expect me to step in. The Saint Heaven Dragon Lord said helplessly, "Stop complaining. This was just to gather intelligence. Besides, the other side clearly didn't use their full strength, did they? If we appeared in our true forms, even if we could kill those two, we would inevitably expose a vast amount of information. Their numbers are unknown, their strength is unknown, and killing those two wouldn't be very meaningful." Exactly. Even if killed, they would just revive, unless we use Soulbreaker. But even I can't use that kind of wild magic many times. The quiet deep darkness Dragon Lord also sighed. Against those invaders, Soulbreaker was the most effective power, capable of directly extinguishing an enemy's soul to prevent resurrection. That said, although Soulbreaker was his magic, it was the Elder Coffin Dragon Lord who developed it further. However, that guy seemed to have encountered something and hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. He might even be dead somewhere. The Platinum Dragon Lord said, "This is all the intelligence exposed about them so far." He manifested several figures: the Dark Elf twins, the humanoid form of Ainzoel Gown, Demiurge, Albedo, and several maids. These are the only ones confirmed so far. Many of them have unknown strength. You all already have the specific intelligence, so I won't repeat it here. You all participated in the last battle. If we go all out, dealing with two such players or NPCs is not a problem. But the issue is, we don't know how many more they have. Furthermore, just killing them is useless. We must use Soulbreaker wild magic to completely kill them. Deep Darkness, you are the core of this war. Deep Darkness snorted. He really didn't want to be hostile towards such dangerous enemies, but there was no choice. This time, the enemy was too powerful. If they didn't unite, they would definitely be defeated one by one in the end. As for living in peace, that was likely very difficult. The aggression of these transmigrators was simply too high. To launch a surprise attack on the seven-colored Dragon Lord without asking for reasons was truly egregious. Platinum continued, "Combined with the last battle, we can confirm that the other side possesses world items, those terrifying weapons. We still know too little about them. We don't know how many more people they have, nor do we know the location of their guild. But based on the intelligence exposed so far, their strength is likely terrifying. This time is definitely not like the previous few times, which could be easily handled." Platinum felt a headache just thinking about this. The Saint Heaven Dragon Lord said gloomily, "We don't know their location, but they can follow the clues to find ours. Intelligence on the Argeland Council state is not hard to gather." Platinum felt very helpless. Although the destruction of the Argeland Council state wouldn't affect him much, it was, after all, a nation under his control, and he didn't want to abandon the Argeland Council state. That said, is there still no response from the Elder Coffin? Saint Heaven asked. Platinum shook his head. 300 years ago, he seemed to have suffered a major loss. I don't know if he's dead or not, but in any case, he still hasn't recovered. We can't count on him this time. In the foreseeable future, we will definitely have a war with those guys. After the last great war, our dragon race has withered too much. If we go to war again this time, I don't know how many more will die. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. The last war was still fresh in their memories. The seven-colored Dragon Lord spoke up. "I suggest sending the weaker descendants into the Dragon Secret Realm to hide. They are of no use anyway. The Dragon Lords should gather to respond to the enemy's attack." The Dragon Secret Realm, that place might sound good, but it was actually just an independent space created using special means. The environment was far inferior to the outside world. If the dragon race stayed inside, their strength could hardly increase, and there was even a possibility of regression. This secret realm was created by the true Dragon Lords with great effort after that war, with the purpose of dealing with crises that might arise later. Generally speaking, only when encountering a major crisis would some weaker juniors be allowed to hide inside, and it wouldn't last for too long. This proposal is feasible. Saint Heaven, you go and arrange it, Platinum said. No problem. The Saint Heaven Dragon Lord was quite special. Although he was not as famous as the Platinum Dragon Lord, the son of the Dragon Emperor, he had a generous personality and was a highly respected elder among the dragon race, making it easier for him to command others. In addition, I am wondering if we can seek external cooperation. Besides the dragon race, is there anyone else in this world who can provide assistance? Platinum asked. The seven-colored dragon lord snorted. Besides us, only Sky City can barely be considered a fighting force. But those guys are just lunatics. The probability of cooperating with them is infinitely close to zero. Although the players of Sky City had all died, the legacy they left behind was still very rich. Even though it had been weakened by who knows how much, it could still provide a portion of fighting power. It was a pity that both sides had deep hatred for each other. Even if they knew that new transmigrators had appeared, the probability of cooperating with them was not high. And if the other side lost their minds and went to cooperate with the new transmigrators, then the dragon race would be in even more trouble. Besides Sky City, are there any other powerful existences? Mother of Mercy. That guy has gone who knows where. Moreover, she is hostile toward us. Unless we are at the critical moment of the dragon race's extinction, it is impossible for her to help us. Platinum shook his head. Mother of Mercy was a true dragon lord with 5 heads and was very powerful. She had established a secret organization and had gone down a path of opposition to Platinum. She was mysterious and had almost not appeared in the last 100 years. That troublesome guy, I suspect only if the world is destroyed would it be possible to cooperate with her. It's already good enough that we don't fight in normal times. Chapter 261, Spies. Chapter 262, Spies. The others could not name any other powerhouses. The powerhouses of this world were truly too limited. The strongest were the dragons, and no one else could be relied upon. Never mind. Let's gather the dragons while scouting, try our best to collect intelligence on the other side, and confirm the location of the guild. All dragons must be concentrated to prevent being picked off one by one. After the 4 true dragon lords determined the next course of action, they vanished from the secret chamber. They had special ways to exchange intelligence, so they were not worried about leaks. Are you preparing to attack the dragons? Back in her residence, Rowan's voice suddenly popped into Sholtair's mind, scaring her so badly that her soul almost flew out of her body. Why you? What is going on with you? Don't make a fuss. Our souls were linked together from the start. We are just communicating through our souls right now. Rest assured, no one can discover this, not even your guild system. Even so, she still felt a bit guilty. Fortunately, this guy was communicating with her when no one was around. If she were in front of Ains, she suspected she would give herself away. Why are you asking these things? You aren't a dragon. I'm not a dragon, that's true. But as Ains' subordinate, you will most likely participate in the battle. And fighting the dragons, even for you, carries a high possibility of danger, or even death. A warmth spread through Sholtair's heart. Rest assured, I am very strong. And even if I accidentally die, Ains will resurrect me. Is that so? What if too many people die? If you die several times, a dozen times, or even more, will the resources of the Great Tomb of Nazarick be enough to resurrect you all? I don't know if you are aware, but Ains certainly knows, your gold coins are a non-renewable resource. Every bit used is a bit less, and eventually, he will have to use ordinary resurrection magic. And ordinary resurrection magic will cause your levels to drop, lower and lower. Sholtair said in her heart, it shouldn't come to that, right? Are the dragons really that strong? Stronger than you think. One of them can fight 2 of you without issue. It doesn't matter about the others, but I don't want you to die on the battlefield. I told you, No, you don't understand. What if there exists some method to kill you that renders resurrection ineffective? Sholtair's face turned slightly pale. There can't be such magic. It exists. My understanding of this world far exceeds yours. You are not allowed to tell anyone what I just said, understand? Sholtair let out a long breath. Although she was a bit unwilling and very worried about the others, she still obediently agreed. I understand. On the other side, Rowan pondered. They really intended to make a move against the dragons. Although he had suspected it, receiving confirmation from Sholtair further verified his judgment. Next, it was estimated that they would enter a further stage. Given Ain's Owl-Gown's personality, the battle with the Dragon Lords would likely remain focused on probing. Without certainty of victory, he wouldn't expose intelligence. However, the situation on the battlefield changes in an instant and won't completely follow his plans. Shalter, if your guild were to perish, what would you do? What would I do? Of course, I would perish with the guild. Then what if the guild, which is destined for destruction, has a glimmer of hope, but it requires you to do something that looks like betrayal? Would you do it? Shalter's expression was strange. I don't think our guild will be destroyed. Also, the thing you mentioned, it shouldn't be asking me to provide you with intelligence, right? You could say that. Your confidence is built upon your ignorance. If you knew how powerful your enemies were, you would know that the fall of the Great Tomb of Nazarick is inevitable. Rowan was boasting a little. With his current strength, destroying the Great Tomb of Nazarick was still difficult. However, once he filled in the last piece of the puzzle and obtained the method to break through the level cap from platinum, the destruction of the Great Tomb of Nazarick would be inevitable. Will you also be an enemy of the Great Tomb of Nazarick? Although I do not wish to become your enemy, you should know that Ains wants to rule this world, so I will inevitably become an enemy standing in your way. What if I persuade him? No, you can't do it. If you do too many unnecessary things, it will only make him suspect you and then execute you. Shalter sighed. Sorry, I will not betray the guild. Even if it's you, you cannot make me change my mind. This is not betrayal, but salvation. You need to save the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which is sliding toward the abyss. That is the guild built by your creators and their companions, not a tool for someone to fulfill their own desires. Shalter remained silent. He cut off the connection with Shalter. He needed to make arrangements. This wasn't a small skirmish, it was for real this time. Rowan's goal wasn't as simple as killing one or two floor guardians. Ain's Owl-Gown's guild had abundant resources. Even if one or two were killed, they could be resurrected using resources. Rowan's goal was to kill most of the floor guardians and seize the resources they carried. Then, he would try to find the opportunity for his own breakthrough during this battle. This operation would be very large-scale. Not only did he need to deal with Ain's Owl-Gown's side, but the true Dragonlord side also needed to be handled. This operation was quite difficult, but fortunately, there was still some time to prepare. Although Ain's Owl-Gown and the Dragonlords didn't know the others' plans, they both began to act according to their own plans. Several true Dragonlords gathered dragons from all over the world. The weak ones were sent into the dragon's secret realm, while the powerful Dragonlords were also summoned. Among them, the two most prominent Dragonlords under the true Dragonlords were the Crystal Dragon and the Mad Dragon. One of them was a veteran who had lived through the war against the 8 Greed Kings, and the other was an up-and-coming talent whose strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. They could be said to be the two strongest Dragonlords under the true Dragonlords. There were other Dragonlords hidden in various places, but their strength was slightly weaker than those two. Fortunately, their numbers were sufficient. The gap in strength between Dragonlords was very large. After all, being level 40 or higher was enough to be called a Dragonlord. The strongest Dragonlord could defeat 100 of the weakest Dragonlords. The Crystal Dragon, mixed in among them, felt out of place. War and such were truly too dangerous, but there was no help for it. The Master had already given the mission. Although the subsequent arrangements hadn't been explained, the Crystal Dragon knew very well that the dragon race would definitely be screwed over hard. The Master intended to use the dragons as the vanguard to probe and weaken that undead king. As a member of the dragon race, she had absolutely no intention of exposing her master's atrocities for the sake of the dragons. Similar to her was the Mad Dragon. Although they pretended to dislike each other on the surface, they were actually companions in secret. 262 Chapter 262 Preparations. Chapter 262, Preparations. Chapter 263, Preparations. In fact, the Crystal Dragon did not like the Crazy Dragon. The name suited the guy well. It was a battle junkie that craved combat and strength. While other dragons were anxious about the arrival of war, this guy was full of excitement. It would do anything to become stronger. The Crystal Dragon had submitted to the Master partly due to coercion, but the crazy dragon had likely joined voluntarily because of the master's power. What a maniac. Around a dozen high-ranking true dragon lords had been gathered. There were quite a few dragon lords, but only 13 of them were above level 70, a pitifully small number compared to over 500 years ago. The various dragon lords gathered on the back of the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord. The Holy Heaven Dragon Lord's true body was massive, like a small island. It floated in the sky all year round. Because its concealment methods were extremely powerful, it had never caused any stir. Whether it was ordinary humans or magicians, although they could detect its body, they would subconsciously ignore it. However, the situation was dangerous recently, so the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord dared not float around as freely as before. It was hiding on a sparsely populated mountain. On the back of the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord, the Dragon Lords were resting. A small, transparent dragon appeared in the air. That was the consciousness projection of the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord. Everyone, I am glad to see you here. The intelligence regarding the invaders has been sent to you all. I presume you have carefully understood the situation before coming here. The Dragon Lords, who were usually arrogant, were solemn this time, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. An Ice Dragon Lord spoke up. Lord Holy Heaven, is the enemy this time truly so troublesome? Very troublesome, more troublesome than you can imagine. If not for this reason, we would not have opened the Dragon's secret realm, nor would we have gathered everyone. This is not our battle. Just like 500 years ago, this is a war for the survival of the dragon race. These dragon lords were all regional hegemons, invincible in their own territories. But facing the legendary invaders, none could maintain their usual domineering air. At this moment, they were like little lizards, lacking their usual majesty. It was no joke. They were all existences that had lived for hundreds of years. Many dragon lords had experienced that war in their youth. Countless powerhouses had fallen, and the dragon race had almost been wiped out. This was no secret. The blood and carnage of the past, even after 500 years, still cast a lingering influence. The crystal dragon hesitated for a while, then said, "Senior Holy Heaven, when I passed through the southwest corner of the kingdom, that area near the Cat's Plains and the Tob Forest, I found the situation there quite strange. The aura of death was unusually thick, and the terrain of the mountains had been altered." The Holy Heaven Dragon Lord looked at the crystal dragon in surprise. "Are you telling the truth? Do I have any reason to lie? However, I am not sure if it is related to those invaders." The crazy dragon also said, "According to my investigation, that transmigrator called Moman first appeared in Erantal, which is between the Tob Forest and the Cat's Plains. I think their guild is most likely there." The two sang in harmony, directly exposing the intelligence on the location of Ains Olgaun's guild. Their probing was too slow. Rowan needed them to make further contact. To think such a thing happened. It is good that there is a discovery, but it would be better if the location could be confirmed. "Lord Holy Heaven, do you need us to go and scout for information?" A green poison dragon spoke up. Everyone moved to the side, trying to stay as far away from this guy as possible. This guy was a master of poison. Just being near it made the other dragons uncomfortable. "Leave the scouting to me. Your strength is still too weak, not suitable for approaching that place. The enemy will definitely do something during this period. To be on the safe side, you should all hide on my back for now." "Many thanks, Lord Holy Heaven." The Holy Heaven Dragon Lord did not like fighting, floating in the sky like a cloud every day. If you thought the other party was weak and easy to bully, you would be very wrong. The Holy Heaven Dragon Lord's strength was very high, even stronger than the seven-colored Dragon Lord, and what was even stronger was its scouting ability. Previously, the range was too large. Although it checked carefully, it found nothing. But if the range was greatly reduced, it would be much easier. Synchronizing the obtained intelligence with several other true Dragon Lords, the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord then activated its wild magic. Mid-tier wild magic, Eye of the Holy Heaven. Its eyes snapped open, and the world became transparent. Its Eye of the Holy Heaven could not scout the entire world, but a small area was no problem. A small area in the southeast of the kingdom was covered by its gaze, and the world became transparent. The originally ordinary hills became transparent. In a certain area, the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord discovered a huge shadow. That shadow possessed very powerful strength. Even with its eye of the Holy Heaven, it could not penetrate it. This area was actually covered under the magic of Ain's Owl Gown. Ordinary scouting magic could not discover anything. It was just a pity that Ain's Owl Gown did not anticipate the existence of wild magic. His magic could not exert any effect in front of wild magic. In that area, the Holy Heaven Dragon Lord saw the aura of death gathering rapidly. Something terrible seemed to be brewing in that area. It only observed for a while, then closed its eyes, feeling very exhausted. Found it. The location of the opponent's guild. If it had to check area by area, who knows how long it would take to find this place. These two little guys really helped a lot, saving quite a bit of time. That area which could not be scouted was most likely the guild. After confirming the location, the intelligence was immediately shared with the other true Dragon Lords. Now was a critical time. The 4 true Dragon Lords had put aside their prejudices and were working together. To prevent various unexpected situations, whenever they discovered any useful intelligence, they would immediately synchronize it to the others. The degree of importance they attached to those transmigrators could be said to be raised to the maximum. If the dragon race had had this kind of caution when facing the Sky City back then, the dragon race would not have lost so many members. As hegemons, they had once lost their awe, thinking they were invincible in the world. Even when the 6 great gods appeared, it had not changed them. But that war with the Sky City had completely changed the dragon race. The originally arrogant dragon race had now become cautious. After receiving the news, the Platinum Dragon Lord was greatly encouraged and immediately decided to go and scout personally. Now, the intelligence regarding the invaders, including the guild, NPCs, players, and so on, had all been obtained when he infiltrated the 13 Heroes party back then. Of course, because the platinum armor had been exposed, it obviously could not be used for scouting again. But that didn't matter, he had other means. Chapter 263, Invasion. Chapter 264, Invasion. On the side of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the formation of the army was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The members of these armies were merely basic units, so he felt no heartache even if they were killed. Any one of these ordinary soldiers was enough to destroy a human nation, making them the perfect pawns to test the true Dragon Lords. To gauge their strength during combat, and then launch a powerful strike to slay the opponent, this was Ain's Owl Gown's strategy. Although simple, it was highly effective. Everything was proceeding smoothly, but Ain's Owl Gown, sitting on his throne, felt somewhat uneasy. Because of the leakage of early intelligence, his Momen persona had been exposed, leaving him in a very passive position. He had sent out the guild's elite squads to gather information, and they had collected some so far. From a certain Dragon Lord, the intelligence squad had obtained a piece of special information. Wild magic, a special type of magic said to be usable only by the strongest of the dragon race. Dragon Lords who mastered wild magic were known as true Dragon Lords. That very special magic from before, the one capable of contending with lesser calamity, must have been wild magic. Furthermore, the great war that swept across the entire world 500 years ago was, to be precise, a war between the dragon race and Sky City. Ain's Owl Gown knew of Sky City. It was one of the top guilds in the game. While its defensive capabilities were questionable, its overall strength surpassed that of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. He hadn't expected them to have transported to this world as well. However, according to the information collected by the intelligence squad, there had been a total of 8 transmigrators from Sky City, but all 8 of them were already dead. In other words, those true Dragon Lords possessed the means to kill players. This filled Ain's Owl Gown with fear. This was no game, it was the real world. If he died without any means of resurrection, he would truly be dead. Then, what should I do? What exactly is going on with that bizarre wild magic? Ain's Owl Gown now felt deeply regretful, regretting that he had exposed too much information. Should I seal the guild directly? This thought crossed Ain's Owl Gown's mind. The Great Tomb of Nazarick, if nothing else, had top-tier defensive capabilities. His former comrades had put a great deal of effort into its defenses. If the guild were sealed, with the 10 layers of defense that he and his comrades had set up, Even a true Dragon Lord would absolutely be unable to breach it. Safety could be guaranteed. However, Ain's Gaon was unwilling to just play the coward and do nothing. There was no clear evidence indicating the enemy's strength, and retreating without a fight would be a huge blow to his image. Then, let's increase the scale of this probing operation. At the very least, I must force out the hidden true Dragon Lords and their wild magic. If things take a turn for the worse, I'll contract the defenses, lock down the guild, and rely on the guild's defensive power to wear the enemy down. If that fails, I'll send the Guardians out. In any case, they can be resurrected if they die. After confirming the location of the seven-colored Dragon Lord, he had assigned Neuronist to monitor the target. She possessed a special single-target monitoring ability that was top-tier when focused on a specific individual. News from Neuronist indicated that the faction of true Dragon Lords represented by the seven-colored Dragon Lord had recently been relocating the dragon race to another special area. The Dragon Lords were also being gathered, and they were preparing for war. As Albedo's older sister, her abilities were specialized for intelligence gathering. Although the seven-colored Dragon Lord thought he had taken all sorts of precautions, in her eyes, it was as if he had done nothing at all. As for Albedo's younger sister, Ain's Gaon currently had no plans for her. That guy Tabula Smaragdina, the 3 NPCs he created were stronger than the last. Especially this younger sister, her melee ability was top tier, and her combat prowess was among the best in the guild. Even Ain's Gaon, if unprepared, would lose more often than he won. She would be deployed as his trump card. Seeing the enemy begin to prepare for war, Ain's Gaon was somewhat puzzled. Had his intelligence been leaked again? No, that shouldn't be the case. Perhaps the dragon race was already initiating a war and preparing to attack them. Relocating the ordinary dragons to a special area was clearly to prevent them from being attacked by his side. Without a doubt, this was war. Although he had set up information defense magic in the surrounding area, he still felt no sense of security. He had intelligence personnel, and the enemy surely had them too. The true Dragon Lords, who possessed wild magic, might even have higher-level reconnaissance magic. He could not guarantee that his side's intelligence hadn't been leaked. I cannot drag this out for too long. I must launch an offensive as soon as possible to probe out their trump cards and acquire more wild magic. Even if the losses this time are heavy, it doesn't matter. As long as I am not dead, there is hope for victory. Ain's Gaon had already mentally prepared himself for the death of several guardians this time. Everything was for the survival of the great tomb of Nazarick. They would surely understand. The guardians were born to fight for the great tomb of Nazarick. In the top forest, the elf twins were gathering monsters. As a beast tamer, Aura actually had her own battalion of monsters, but for a war, it was still a bit lacking. However, the level of the monsters in this great forest was far too low. They were so low level that they didn't even qualify as basic cannon fodder, which greatly troubled Aura. There was no help for it. She could only pick the best of the bunch, selecting the relatively higher level ones to use as cannon fodder. Mare, on the other hand, was feeling uneasy. War. What if we lose? Will the great tomb of Nazarick be destroyed? Those strange dragons have extraordinary strength. They might even have hidden means. It's like facing a deep pond. Catching one big fish doesn't mean there's only one. Perhaps there's a whole school of them underneath. No, that won't do. I absolutely cannot let the great tomb of Nazarick be destroyed. I must think of something. Lord Ains has become a bit obsessed with conquering the world, and the Guardians all blindly worship Lord Ains. Only I am observing all of this calmly. I must do something. Mare secretly made up his mind. As time passed, both sides were making preparations. Of course, Rowan, in the shadows, was also amassing his strength. During this time, he used whatever energy he had to cultivate his subordinates and raise their levels. However, the time was too short. Although there were improvements, their impact on the battlefield wouldn't be that significant. 1 week later, in the Argeland Council state. This was a nation where various races coexisted, with humans making up less than 10% of the population. This nation was controlled by the Dragon Lords. Located in the northwest corner of the world, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and a massive mountain range on the other, This country was isolated from the outside world by the huge mountains and protected by powerful dragon lords. It could be called a secluded paradise. However, the long-lost peace was finally broken. On an ordinary late night, massive teleportation magic circles opened simultaneously in the 4 cardinal directions of the Argeland Council State. Countless monsters poured out from the magic circles, devouring everything they could see like a tidal wave. #264 Chapter 264 So you're one of them too. Chapter 264 So you also. Chapter 265 So you also. At the Eastern Teleportation Gate, countless undead poured out. Even the lowest level ones were Death Knights. As undead, they hated all living things and killed every living creature they saw. Besides Death Knights, there were Bone Dragons, Death Angels, and other high-level undead. The undead kept teleporting out in a vast, overwhelming horde. At the Western Teleportation Gate, demons of all sizes reveled in tearing apart every living thing they saw. The demons varied in level, but compared to the batch that appeared in the kingdom, this group of demons was truly serious. In the south, an army composed of monsters surged out of the teleportation gate, assaulting the surrounding cities. Although their levels were not high, their numbers were greater. Their eyes were bloodshot, they were in a berserk state, and they were fearless of death. Emerging from the northern teleportation gate were mixed monsters. They were the fewest in number but the strongest in power. Among them were high-tier insectoids, heteromorphs, and demi-humans, each with distinct characteristics. In an instant, various alarms sounded in the border cities in all 4 directions. Slaughter and death began to unfold. For these monsters, killing the enemy was their only purpose. Ains Owl Gown observed the battlefield from afar. Since peace was no longer possible, death would be the only fate for the resistors. Naturally, the subjects of these resistors would have to pay the price for their masters. Not long after the invasion began, the Dragon Lords of the Argeland Council State quickly received the alert. Platinum immediately realized that this must have been the work of those invaders. He had previously detected that these invaders were preparing an army, but he hadn't expected them to invade so soon. Moreover, the level of such a teleportation gate could certainly not be low. He made a prompt decision, immediately synchronized the intelligence with the other true Dragon Lords, and then ordered the Dragon Lords to mobilize, demanding they block the monsters and destroy the teleportation gates. These monsters were not low-level, and their numbers were massive. The ordinary soldiers of the Argeland Council State could certainly not be relied upon. Even the Dragon Knights, the most powerful force on the surface, would just be throwing their lives away if sent out. A Dragon Knight could manage to fight one Death Knight, but the problem was that monsters of this level were not just 1 or 2, there were thousands. Compared to the numerous monsters, the number of Dragon Lords was far too small. If the battle dragged on, the Dragon Lords would definitely not be able to hold back this monster army. Those guys' goal was to force the true Dragon Lords to make a move and then gather intelligence. Platinum quickly realized this point. This was an open conspiracy. Unless Platinum abandoned this country and let its people be slaughtered, the true Dragon Lords had to take action. After only a moment of hesitation, Platinum made up his mind. They would have to face each other sooner or later anyway. In that case, let them fight. In the southern teleportation gate area, a 7-colored Dragon Lord directly used forbidden magic, world teleportation, to cross over. Upon appearing, the opponent immediately used a large-scale wild magic spell, clearing out a swath of monsters in the vicinity. Since he was already exposed, he didn't care about that much anymore and started using all sorts of methods. At the Eastern Teleportation Gate, Platinum Armor teleported in to block the swarming undead. Platinum could kill those Death Knights, which were enough to destroy a nation, in 2 hits. In addition, several other Dragon Lords from the Argeland Council State followed behind. They would cooperate with Platinum Armor to fight and clear out the undead in this area. At the Western Teleportation Gate, the Berserk Dragon, Ice Dragon, and Poison Dragon, 3 Dragon Lords, teleported in and clashed with the demons. These 3 Dragon Lords belonged to the strongest among the many Dragon Lords, and the 3 of them were enough to hold back a demon army. Of course, that was assuming there were no existences of too high a level within the demon army. In an instant, red flames, blue ice, and green poisonous mist rendered this area colorful. At the northern gate, the crystal dragon, bone dragon, and a mountain giant blocked the numerous incoming monsters. The battle here was not as smooth as in the other places. Even with the three of them working together, they could only barely hold them off. At the great tomb of Nazarick, many guardians were ready and waiting, prepared to head to the battlefield to provide support at any moment. Ain's Owl Gown observed the 4 battlefields. The battle situation on the fields was intense, with various spells flying everywhere. Although the fighting was very lively, it hadn't forced out the true Dragon Lords, except for that 7-colored Dragon Lord. As expected, relying solely on these mass-produced soldiers was not enough to force the true Dragon Lords to appear. However, since even the 7-colored Dragon Lord had appeared, it meant that their conventional combat power was limited to this. In that case, let's increase the intensity. Aura, Mare, you two head to the southern teleportation gate to provide support. You don't need to attack the enemies, just protect the teleportation gate well. Don't let the enemies destroy the teleportation gate. Yes, Lord Ains. The 2 elves teleported away. They had already leaked quite a bit of information, so it was very appropriate for them to enter the field now. Demiurge, you go to the west. Likewise, just protect the teleportation gate well. Don't be careless, I suspect that a true Dragon Lord will head there soon. You may summon the 3 demon generals to assist in the battle. Yes, Lord Ains. Pandora's actor, continue to disguise yourself as Momin and head to the eastern teleportation gate. Your mission remains to protect the teleportation gate. Do not reveal your trump cards. Pandora's actor accepted the order and left. As for the north, Shaltair, you shall take action. Shaltair felt a jolt in her heart, and she couldn't help but recall the words of that guy from before, but she did not feel afraid. Yes, Lord Ains. At the southern teleportation gate, after the elf twins came out, they clashed with the 7-colored Dragon Lord. As the saying goes, enemies look extra fierce when they meet, and the 2 sides were soon locked in a brawl. The 7-colored Dragon Lord, if nothing else, had defensive capabilities that were among the best among the true Dragon Lords. Relying on the 7-colored shield and the dragon race's defensive capabilities, holding off 2 was not an issue, but wanting to defeat the 2 of them would be daydreaming. At the eastern and western teleportation gates, the Guardians only protected the teleportation gates and did not take the initiative to attack, waiting at their ease for the fatigued enemy. At the northern teleportation gate, just as Shaltair emerged, she received a message from Rowan in her soul. Don't shoot, friendly fire. That crystal dragon is on our side, kill everyone else as you please. Shaltair, who had just struck a pose, paused. Wait, why do you keep stuffing things into my soul? What the hell? Is my soul already wide open? How can you stuff things in there at any time? And who is on your side? She felt resentment in her heart, but on the surface, nothing could be seen. She sized up the crystal dragon, and the crystal dragon also sized her up. With a confirmed look in their eyes, it was clear that the other party had also been notified. This guy, he could actually plant a spy inside the dragon race, transmigrators. Both of them had this thought at the same time. Although she was grumbling in her heart, Shaltair still held back when confronting the crystal dragon, and the other party did the same, using spells that looked impressive but had average actual power. Furthermore, the curse, weakness, and underworld-style spells they were best at were not used at all. 4 battlefields, 3 parties watching. Not only the dragon race and the great tomb of Nazarick, but the maritime city was also prepared to deploy experts at any moment. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.